Hello and welcome to the Website Building Masterclass. This is the first module in the entire course. I'm so excited to have you here because we have so much to go over as I show you the A to Z in marketing your offer online. In this specific module, I'm going to show you how to build an amazing and professional looking website with minimal or no coding at all and for very affordable pricing. I'm going to show you guys how to create a logo if you don't have one already, how to pick out a beautiful color scheme for your website, and how to build out any page of a standard website using ready-made templates. A website is a crucial component to any business, and it might seem intimidating to some of you to build a website, but rest assured, in this module, I'm going to make it as easy as possible for you to build an amazing looking website as you watch behind my shoulder and as we build one together. By the end of this module, you will not only have a ready-made website that you can use, but you will also know how to add and edit any section to your website. So why WordPress? There are many different ways of building a website. Why are we going with WordPress? Well, you can go on ChatGPT and it's going to give you a bunch of good reasons for why WordPress is a good choice. But as somebody who's been using WordPress for the past 8 years for my own business, as well as for affiliate products that I've been promoting, I can give you 3 main reasons for why WordPress is a good choice. The first is that it's by far the cheapest and the most affordable solution. So if you want an easy way to build a website, most of the platforms out there will charge you hundreds of dollars per month to build your website. With WordPress, you only have to pay for hosting and a domain, which is unavoidable, by the way. You need those regardless of which method you go with, but those can cost you anywhere from $30 to $50 for the entire year, guys. So super affordable, super cheap, and it has all the capabilities that any other website builder has and more. Which brings us to point number 2, is that WordPress has basically unlimited capacity for whatever it is you want to do. WordPress is an open source software, which means developers, if you have one or if you decide to have one in the future, have access to the WordPress backend code. So if you want to add some fancy animations, some crazy, unique, cool styles and stuff on your website, you will easily be able to do so because the developers will be able to access the code on that site. Not only that, but you can also choose from millions different plugins, which are basically extensions to your WordPress website that has pretty much any capability you can think of. So in between all these different plugins that you can add, as well as the open source software that developers can access with WordPress, you have almost unlimited capacity to do whatever you want with your WordPress website. And last but not least, reason number 3 for why WordPress is an amazing choice is that it's super simple to use and requires no coding. So we talked about some of the options to build a website that cost hundreds of dollars. There are options to build a website which don't cost anything, but they can only be used by developers, people who understand and know code. So they will still have to buy the hosting and a domain to make it work, but that's something you would need development knowledge for. With WordPress, you don't need any of that. It's super easy, especially with the way I'm gonna show you guys how to do it. You just install it, and that's it, you're good to go. You can build an amazing looking website without any code whatsoever. And already the interface is very intuitive, but as you start using it more and more, it becomes even easier to manage. And it becomes like second nature, like driving a car. You just do it without thought. It's that simple. So these are the 3 reasons for why we're using WordPress. In addition to, of course, it being a super popular choice, like I said, almost 50% of the world's websites are hosted on WordPress. So just to reiterate the reasons, 1 is that it is super cheap. It is probably the most affordable solution on the market right now for building out a website. The second reason is that it has endless capacity and capability for you to edit and style your website in the way you want to. And 3 is that it's super easy to use, very easy to navigate, and requires no coding at all. So with that knowledge, now we can safely get in there and start building out our website. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, I'm from the future, and in this video, I want to show you the website that we're going to be building together here in this module from start to finish. So I invite you guys to go to dynamicgrowthagency.com and explore for yourselves on desktop, mobile, and tablet. If we refresh the page, it's got this little animation there. You can scroll down, take a look at all the different components of it. Every page works. We have all the legal pages. disclaimer terms, we have the home page, the pricing page, the blog. You guys can come in here, click on any blog. We're going to be collecting emails. We have a good, fully functional blog site. Dog walking. Scroll down. You can go back. Scroll away to the top. We have the About Us page. We have the contact page. So everything is fully functional, fully operational, and ready to go. So this is the exact site that we're going to be building together step by step in this module. Now, after going through this course, you will also have the knowledge and the skills to build out a site that looks like this. This is another one of the sites that I'm using, vpnexpertreviews.com. I invite you to check this out as well. So you will be able to do something like this as well. This isn't much of a website, it's just a one-pager, but you will know how to do this. You will also know how to do this if you're an e-commerce store. So you can go to shop, you can see all the products. You can take a look. This is what you will know how to do. But the website that we're going to be building together is going to be this one exactly. Every single thing you see on this page, you will know how to do in this module. So I look forward to seeing you in the next lesson. All right, so let's get into it. Let's start building our amazing looking website. So the first thing we need to build a website, regardless of what you use, whether it's WordPress or Squarespace or Wix or whatever, is hosting and a domain. So think of hosting as the land on which your house is built on, and think of the domain as the house. So we're going to be decorating the house, adding new furniture into all the rooms, filling it up with all the blog posts and the pages and making it look all nice and pretty. So that's what we need. So question is, which hosting and domain provider do we go with? So you have different options. You have GoDaddy, Namecheap, Bluehost, HostGator, and Hostinger. I've tried most of them in my 8 years, and the two that really stood out for me were Namecheap and Hostinger. And the one that I'm currently using and have been using for the past 5 years is Hostinger. And that's because their interface is very, very intuitive and easy to use. Their support is amazing, and I've never had any problems with them, knock on wood. So that's the one that I recommend. That's the one we're going to go with. But of course, if you already have hosting somewhere, then just feel free to follow along with me. So I do offer you a special discount link if you use my affiliate link at go.ivanmana.com/hostinger. So this is my affiliate link, which means I will get commission if you use this link, but you do get a special discount. So you actually save money by using this, so take advantage of it. We're going to click on Claim Deal over here. They all come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So in case you do decide to go with somebody else, you can always do that. So the plan I go with is this business plan. There aren't many critical differences between them. The main reason why I prefer paying this extra $1 per month, so an extra $10 a year, is mainly for this CDN certificate. So this just speeds up your website. This makes your website go faster. So that's the main reason. They used to have it where you wouldn't get a free domain here. You wouldn't get SSL here. And so you kind of had to take this plan to get all that. But now they're really pretty much the same. The only difference is the speed, really. And then if you come down here, if you want to do e-commerce, if you're an e-commerce store, they do have additional e-commerce features. They have additional WooCommerce integration. Where is that? Here. Basic WooCommerce as opposed to starter WooCommerce. So with this option here, you can only sell up to 10 products. If you want more, if you want to sell more products, then you would need this basic WooCommerce plan. So it kind of just integrates better. So take a look at these options. This is really all you need right now, just the basics, that all you need to get started with your website. So that's the one we're going to go with. So I'm going to click on choose plan over here, and we'll give it a second to load. And then you can choose the duration period. So obviously the longer you take, the cheaper it is. So for 4 years, it's only going to cost you 167 buckaroos. So really, really cheap. You do get a discount here, and you will get a discount with my coupon code as well. So that's going to be an extra 10%. So let's see, the 24. So I'm going to go with this 1-year plan, just the $50, because I don't actually plan on using this site, right? It's just for illustration purposes. But you guys can take a look and see whether you think you'll be super committed or whether you're just, this is like a one-time thing that you're doing. I probably don't recommend the 1 month just because, for a full year, it's only 3 times more expensive than for the full month. So if you're just starting out, go with a 12-month plan, and then you can always renew it later on, right? So it's not like all your progress is going to be lost. You can always, always, always renew it later on. So let's enter a coupon code here as well. We're going to enter Ivan Mana and click apply. And now you're getting an even bigger discount. So another 10%. So now it's only 43 buckaroos. So really, really cheap for a complete, fully functional website. $43 for a full year, I think, is very, very fair. So we're going to click on continue. I already have an account, so I'm just going to log in. If you don't have an account, just create your email and password here. You might have to go in and just verify your email. And then I'm going to see you on the next page after I log in here. Okay, so now this is the next page where you're going to have to enter your billing information. So I'm just going to go ahead and fill that up as well. Hostinger do offer you many, many different payment options. So once you get to this payment type, you will have like your credit card, but then PayPal, and then a bunch of other options that I've never really heard of. You can take a look. I believe they also even take Bitcoin. So lots of payment options. Payment shouldn't be a concern here. So let me just fill in all this information and I'm going to see you on the next page. All right, so I submitted all my payment information. This is the next page that I'm at here. So we are going to click on create a website. I'm assuming we don't have a website to migrate. We're going to click on next. And we're not going to select this Hostinger website builder because I want to show you the full capability of WordPress. So this will allow you to customize your website in any way possible. This is more the easy approach, but that's why I'm here, is to help make this easy, but at the same time helping you get full access and full customization. So we're going to click WordPress over here. We're going to click next. So here we're going to enter the admin and email and password. So this will allow you to log into your domain via this information here. And I'm going to show you how to do that later on. But you could also log in via Hostinger. So you've created this hosting plan and domain plan via Hostinger, and that's normally how I log in 99% of the time. So I just entered a different password, but normally I do log in via Hostinger. So we're going to click next. We're going to create a blank site. So I'm going to get into all that and picking out templates. So here we have to pick a domain, see if it's available. Now, what I suggest actually is you guys just head over to hostinger.com, go to domains, and we can use their AI generator to help us find a nice looking domain. I don't recommend ChatGPT for this because ChatGPT doesn't know if a domain is available or not, and the data is a bit outdated with ChatGPT. So we're going to generate it here. So let's suppose for the purpose of this module, we want to create a website that you guys can actually use by the end of this module, which is going to be let's say something like a marketing agency, which does website for people, which does ads for people, does email marketing, right? So we're going to build a website centered around that niche, and you can actually start using that website yourself as well once you complete it. So let's say something like we are a marketing agency that helps companies grow and manages their marketing. You need a domain that ends in .com. I recommend domains that end in .com, even though you could use domains that end in whatever country you're in. So .ca for Canada, .uk for UK, AU for Australia, so on and so forth. Or .io is pretty cool too, but that's if you're doing like a software related product, like a SaaS or something. You could do like a system.io, for example, right? But I always recommend .com for two reasons. One is it always does better in the eyes of people. So when I run paid ads, the .com domains that I bought have always done better. And second of all, it increases the rate at which things get integrated. For some reason, this might not be true, but in my experience, always whenever I use the .com domain, it just integrated much faster with all the DNS, propagations, all that stuff. It was way faster for .com domain. Let's do that. Let's see what ideas we get here from available domains. Dynamic growth agency. This is kind of cool. I like this one. This one's really cool. Growth mastermind. You can regenerate, you can get new ideas, but what we could do is let's go ahead and copy that. And then we're just going to paste it into our notepad right over here. So let's just get some ideas. Let's not go with the very first option. I do prefer names that have just 2 words, but most of the time it's not going to be available. So let's see what they do have. Let's keep regenerating and see. Innovate marketing. I don't like the co. Innovate marketing is cool. I wonder if that's available. Maybe we can take that and add it to our list here. Marketing Masters Hub. That's kind of cool. Dynamic growth group. It's not bad. So let's just get some ideas, find a good domain. Guys, this is the face of your business, right? So definitely take some time finding a good domain. Now, that said, don't take too much time because you could always change your domain later on. So it's not like this is the be-all, end-all, right? Marketing Minds, Brad Braspers. Okay, so I think we have a good domain to get started with. Let me see if this is available. Innovate marketing. Or let's add it here and see if that's available. .com. You could also give us some alternatives. Yeah, so no, this one is taken. How about innovative? Oops, no, innovative marketing, I meant. No, it's already taken as well. Okay. So let's go with dynamicgrowthagency.com. Now, one more thing, what I want to do is, as a perfectionist, let me see if I can come in here and something to do with company growth, 2-word. I like something with maximum 2 words. Keep it shorter. Okay, so we have a bunch of options here with the different nets, but I say has to end in .com. Okay, so dynamic growth team, growth strategies, scalable growth agency. Yeah, not really. We can spend more time looking around this, but let's just go with this. I think this is fine. So dynamic growth agency, I think is pretty cool. So let's come back in here and let's paste it here. It should be available. Free for 1 year with our plan. Let's click next. We can close out of that. And that is going to register that domain. So we're going to give it a few moments. So here you can choose where your target audience is located. So this is going to increase the speed of your site for the visitors in the specific region. So if you think most of your visitors are going to be in Indonesia, you can select the Indonesia server, right? In our case, it's mostly United States. We have a United States audience, but this doesn't mean that your website is going to be super slow for the rest of the world. So keep in mind, it's still very fast, but it is optimized depending on where your target audience is. So we can click next here. And now it's just going to install WordPress on our site. So I'm going to pause the video here for a few seconds, and then I'll get back once the WordPress is installed. All right, and so the WordPress is installed. Congratulations. Welcome to your WordPress dashboard. I'm going to cover what all those options mean in a different lesson. But let's quickly go to HPanel. Let me show you the inside of Hostinger. So first of all, you guys can log into Hostinger and you can access your domain from here. So you'll be able to choose your website name here, and then you can just access the WordPress admin right over here, and that'll take you to this page. So you don't need to log in via your website, right? Now, alternatively, you can just copy this. Let me show you the other way to log in. And you type /wp-admin. And that will take you to the WordPress login for your website as well. So you can do it either way. I prefer to do it via Hostinger. That way I don't have to remember any additional passwords. But this is where you would log in with that password that you set earlier. Remember where I showed you with the admin access and all that? That's where you would log in. So I'm going to close out of that. And it still says the domain is connecting. So we won't be able to actually see the domain. It might say site unavailable right now. Or at least with our domain name, it won't be available, but it is available for editing so we can get started. Let's go back to Hostinger here really quickly. So this plan did come with backup as well. Anything you want to do in terms of the back end will be over here. So we're not going to get into any of it. We're not programmers. We're not developers. We don't need to do this. But in the future, if you do decide to add additional code or you want to mess with the files or import, export websites, things like that, you can do it all over here. Here's all the files. Here you have the SSL certificate somewhere here. Where's the security? Right here. You have SSL. So SSL will be generated. SSL is that thing over here that says connection is secure. So you definitely need that, and that comes with the plan. So this is the backend right here in Hostinger. Here you can access and change any of the information for your website. But again, we won't be doing this. You don't need to. We only need to concern ourselves with the WordPress site, and that's what's going to be showing to people. So congratulations on setting up the domain and the hosting. That is all for this lesson. In the next lessons, I'm going to give you an overview of what all these options mean, what you should change, what you should tweak, things like that before we start getting in there and actually setting up the theme and adding content to our pages and things like that. All right. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hey, welcome back. So in this lesson, I want to give you a lay of the land of this WordPress dashboard. This will be your home base. You're going to see this a lot. So I want to make sure that you are familiar with it, you're comfortable with it, and you know what each of these different options are. And by the way, if we go back, you now see that the SSL is secured and the website is working. So if we now click on the site, as you can see, it no longer has that preview stuff. So right away, let's just go ahead and let's close that page, and we're going to re-enter the WordPress admin so that we can edit the page on the complete domain, not the one with the preview and whatnot, right? So now if we view site here, It should just show this. It is secure. So congratulations, your website is up and running. So now it's just a matter of making the house look pretty. So you bought the house, but let's make it pretty now, right? That's what we're doing. So before that though, let me give you a lay of the land. So in the top right here, you have your profile settings. You can log out of WordPress. Make sure to do that all the time whenever you're logging out. Whenever you're done your work, you can edit profile here. This is just a plugin. Don't worry about this. This is not something that you're going to be seeing. You will actually most likely see something like this whenever you log in. So this part at the top here starts with the WordPress information. This is just documentation or support, WordPress support. I've never used this, but it's there in case you need it. Here's where you have your site. So whenever we'll be editing the pages, this is where you'll be able to visit the site and go back to this dashboard. So once we start editing pages, this is where we'll be able to click and then come back to this dashboard. Here you have any brand new comments that show up. So they will show up here and here whenever you have new comments on your blogs or pages or whatnot. You can add a new content, so a new post, a new page, a new user, anything like here. This is like a shortcut rather than going to posts and clicking on add new, for example. You can just click on it here. This is a plugin. This is a Hostinger plugin. We will not be using this actually. We will be deleting this because the more plugins you use, it slows down your site. So we want to get rid of all the plugins that we don't need. And even though these are really nice plugins, they help you create content and things like that, we will just be using ChatGPT for that. This is another plugin that allows you to purge cache. So purging cache means once you make changes to your website, your browser will store how it remembers the website to look like before you made the changes. So if you make some changes and then you want to see what the website looks like, you won't always be able to because your browser saved the cache. So you will need to open it in another browser, incognito window to see what the changes look like. So if you don't want that, you'll be able to purge the cache, which is like purging this data that your browser has. And that way you will be able to see the new updates that you did. So Hostinger here, let's go from top to bottom. So this is a plugin as well, which allows you to use the AI content creator, image compressor, image generator, things like that. Again, we won't be using it, so disregard that. This is your dashboard. So you'll be able to see all your updates here for WordPress as necessary. If there are issues with the current installation, you will be able to reinstall. Try it again. Sometimes you will be able to install a previous version as well. Now, under this homepage as well, what you can do, you can come into click screen options and you can show what you wanted to show. So if you don't want the site health, for example, you can just remove that. If you don't want the at a glance, you can remove that. So you can customize this however you want to. As you add new plugins, you will have new options here available. But honestly, this isn't really important. I don't really spend too much time here. It doesn't matter because when I log into WordPress, I know where I want to go. If I want to add a new page, I just go here. If I want to add a new post, I go here. If I want to change my theme, I go appearance, Elementor, blah, blah, blah. So, but just so you know, in case you do want to make things look nice and pretty and you want specific things to show up first, that's where you would do it. So next we have posts. This is where you'll be able to add blog posts. So you have posts and you have pages, right? That's kind of the difference between the two. So pages are standalone pages, like let's say a privacy page or a contact us page or an about page. So if we pull up the site here, topwebsitereviews.com, this is the homepage, right? This whole thing. This is the about page. And then the posts, the individual posts are these ones. If we go to blog right over here, if we click on, let's say this one, this is the individual blog post right here, right there. So that's the post. And this will be done automatically. So as you keep adding new posts, they will automatically be added to the blog page. We will configure it in such a way that it does that. So that's the difference. The pop-up is annoying. Sorry, I got to make the pop-up only once per visit or something like that. So that's the difference between posts and pages. And that posts are just like your blog posts. They get added automatically to the blog post section of your page, which we will specify and update and make it look nice and pretty. And the pages are standalone pages, such as privacy policy, home page, about page, okay? So that's posts and pages. You have media. So you could add media here. You could add new media file. You could just add a bunch of images. In fact, I do have some images that I have saved already that I have prepared for this course so that we can use it without having to search for images. However, once you start creating the blog posts, creating the content, you can always upload images there. wherever you're doing it. So if you're adding a new homepage and you want to add a new background image, you can just add it there in the editor. So you don't have to come back here to add all the media, but this is like your database for all the media. You can come in here, you can get the URL for that media file. You can cut, crop, edit images, things like that. You can do it from here as well. So that's that. You have comments here. That's obviously what people are commenting. You will be able to approve, disapprove comments, obviously reply to comments. You can quickly edit, mark it as spam, mark it as trash, so on and so forth. So your comments, pretty straightforward. Appearance. So you have the different themes here. So you'll be able to pick a theme. You can click on add new theme and you can choose from the latest themes, the block editor theme. So depending on which theme you pick, that's what the site's going to look like. Now, even if you pick a theme like this, when you preview it, it might look amazing. But when you actually activate it, it won't look very good. So you might be thinking, what's going on? Why does it not look like what it's supposed to? And the reason for that is because this just shows the potential of the theme, of the capabilities and what it can do. Whereas when it's straight away configured to your website with no data, with no information on there, it's not going to look very good yet. But we're not going to be using these. We're going to be using a plugin to create a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful looking theme that's going to be up and running and ready to go right away. You have the theme editor where you can edit the theme. Again, we won't be using this. We're going to be using another plugin called Elementor to edit our pages, which is like a very, very easy to use drag and drop builder, which is amazing and just so easy to work with. So that's what we're going to be using to edit our pages. We're not going to be using the editor, but if you don't want to use Elementor for an unknown reason, you can just edit your pages here. Next, you have plugins. So plugins are like add-ons. They're extensions to your site. So plugins are good, but the more plugins you have, the slower your site is. So Lightspeed is a good cache, mainly used for purging data. So we're just going to come in here and we're just going to delete all these other ones. So the first thing we have to do is deactivate the plugins. And then we're just going to delete them because for all these other tools, we are just going to use ChatGPT to generate our data. We're just going to look for images. So we don't really need that. We don't need anything slowing down our site. So we're just going to delete it. And we only have this one plugin, which is going to allow us to clear cache and to use all that data. Now, these are your installed plugins. If you want to add new plugins, you can click on add new or add new over here. And then you can search for plugins. WordPress has millions of plugins, which is why when we're telling you that WordPress allows for unlimited customization, basically, part of that reason is because of all the plugins. So if there's something you want to do, if there's something you want to integrate, you can do it with these plugins. Do you want to connect your GetResponse account to WordPress? Type in GetResponse, take a look. Boom, GetResponse. Do you have Aweber perhaps? Aweber. Oh, do you want to collect payments and you don't know how to integrate it? Type in Stripe, one of the payment processors. Boom, Stripe over here. It's ready, right? That's what the plugins are. They're just add-ons, extensions to your site. Next, you have users. So the only user you will have right now is the user of the account. So what you could do is change the user name so that when you write a post, it doesn't say the email. It says the user name that you specify. So to do that, we're just going to let me click on edit. And we're going to scroll down. And it says here, display name publicly as. So in my case, I just want to make it Yvonne. And then we'll be able to select it from here. And you just want to check all the information. This email is important. Okay, so make sure you have an email that works, that you check, because this is where you will get all the data regarding your WordPress. If there is any updates, anything to do with your site, very important. You do have a profile picture. Now, this was done via Gravatar, which is like an app that integrates all WordPress users together or something like that. I'm not going to leave the page. Basically, you will be able to add your post there. So if you don't have a picture here like I do, you just go to Gravatar and you will be able to add a picture of yourself and maybe some information about yourself. And that way, whenever you add future posts on other blogs, not on your own, you will be using this image and this kind of profile about you. So that's what this Gravatar thing is. Then you just click on update profile to save. And here it says purchase all cache successfully. So automatically after you make changes, all the caches are purged so that you see the changes right away without needing to wait. So pretty useful feature. So yeah, so that's that. You can add a new user. So, like if you have friends that say, hey, I want to be added to your email list, you can just come in here and add them this way as well. Next, you have tools. I don't really use this. This is mainly for like exporting your data, erasing data, importing, exporting data from your site. So if you have people that come in and say, hey, you got let's just leave that. if you have people that say, hey, you have my information, I want you to delete all my information, you would just enter their name and email, you would send requests, and their information would be deleted, right? So you might occasionally have people messaging you and saying, I don't want you to have any information about me on your site. Boom, that's where you would do it. Next, you have settings. Okay, so this is where most of the WordPress settings come in. So let's start from the top. Let's go to general. So these are going to be just your general settings, your site title, which is obviously that, your WordPress URL, which is obviously that, your site address, which is obviously that, your administrative email address. Again, make sure this is correct. Then you use your default role. So when somebody subscribes to your page, you want to keep this as subscriber, right? You don't want to have new subscribers show up as admin, but that's what it is. Your site language, obviously, your date, things like that. These are very, very simple things, nothing specific here. You can add a site icon here, which is like the favicon, which is what shows up here, but we're not going to do it here. We're going to do it in a different spot. I'm going to show you later on once we get there. So let's click on writing. This is where you could set the defaults for your writing. So if you want the standard post format to have an image, to have a link to, these are all the different formats. So once you head into the specific post, you'll be able to select these as well, and then you will see what they look like. But we just stay by standard. And again, we're going to be using Elementor to edit our pages. So this doesn't even apply. You really don't need to use any of this. None of this is really important. To post to WordPress by email, so you can set it up where if you write something by email, it'll be automatically posted. I've never done this. I've never used this, so can't tell you too much about this, and frankly, you don't need it. Like, I've never heard of anybody doing this. Anybody that wants to post on WordPress just goes into posts and posts there. But yeah, but that's what that is. You have reading over here, where it shows how many blog pages do you want to show on your blog's page. If you have, what's it called, RSS feed, like the syndication feed, how many do you want to show, which is like an integration between the specific feed and WordPress. If you want to include the full excerpt, the full text or the excerpt for your posts. If you want to remove the visibility for your site from search engines, you can click discourage, and that way Google won't be able to index the site. Their bots will be stopped. So if you're still working on your site and you say, hey, I definitely don't want people to find it yet, for sure, then you can just click it. I don't select this option. I keep it on I keep it off. Because there's no need to. As we build out the site, it's not super popular in SEO anyway, but as I build out page after page, I do want it to start showing up. I do want that SEO to start growing because it does take some time. SEO is not something you build over one day. So that's what the reading settings are. You have the discussion. So this is other people's involvement on your site. So I do want to get emails whenever somebody posts a comment, but when you're first starting out, I don't want people to post comments on your posts. And the reason for that is I get a bunch of spam. So whenever you make a website, you get a bunch of spam comments. So I don't want to allow any new posts until I'm actually ready and until the page is good and ready to go and you know that it's doing the best you can. So until then, I don't want any comments, okay? And then you can have all these different options like whether a comment offer must fill out name and email or whether they can just comment without that. These are personal settings. They're up to you. I usually do keep that on. I want some sort of user involvement, You can come over here and you can say, hey, comments must be manually approved before they're posted, or they can just be posted right away. Again, that's fine. You can leave comment moderation and disallowed. So if you have any words here like cuss words or something like that, if you have them here, then they'll be added to the comment queue for you to moderate and to approve or disapprove. This is especially useful if you allow comments automatically. So if you don't have this option checked, comments must be manually approved, then this is where it's useful because then it allows you to come in and check and make sure the comment is good before it's actually posted. And then you have the disallowed comment keys where basically instead of putting this into moderation, your comments into moderation, they just instantly block and don't allow the posts to be commented. So that's what that option is. You can choose to display the avatar. That's that picture of me basically that you see here at the top right? You can choose to show it or not show it, up to you. For users without a custom avatar, you can choose what type of logo they want or what type of logo you want to use. So up to you. Click Save Changes. You have media here. These are just the default dimensions of media files. Not super relevant because once you start actually uploading files and uploading images, you will be able to adjust all this and you can set whatever you want it to be. You can set the custom width. It doesn't have to be the specific one. So these are just defaults to minimize your workload, but we're going to be using Elementor to edit the images anyway, so it's not super relevant. Now, permalinks, you do want to edit something here. So some of you guys might have a default set to date and name, for example, where whenever you add a new post, it's going to say dynamicgrowthagency.com/2024 and the date, and you don't want that. that just doesn't look pretty, doesn't look good. It's bad for the search engines. So you want something like this. And better yet, you can do the same thing as this, but you just remove the slash at the end. And so that way, whenever you add a new post, let's say a post name is why marketing is so good today, then that's going to be the title, why marketing is so good today. And you'll be able to change this as well. You can go in and change the slug. It's called a slug of the post later on, but this is the default. And you certainly don't want the default to be anything like these, right? So that's generally what I'd go with. You can go to save changes. These last two are good, but that's something you want to change. Then you have privacy. This is your privacy policy, the default one. Don't worry about this. We're going to be generating all the policies on our own, so you can disregard it. And lastly, you have the Lightspeed cache. These are just some of the settings for that Lightspeed plugin over here that I talked about. Don't worry about adjusting anything here. Everything is good as is. So let's go back to dashboard. That is it for the overview. We're going to get started building out our website, but to do that, we need to install some plugins. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you which plugins we're going to be installing, why we're installing them, and then from there, we're going to be utilizing those plugins to build out our website. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. So the first thing we want to do before we start adding any content to the site is make sure that we have a good backup plan in place. You want to do this sooner rather than later, and you want to do this before rather than after. So your Hostinger plan actually offers a free daily backup as part of the package that you bought, as part of that standard package. So if you go back into your Hostinger dashboard and you click on Files and you click on Backups, you probably won't see anything here because no backups have been found. But once you do start building your site and once the daily backups start taking place, you will see backups over here. Right over here, you'll be able to select where it says full website restore. You'll be able to fully restore the website. There will also be an option to manually backup. You can click on manual backup and you will manually back everything up. In case you're not using Hostinger or in case you have a plan somewhere that doesn't have automated backup, how do you do it? So in that case, you use a plugin. And in addition, if you want to automatically set up your backup so it sends the data to your cloud storage like Dropbox or Google Drive or OneDrive or whatever it is you're using, you would need a plugin. So let me show you what that one is. So we're going to go into plugins. We're going to click on add new plugin and we're going to search for Updraft. Just search for Updraft and it's going to be this one with 3 million installations. And we're just going to click on install now. And it's very, very simple, very intuitive to use, but guys, better do this now rather than later. So we're just going to click on settings over here. And that's pretty much it, guys. So you can back up your data over here. You can click on backup now. You want to make sure you select the database and the files. These two have to be selected. This one is optional. It gives you the option to have this even if your limits are reached. And I'm going to show you where those are. So we're just going to keep that off. We're going to click on backup now. And there you go. It has finished backing up. And so now you have it all over here. So you can just click on restore, or if you want to download each specific option, you can do so right here. But this is our backup. Congratulations, right? So now we're safe not only with our Hostinger plan, which already has the backup, but over here as well. And frankly, before we make any big changes to our site, I don't like to go back into Hostinger. I usually just close this page and I usually just back up my site over here. So it just makes it easier. Now, if you want to integrate your backup with, let's say, Google Drive, you click on settings over here, and then you can say how many backups you want to retain over here. Under backup, it's going to have the number over here. So like if you say 2 right now, then it's going to cap at 2. You could say more, let's say 5 different backups. We want 5 different options for 5 different days. And then we want this to be let's say every day. We can choose every day. And then what you can do is you can choose which storage you want to connect to. So I have Google Drive, for example. I'm going to click on Google Drive. I'm going to integrate with my Google Drive account. You're going to click on sign in with Google, and then you're going to hit save changes. And then that's it. Then your data will be imported daily, not only to here, but also to your Google Drive. So super, super convenient, super useful, because now not only do you have the data in your Hostinger account, but if anything happens, or if you want to transfer the data to another site and you don't have access to your Hostinger account for one reason or another, then you will have it inside your Google Drive. So always a good idea to back it up here too. And let me log into my Google Drive account and quickly show you what that will look like. So here I am inside my Google Drive account. So it's going to generate a new folder for you called Updraft Plus. And then you will have all this information here. So I did a backup on October 12th. It was an automatic backup and it just automatically went into my Google Drive. Just automatically. You don't have to do anything else. Super, super simple. So that's the process for backup. The best practice is, as we're going to be making changes and adjustments and testing things, we're just going to back up the data now. We're going to back it up and then we're going to make the changes. And this is a good practice for you guys to keep. So I will see you guys in the next lesson as we start building out additional plugins and as we start actually building the site. So we talked about backups a bit, but I did want to mention that inside your Hostinger, there is a setting you can toggle that will allow you to choose what exactly you want to back up. So I just want to show you that, as well as show you some best practices for auto updating your plugins, which is something I forgot to mention. So if you head over into security and WordPress auto updates, you will see the default setting. It says Smart Auto Updates for these options, for these settings. So Smart Auto Updates means that WordPress will check the compatibility and do a backup before it does the updates. And that's important for the security updates specifically, because these updates are done automatically. So you don't have control over, something might happen, there might be an incompatibility, it might break your site, but then you will get the backup under the files backup that I showed you earlier, right? So you can choose what you want, whether you want just no updates at all or you want all updates. I do recommend that you keep it as is on security updates only because these are critical. And then inside of your WordPress dashboard, when you see your plugins, you will see an option once a plugin gets updated. It's going to say enable auto updates right here on the side. So I don't recommend that you turn that on. Instead, I recommend that you come in whenever you log into your WordPress account, you just select all plugins and you click update. But before you do that, the key is before you do that, and this is why we've installed Updraft Plus, is that before you update any plugins, assuming they're not automatically updated security plugins, you would go into Updraft Plus and you would back up your files. Okay, so back up your files and then go into plugins, and then you can go in and update the plugins. So this is just a good best practice, a good precaution, just in case some plugins break your site or whatnot. That does happen occasionally. That way you will be able to revert back to a previous version and just wait for the plugin to get fixed before you install it again, or contact support if you have to, let them know, so on and so forth. So hopefully that was helpful, gave you some insight. I forgot to mention that, so I had to come back. As you can see, there's a bunch of plugins. You have no idea what they are, but you will know as we progress through the module. So that is all, and I will see you in the next lesson. So really quickly, before we start installing the plugins, let me just give you a brief rundown of what they are. Plugins are basically extensions to your website that offer additional capabilities that don't come with the default WordPress installation. So you could have a plugin, for example, that makes it easier for you to add tracking code to it, or maybe a plugin that makes it easier for you to edit your pages, things like that. However, just keep in mind that you can add and remove plugins at any time you wish. There is no constraint, there is no limit, there is no one specific way that you have to install and add plugins. So let's install some plugins. All right, so now our site is being backed up. So we're ready to start adding content and not being afraid that something will break our site or we're gonna lose progress, things like that. So let's head over into plugins. Let's click on add new plugin. Let's leave that page. So what we need is a nice theme for our site, right? And the way we do that is we can, of course, use the existing themes, but the themes that I want to show you are actually already complete. They make your website fully complete. So all you have to do is come in there and just make some changes. And so for that, we're going to install starter theme templates. And it's going to be this one here, starter templates, Elementor, WordPress, and Beaver. So we're just going to go in and install this. And we're going to click activate. And now we're going to be able to select a nice looking theme for our site and have to put in minimal effort into it. So you will probably see this page once you install it. But if you go back to the dashboard, you go back into plugins, install plugins, you will see all your plugins here. And then if you want to get back to that page, we're just going to click on appearance and we have starter templates right over here. So these are the main two plugins that we're going to install right now. As we continue on with the course, we will be adding more plugins. And when we select a theme from starter templates, it will actually install a bunch more plugins that will be relevant to what we're doing. So for example, we will need to edit an Elementor page. It's going to install the Elementor plugin automatically. So we don't have to come in here and do it. It'll just do it automatically via this plugin right here. If you are doing e-commerce, we will need the WooCommerce plugin. So that will be installed automatically as we select a theme from this template. So that's done. So in the next lesson, what we're going to do is get started and actually select a theme. Select a nice template for our website. And from there on, we're going to have a bunch of different additional plugins added to our site without us needing to add it manually. So I will see you in the next lesson. All right, let's go house shopping. Let's go find that really nice looking theme that's going to represent your brand and your website. And then, of course, we're going to get in there and start adding content to it. So we want to go into appearance and starter templates. And we're going to land on this page again. We're going to build with templates. We're not going to use the AI builder for now. We're going to dismiss this. We're going to select Elementor because that's going to be the editor of our choice. It's the easiest one by far of all the other editors I tried. So I'm really surprised that they have the other options when Elementor is by far the easiest. But anyway, so we've selected Elementor. So now all the pages we see here are compatible with Elementor. You see that some of the templates are premium, but some of them are not. And you don't need a premium theme. So you could certainly sign up for it if you want. I think it's $79 a year or so to have access to all these, but you really don't need that. All right, I wanted to pause here for a second because this is where you'll be saving the most amount of time as you start building out the website. And that has to do with selecting the right theme. So regardless of what niche you're in, whether you are a blogger, you sell courses, you offer local services, or you want an e-commerce store, there is a theme for that. So I strongly urge you to take the time to find the right theme for your business right now, because after you install and activate the theme, the only thing you're going to have to do is just change some placeholders, replace the logo, add the name of your business a few times, and your website will be up and running, looking incredible with minimal work from you. That said, of course, I will still show you how to add and edit cool content to your website and how to use the Elementor builder, but this theme selection is where it all starts. So let me show you what that looks like. So you can choose any theme you like, let's say one of the free ones. For example, this one, you can click on it. And this is exactly what your site's going to look like when you say yes. When you continue, it's going to look like this, and then you can come in there and change anything you like. So really, really cool. So here's what I meant by saying that, take your time. Is that look at these options here. So if you're an agency, if you are in hotel and travel business, if you are in pets, gardening, whatever it is, like let's say pets, let's see what themes they have. Take your time now, guys, to find a good looking theme. Look, like this one is amazing and it's free. This one's really good, but it's premium. You have all these themes that could work for your pets where you just have to come in there and just change some things around. This one looks really nice. Don't look so much at the images or the colors because that's something you can change, but look more so at the layout, right? So if you're not an e-commerce store, then this layout is really more than enough that you need. If you're an e-commerce store, then you need a page that has e-commerce layout. So if you come over here, if you are an online shop, for example, you can click there, and then these are all premium themes. So they look very nice, but of course you do have to pay for them. But let me show you something that's free, e-commerce but free. So let's see. Commerce but free. Like this one is a car sales one. Let's see. I think maybe this isn't a good option, the online shop one. Or maybe it is, but we just have to keep looking. But I found better options when I went into something like, for example, clothing store. Here I found a good layout of like here, you have this one. This one looks really nice. So if you're an e-commerce store, for example, pick one of these themes. Pick one that suits you the best because this is exactly what your website will look like with minimal editing. You guys won't have to do much. You just have to come in there and just replace the images. Now, of course, I'm going to go in there and show you how to edit any piece of content you want, how to make a nice looking site with any additional features that you want, but it's there for you, right? Why spend so much time doing it when it's already there? Yeah, so these are premium themes. This one's very, very nice, I think. It looks very chill, very relaxing background plans. So yeah, take your time looking for something. So let's look for a theme for our site, which is going to be like a digital agency. So we can scroll back up to the top. So let's look at, for example, professionals. We can look at not interior designer, right? We want like a web designer. Two completely different niches, similar, but totally different. So yeah, so let's look for a theme. If you do want any of these premium themes, you can just click on Get Access or use the link below this video and you will be able to gain access to the premium themes as well. But free ones are good enough as is. So let's take a moment here to find something nice. Like this looks very nice. And then of course you can choose the colors. Like if you want a green kind of overlay, a blue one, purple one, green one. And then this isn't really suited for us. It's got like a biography, so maybe not. Let's keep looking. Let's look for something to do with like this one's nice. web developer, but that's for one person. And we are marketing ourselves as like an agency, right? So we want something that's more, this looks nice, but also maybe for one person, not for a group. So these are all for individual people, so we don't want that. Let's look for something else. Actually, when I picked on, let's see, maybe consultant and see what we get here. So like something like this, digital agency that thrives on your success. I don't like this layout. I don't like the colors. Again, we can change it, but I just don't like the scheme of it. Let's go back. This one here looks nice, but it is a paid theme, so that's okay. Let's keep going, but I think we are in the right place. So maybe something like this. This looks nice. Co-working space, a better place to work. We'll have a little picture and about us, full kitchen. Yeah, this looks really nice. Get your place. I like this one. So we can do something like this. Let's look at the other pages of the site. Let's look at, for example, about us, and then we can change the amenities and the pricing and the contact, all that. We can obviously change all that. Amenities, let's look at about us. Yeah, that looks really cool. Okay, so let's go with this one. So you could also add your site logo here if you have it. If you don't worry, we will create one using Canva. I'm gonna show you how easy it is to make an amazing looking logo. But here you can choose the colors, like the color overlay. Over here, if you don't have a color scheme that you like here, don't worry. You will be able to change it later on as well. I'll show you where, and the fonts, like the default ones that you want it to look like. I think these look nice, but let me give you guys some resources that you can use in case you don't like the fonts or you have a specific font that you have in mind. I think this looks nice, actually. That looks nice. What do you guys think? I think that looks nice. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, so outfit and DM sans. Actually, because I like these, let me come in here and let's save that to our list here. Let's say outfit and DM sans. And if you don't like these fonts or you want some more ideas for the fonts, if you guys go to fontjoy.com, you can click on the link in the description as well, or just below this video in the resources and link section, you'll get it. And you can generate different font pairings. So you can make it more similar or less similar. So if you make it very similar, then the headline, the subheadline, and the text will be more similar to each other. And if you make it least similar, then they're going to be like totally different, right? So we want to make it something like very similar maybe, so we can regenerate and just keep getting ideas, right? Find something that suits you. So these are some ways that you can get combinations. Like this is perfect, I think, for an artistic sort of blog or website. If you're anything to do with the arts, I think this looks amazing. This looks phenomenal. This is maybe more so like a programming. Actually, this looks really nice. Like if you're a programmer or something, this definitely looks like programming code. Hey, let us help you with your coding, You have generate, let's try again. Font pairing makes simple. This looks good. And then what you can do is you can just copy that font. So if you like it, you just copy it from there. So if you like a specific font, but then you don't like the other combinations, like let's say I like this one, I could just lock this one and then keep regenerating. And then that first one's going to stay, but the rest of them are going to change. So that's how you can play around with it. You can click on the specific font from Google so you can download it if you like it. And that's the idea, guys. So I am pretty happy. I think these ones look good. I think that looks good, the outfit and DM sans. And then if there is any specific font that we want for any subheadline or something, that we can always just go back and just re-add it or reuse this tool rather. But this is what you guys can use. Then in terms of colors, in terms of a color scheme, so this is blue. Let's change it, for example, to green. You see now this looks green. This looks red. I always like blue. I think it's a very good neutral color. Dark blue. I like a darker blue. Yeah. So I think this looks really nice. And then if you do want ideas for your colors, I believe you go to coolers.co. I believe that's the site. Again, you have it in the description of the video. I am going to reject all, save and continue, and close out of that. Let's start the generator. So you get very nice color schemes here. So this is actually a very nice, oops. Okay, let's close out of that. So this looks like a very nice color scheme, to be honest. I really like this. So if you like this color scheme, you want to apply it to your site, just save the colors. So you can come in here, you can copy that color code, save it into your notepad, right? And then you can use it. you can use it on the site. If you don't like this, you want something else, you just hit space. Boom. It tells you right here, priceless spacebar. This is a little more serious, it looks like. You can hit space again. Just as with FontJoy, you can save a color. So if I like this one, I'm going to hit that, and then I'm going to hit space to get more good color variations. And then let's suppose I like these two. I'm going to do that and just get some ideas. So this is a good way to get a good color scheme for your site. I like this blue and black. I think it's like, or blue and dark blue rather, and then you see the colors over here. So if you pick a purple, for example, this is going to be purple. You pick orange and dark orange. But if you guys want that variety, use these resources. Use the coolers and then use the FontJoy. You can also use Google Fonts. So if you go to browse fonts, you can also use this resource for fonts as well, where you can specify what type of writing you want, the feeling, the appearance, the calligraphy, and then you get some ideas here. So if you want, let's say, formal text, you want more business. We have a professional business. We don't want any seasonal stuff. We're not going to add that. Writing system, we're going to leave that. Language, we're going to leave as English. And it says here there's no options with that. Okay, so let's remove formal and see what we get. Yeah, so these are very businessy. So DM serif sans. So that looks pretty good. So we could actually test that out on our page, right? I wonder if that's the same. DM sans, sorry. Oh yeah, DM serif text, and then this is DM sans, right? So they come from the same family, so no wonder they look pretty good, pretty similar. So yeah, just go through this. You know, you wrote business. Let's see if we can do, we don't want any of these. They don't really work with business. Let's click all. Oops, okay, let's remove that then. Serif, we want sans serif. Let me see if there's the option to remove serif, basically. No, it's just that, so we'll keep it at all. Sans, okay, yeah, so these are the sans serif ones. So let's say we want a sans serif type. The serif basically means it has like a little circle at the end, or I don't know how to explain it. If I zoom in here, see how it has a little edge like that? That is the serif. So sans serif means without that. We say all here, it's not going to have that little edge. That's what I personally prefer. And yeah, so you guys can use these tools, take a look, just play around, find something that you like. You can do the font here. You can write something like for a headline, we could say we manage your marketing, and then you can just see what that's going to look like, right? So yeah, these are the tools you can use. So let's proceed with our site. I think this looks very good. We're going to upload everything later on. Let's click on continue. And let's just close out of these options here. And we don't want to install anything else, so we're just going to skip this. It will, however, install Elementor because we indicated that we want pages that are compatible with Elementor. So I'm just going to pause this for a few seconds, and I'm going to unpause it when it is done. So I'll see you guys soon. Okay, so that took 16 seconds. So if we view the website, check this out. Let's refresh. Boom, look at that. Your website is up and running. How amazing is that, guys? A really nice professional looking website. This is absolutely incredible. Now we're going to come in here. We're going to add stuff just for the sake of me showing you how this works and how to edit. But like, look at this. You know, you can click anywhere and it's going to work. Amazing. Is it not? That's it. That's your site. Congratulations, guys. dynamicgrowthagency.com. That's your website. Has everything here. But let's go in there and make it our own, right? So let's replace the logo. Let's replace the text. Let's replace the image, even though the image looks pretty good. We're going to replace it with something to do with like an agency, for example, even though this looks perfect for an agency. But yeah, so let's visit the dashboard and let me just show you the plugins that were now installed. So if we go to installed plugins, you'll see here that they installed Elementor, they installed Astro Widgets, which is necessary if you want to keep the transparent background or the transparent header and things like that. You have WP Forms Lite, which we will not need because we will be using the Elementor Pro plan for the purpose of this module for many different reasons. I'll list that in one of the next lessons, but we don't need that WP Forms Lite. I'm going to keep it for now until we get to the forms section, just so I can explain to you what this is and how this works and why we need it. But this is basically an email submit form, WP Forms, and we won't need it because we're Elementor Pro plan. The paid version of the plan already has it. All right. So congratulations on the site. The site is done. Now it's ready to come in here and start changing up the content and adding new menu items and removing some menu items and making the site our own. I'll see you in the next lesson. So before we start editing the templates and the theme and all the different pages and adding content, we do need to install the Elementor Pro plugin, which is the paid version of this Elementor plugin. Now, there are many reasons why the Pro version of this editor plugin is extremely beneficial for you guys. Trust me, it's just under $10 a month, so it's super cheap, and it will allow you to edit your website and style it any way you want to. Now, I don't want to make this sound like a sales video, so I'm just going to attach the reasons below for why Elementor Pro is the right choice and why you need it if you're going to be editing your website professionally. But in this video, I just want to show you how to install it and how to integrate it with your site. All right. So if you guys head over to go.ivanmana.com/Elementor, again, this is my affiliate link, but you guys don't pay anything extra. And of course, you get my support. And sometimes they do offer a special discount for these links that I'm giving you. So take advantage of that. And you do get a 30-day money-back guarantee. They are very good with honoring their promises, so don't worry about that. So we're going to use this advanced website builder plan. And the reason why we're using it is because they have the most amount of free widgets. So that's why we're using this one as opposed to this one. They also allow you to edit with CSS. So in this course, we're not going to be using CSS. You shouldn't have to. But in the future, in case you do have a developer or you want to add some advanced stuff, advanced content, honestly, you can even just look up online how to add some cool new things and features, and they give you the code you can use with CSS. Or you can even generate it using ChatGPT. So we're going to go with this plan. I already have this plan. I do actively actually use it on my own websites that I build with Elementor and WordPress. So I'm just going to log into my account here, and I'm going to show you what that's going to look like on the inside. So once you're in the dashboard, you guys can just click on this little download button over here, and you can download the Elementor Pro. For that plan, you have up to 3 websites that you guys can use. So it's going to be downloaded. We can keep that page open. We can come back into our WordPress account. We're going to click on Add New Plugin over here. And we're going to upload a plugin here. And then we're going to open this up. And if you can't drag it, as obviously I can't here, we're just going to click on Choose File and upload it that way. So here's that Elementor Pro plugin. I'm just going to click that. And I'm going to click on Install Now. And then we're going to install it. We're going to click on Activate. And then we're going to integrate it. We have to connect and activate it to our account. So we're going to click on Connect and Activate. We're just going to click on Activate My License. And that is it. It is now active and we should be able to use it. So we now have all these additional options available under templates. We have a theme builder, we have save templates, which we will be using in this course. So let's head over back into our dashboard. And before we start editing anything, I just want to explain to you how the structure works in terms of all the formatting and the hierarchy of all the defaults. I want to explain to you where the default text comes from, and then all the children of that default. So you have the parent default, and then you have the children which inherit those default either font or colors from that parent. So I'm going to explain to you how all that works and just the basic hierarchy so that you're not confused when you start editing before we actually get into there and start adding content. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so let me give you a better idea of the theme hierarchy and how the fonts and colors work and where they get the defaults from. If this won't make too much sense for you now, don't worry, it will. So we're going to come into pages here and let's pick a page. So we can click on View Page here to access the theme settings, or we can just come over here and click on Customize. So the initial defaults for the font and the colors come from the theme, not from Elementor, okay? So if we click Customize over here, or if we come over here and we click on View Page, and we click Customize here, you have your options under here. So if you go to Global, you have your typography, which is where you see the body font, the headings font, right? So that's the options that we set in our Notepad. So if we come back into Notepad, it was Outfit and DM Sans, right? So for the headings, okay, so this is the outfit, and then the body is the DM Sans. So these are the defaults for the theme. So if we add a new body paragraph, it's going to inherit the base font from here. You have the H1 font, which is the heading 1 font, the H2 font. Now it says inherit, so it's inheriting it from these headings over here. So it's going to be outfit. So if you add a new H3 font is like heading 3. So H1 font is the biggest font. This is probably H1. And then H2 is a bit smaller, maybe something like this. And then H3 is even smaller than that, maybe something like this. And then it's H4, which is even smaller, and so on and so forth, right? So these are like defaults. These are defaults for your page. So this is where the theme defaults come from. Now, because we're using Elementor by default doesn't override these settings. It's not like when you install Elementor, now none of these settings make sense. No. So if we come out of that and now we click on edit with Elementor, I'm not editing anything here so that we use this as like the view so we can view the site. But over here is where we want to edit something, edit things. So now when I clicked on edit with Elementor, and I'm going to give you a brief rundown of Elementor as well, but over here, if you go to site settings, you will see that there is also options here for the global colors, for the global fonts, right? So, sorry, these are like the shortcuts. I'm going to explain that in a second. If we go to typography over here, you will see that they also have options here. They have the body typography, it says default. They have the H1 typography, which says default. And so you're asking, what does that default mean? Where does that default come from? And that default comes from those theme options that I just showed you. That's where they're inheriting the values. However, we can override those settings if we make the changes here. So if I come in here, for example, look at the body text. Look at this body text. If I come in here and I say, okay, I don't want this to be the default. I don't want that. We said DM sans text. I want it to be something else. I want it to be Tahoma. Now you can see that the body text changes. And that's because it's inheriting, or rather it's overriding the values that we have set for our theme. If I set Times New Roman, you will see wherever you have the text, it's going to override those values. Now, as a best practice, it's not good to do that. You don't want to meddle too much with this. And the reason is because you're going to have different texts everywhere, right? You're going to have the text that looks like this here, but somewhere else you want text to look otherwise. Not just talking about the font, but I'm talking about just the colors, for example. Back to default, there you go. Yeah, so I was saying you don't want to meddle with this stuff because every piece of content that you write will be a little different, right? Like over here you want it to be white text. Here you want it to be black. So I like to leave my typography as is. I really don't like to touch this unless I need to. So if we go into Elementor single theme templates, which we'll get into later on, in that case, we will need to edit it using these Elementor settings over here. And again, I'm going to explain all that for you, but that's the only exception. The only time we will ever be editing anything here is when we're going to be editing those single theme templates. That's the site settings. Now, that's the hierarchy, right? Then you have these shortcuts here, the global colors and the global font. So for example, I can come in here and I can say, hey, here are my global colors. Here's my defaults. But for the primary, I don't want it to be this color. I want my primary to be, I don't know, I want it to be, I guess we didn't save the exact color, like this one. That's the saved color. So maybe we want something like this, but maybe we want something a little darker maybe, for example. Right? So let's suppose we want that to be our primary. So now what's going to happen is everywhere, every piece of content that has this color added to it, attached to it, will also change. Let me show you what I mean. So if we close out of that, if we go back to the page, let's scroll back up here. So for example, this button, if we come in here and we say, hey, we want this button to be, oops, not typography. Let's reset it back to default again. Where is it? Here, the color. If we want the button to be this color, right? The one that we set, I think it was saved color 5 or primary, it was primary. So if we set this to primary, right? If we now go back into our site settings and if we go into that color theme, this button color will also change. So if we go into global colors and now we change this primary color to, let's do something totally different. Let's do like yellow, just to show you an example. If we come in here, we make it yellow and we close out of that. Now you will see the button will also change to yellow because we selected the global color for that button, right? So you do want to use global colors and the global fonts, but you don't want to use that typography. And the global colors and the fonts are basically the shortcut. So as you can see here, the button changes. The global colors and the fonts are basically a shortcut that we're going to be inputting our value in. Like let's suppose we want a yellow color for call to action, we want a blue for backgrounds, and we want a dark blue for a different type of background. We're going to enter those under site settings in global fonts and global colors, and we're going to be using that as a shortcut. It's going to be our template that, for example, again, here in the button, we can come in here and we can just set primary, boom, it's done. And then if we do want to make any changes later on for the button colors, for example, we just go back into site settings and we change the color there. So that's the hierarchy, okay? So remember, it goes from theme settings under customize, the theme settings, then it goes to Elementor typography settings, and then last but not least, it goes to the global colors. So that's where the default originates. It's those theme settings. So if we come back in here and let's say we want to set it to default, or we want to set it to the original color. Now I don't remember what that was. Something like maybe bluish, something like that. We might have to actually come in there and just find using a color picker, using the original color that was there, and then just do it that way. But that's what it is. So we'll be setting our defaults here in our shortcuts. And then as we edit the page, we'll just be able to apply the shortcuts from here. So that's what this is, okay? So hopefully this gives you an idea of the hierarchy. Hopefully this didn't confuse you even more. But all you have to know is that we're going to be setting up shortcuts in the global colors and the global fonts. That's the main gist of what you should be knowing. So global fonts as well. So for example, we want our text to be Roboto, or whatever it is, right? Then we're just going to set it up as, hey, headline, for example, we can give it a name. Headline is Roboto, and then we're going to do that. So I explained this to you in this lesson. Maybe in the next lessons, as we actually start building this out, we're going to be using the global colors and global fonts to set a good default, because I don't like Roboto. So we're going to change it to one of the ones that we set, like Outfit and DM Sans, but that's what we're going to be using. So hopefully this was helpful, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, so let's go ahead and actually add our defaults and our templates that we can easily use once we start editing the website. So what I'm using here is a Chrome extension called Color Picker Tool, and I can drag it over any element and it's gonna tell me the color. So what I wanna do here is I want to add a white color, a black color, so it's easy to access. These are two very frequently used colors. And then I wanna add this blue color, and I want to add a darker blue color. So these are the ones I want to use. As far as I can tell, these are the main ones. That way we can easily use them because these are the colors of our theme, right? So we want to be able to easily use them in different circumstances as we are building out our pages. Like for example, over here for the icons, boom, we can easily use the color theme, right? So first of all, we don't need so many colors. If you want to add more colors, by all means you can, but I'm just going to delete these because we don't need them. We are not using them anywhere. And we're just gonna use these colors here. So let's make this one white. And we're just gonna name it white for easier access. And then for text, perhaps we can have the text one version. If it's on something like a light background, we can use this grayish, but we can say text, let's say number 2, and this one we can have black. Just black text. And then for the headline, or rather not headline, but for the button, like for the primary color of our site, it's this one, right? So I think that's good enough. Yeah, that one's fine. Let's just check. Let's make sure it matches the color. So if we color pick over here, that's the color code. So let's come in here and paste it. Yes, that is the same one. But then for the secondary color, I want it to be a little darker. I want it to be this color. In some cases, we might need to use that. So we're going to come in here and copy that color. Then I'm going to come in here and paste it. And there you go. So now that's the darker color. Okay, so these are the colors that now we can use just like that with a snap of fingers. Super easy. We have the grayish text, which I believe, does this look gray? So I believe this color is white, but in some cases, like if it's on this one, I believe this one is this gray color actually, or no? No, so will there be a need for this gray color actually? I don't think so. So why don't we just toss this and then just replace this with black instead. And that way with a click of a button, we can just have black colors. So black, there you go. So that looks good. If you want to add more colors, by all means, feel free to add as many as you like. As we start adding the colors, we will also see all the theme colors from the theme that we selected. We can adjust those colors if we go to customize, but you cannot remove those colors. Those will be the default theme colors that came with the starter template theme that we installed. So those ones won't be deletable, but let's go back and change the font now. We want to change the global fonts, or rather not change it, but set up our headlines and subheadlines. So primary, we're going to name this headline. And then our headline, I believe, was outfit. So we're going to come in here and we're going to make it outfit. And then for our headline, we probably want a little larger text, right? We want maybe as a default, we can maybe 30. This is something that we're going to play around with. It's not something that we can tell right away because we will have to see what it looks like on the page. But with a click of a button, for example, we would have something like this, where for the main headline, maybe it'll be 32. And we can actually say headline 1. And then let's say, for example, subheadline, we can do the same thing. We want this to be, let's say outfit, but we don't want it to be so big. So for the subheadline, maybe we want it to be 22, and then we want it to be not as bold. We want it to be maybe medium, something like this, if available. These options here, depending on the font that you pick, like in this case, it is available, but depending on the font that you pick, you might not see such variety. You might see just, for example, thin, medium, and bold. That's it. So don't freak out if you don't see a specific weight for your theme. That's that. We don't have to adjust anything else. That looks fine here. So we've set that. And then for the text, we want it to be the DM sans. And for this one, we want it to be smaller, right? We don't want big text. So I think a 16 would look good. Something like that, maybe 18. You want to make it more readable. And we definitely want it to be normal, not too light, not too big. And there you go. So we have our headline, we have our subheadline. That's an outfit, and then that is in DM. So that looks good. Changes are already saved. Let's go back. Now, one more thing I do want to do is I want to make the button, when we click on the button, I want to have it have a hover effect, because right now it doesn't look like we're even hovering over it. So I will click on buttons over here, and I'm going to head over to hover, and then we're going to click on colors, and then see here it's all easily accessible. We can make it secondary, for example. And then when we hit save changes, so the settings should show up now when you click on learn more. If not, then just go to the main page, refresh it. And if you hover over a button, as you can see, it's got that little hover effect, right? Which I think is cool. Now, keep in mind that if a button has individual settings set, then as I mentioned, those settings will override these default settings, right? So remember, it goes theme, Elementor default settings, and then the individual button settings. So here, the individual settings are that it has a white hover effect. So they are overriding our default site settings, as opposed to over here, where it's not. There are no settings set, and so it just does whatever the default is, and it matches this color. That's what we're going to go with. So now whenever we add a button, even if it's a button that we don't have control over in terms of editing, it's going to follow this suit, where it's going to have the color and then it's going to have the darker background. And of course, we can edit individual buttons. Again, don't worry, you're not setting the button for life now. And that's what it's going to look like. So I think we're on the right track in terms of setting up our defaults. I think we set up everything we wanted to, and now we're ready to head in there and let's start off from top to bottom. So let's go in there and start adding our header, or editing our header, before we start moving down the page and editing all this content. So I will see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, so before we start editing it, we should create a logo for ourselves, of course, in case you don't have one. If you have a logo, great, just skip this lesson, go on straight to the next one. If you don't, we're gonna build a nice professional looking logo using Canva. So if we head over to go.ivanmana.com/Canva, again, it's my link and you guys get a free trial. So you can use it for free. However, some of the features that we will be using are premium, are paid. So I'm just going to come in here and just log into this account. You guys can just sign up, create a new one if you don't have it. Very, very easy way to make a logo. And we're going to build one together here in this lesson. So here we are inside the Canva dashboard. A lot of professionals use Canva. So oftentimes, even if you hire a professional logo designer, they will most likely be using Canva to do that. So in Canva, we're just going to click on logo over here. And the cool thing about Canva is that if you're not a natural designer like myself, they give you templates you guys can use. Like if you look over here on the left-hand side, they have templates for all these different logos that you can use. Look at that. So depending on what niche you're in, if you're maybe a chef or an artist, this Olivia one looks very good. If you're a photographer, this one looks really good, looks really professional. Just take a look and see if you're like in the modeling business or something, this looks great for modeling. If you're clothes or maybe an e-commerce store, this looks great for that. So take a look, find something that looks professional that suits your needs. I think that looks really nice. Photography, this is an option. We're just going to replace the logo, which we'll be able to do. This looks very nice too. We could use something like that, where instead, of course, we'll replace it with dynamic growth agency. So maybe DG or something, we'll do that. Take a look at other variations. They have a lot of different logo options here. Very, very easy to do. This one's clean and simple. Maybe for like skincare product or something, this would be perfect. This one's for like tapes or music records or something. You guys can use that. So let's just keep scrolling, see what we can find. So this is the one that I really like. I'm just going to drop it off here right now that we can use, but in the meantime, we could also keep looking for another designer one. Oof, this looks like a computer cleaner program or something. But keep in mind, you guys can change this, right? Blue House, that looks really nice, like a real estate maybe company. This would be amazing to do. But again, keep in mind, you can change anything. You can change the colors of the icons. You can change the words, right? So I think this one looks nice. I use this template for everything, so I'm really familiar and comfortable with it. But yeah, take a look. Tons of really good logo ideas, especially if you're design impaired like myself. And I really need to get some ideas and some good templates, really. So yeah, so that looks fine. I think I'm happy with this template. So let's just close out of that. So the first thing I like to do is I just like to right click and expand to whiteboard. And I don't like to be constrained by that little box there. I just kind of edit the logo like this. So let's change the image. Let's start off with the image. So we're going to click on design over here or elements. And if you don't see this right away, you can just type in logo and it's going to pull up the graphics for the logo. And then this is something that we're going to use for our brand instead of this one because a camera doesn't make sense, right? So just look through these. I like this one a lot and then just change the colors up around, but we can use anything at all. This one could look good, and then we could have the words like inside it. That would be cool. So as you can see, a lot of these are pro, but it costs like what, $12 a month. So if you don't have a logo, this is certainly worth it. Worst case, you can just pay, right? And then just have the logo ready and then just not have to renew it again. Better than paying hundreds of dollars for a logo designer. So that looks kind of cool. Yeah, so look at all these options. This looks really nice too. This looks kind of cool. If we can do something like that and then have the words underneath. So let's have some options ready, right? That's what I like to do is just kind of pull up the ones that I like and then just compare. Ooh, this one looks really nice too. That one looks really cool because I really like the checkmark idea. It's like, boom, you know, we're going to help you with all your marketing, blah, blah, blah. This one looks really cool too. It doesn't really make sense with us, right? The only letter it makes sense for is agency. But aside from that, it doesn't really match. This one looks cool too, but it doesn't really mean anything. So as you can see, this is perfect, right? This is a perfect, oh, this one looks really cool for dynamic, right? Like dynamic growth agency. This will be really nice as well for our favicon, for the little icon that shows up over there. I think this would be cool. Yeah, so I think we have enough ideas. I think the most relevant one for us could be this one. We would change the colors around. We would add our theme colors to this, and I think it could look really cool. So let's remove all these. We're going to delete all these. We're going to stick with this and then this sort of layout. So that looks good. Now we do want to change up the colors. We want to make the colors to match the color of our site, right? So that's like this bluish color and then the, oops, it's lagging a little bit, not allowing me to scroll down or up. That's okay. Let's refresh the page. But yeah, just have these different color schemes, right? So maybe we'll have the lighter blue, maybe we can keep that, and then we can use this blue here from this site. What's going on with the internet? We can use this light blue right here. So let's come in here, let's go into site settings, let's go into the global colors, and let's grab that. And then after we do that, we can also edit the image and increase the saturation and things like that. So we're going to copy that. Let's come back here. Let's change this color here into, let's click add, let's paste the color here, something like that. I don't know if I'm a fan of that. You know, that doesn't look bad at all, but let's see if we can do something with this darker color as well. I'm going to control C that. Come in here and let's change this color now. Okay. I like this much better. I think this looks cool, but I think it would be better if it was reversed. So we're going to select that for that. And then for this bottom color here, we're going to select the, oh, I guess that color disappeared. Let's add it again. Okay, I think that looks really good. I'm really happy with that. Now we could also edit the image. We could increase the saturation and things like that. We will be able to access these after we add some settings. So if I go to adjust, and if we scroll down and we increase the vibrance by a bit, let's see if there's a difference. Is there even a difference here? Not that noticeable, to be honest, but let's go back. Now we should be able to play around with all these settings as well. So you can play around with all these options depending on what you're looking for. I think this looks pretty good right now. So we can just keep that as is, but we do want to delete that. And let's just come in here and do something like this. And now these words, they don't make sense, right? So let's at least write the right word. So we have Zoom out a little bit more. Let's say dynamic growth agency. I don't know if we want to put the word agency there. Maybe we'll just say dynamic growth. Or maybe we will say dynamic growth agency. Okay. Don't worry, we're going to make it look much nicer than this. Yeah, I think dynamic growth is good. I don't think we need to add more, but we do want to add more space in between the lines. I think that's too tight. So I want the line spacing a little bit more, not too much. Let me use the arrow keys. Make it a little bit less like that. And then we can do the same thing here. Adjust the line spacing. Wow, it's at negative 98. It was really squeezed in. So it doesn't look like growth much if it's all squeezed in, right? So we want to see if we can make it maybe something like, doesn't have to be too much either, but zoom in. Yeah, you know, like for a start, that's not bad at all. For somebody with no design creativity skills, I think this is an amazing start. Well, like me, I mean, dynamic growth, and then we can play around and kind of add different layouts. Let me see if we can make this a little closer together. Boom. What do you guys think? I think not bad at all. Not bad at all for a logo. Dynamic growth. I think we can use this. I like it. Sorry. Sometimes have these perfectionist problems. And speaking of perfectionist problems, let's see if we can move that up a little bit. Okay, I am happy with this logo. I think this looks amazing. So let's go ahead and save that. So I'm just going to select everything. I'm going to group it. And then I just want to export this thing, right? I don't want like the whole page. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to say download selection. And it doesn't have to be big because it is a logo. And we do want it to be a transparent background. So we are going to download that option. And we can give it a name here, by the way. So we should have named it color logo. Let's just redo it with the right name. We're going to say download here. We're going to say transparent background and oops. We want this selection. So we're going to download that selection. As you can see, the dimensions are different now, right? We want a transparent background. This is going to be important because once we start adding content on our site, it's got to match the dimensions. Because if it's too fat and there's empty space before and after, it's going to be very difficult getting rid of that extra space. So we're going to save that as the color logo. Now, what we could potentially do as well is this one is like a white logo, right? Notice how this one has the white space. So we also want a white logo. So we're just going to come in here and copy it. And actually, I believe that it saved it as just as the dynamic because this name doesn't apply when you select to a specific image. But that's okay. We'll just rename it in the downloads folder. So what we want to do here is we want to make this white. So maybe white and gray or something like that. So we're going to come in here. We're going to make this one white, right, for the transparent pages if you want the transparent header. And then I'm thinking how we want to do this. So maybe because we already made all the changes via the edit bar over here, we're going to have to just add a new element here and just change it to white then. So let's see if we can come back up here and grab that same image here. Then this one we can drop. Just going to add it here, see if we can make it the same size, something like that. That's perfect. And then we're going to drag it here. Got to make sure we see our text. I think it's something like that. Let's just make this black so we can see it for now. And then we want to make this white. So we're going to make the top color white, right? And then think of something like this. I don't think dark gray would look good, but maybe something like light blue could work, right? Over here on this page, if we're thinking this. This is for a transparent background, guys. So we're doing a logo for a transparent background if you wish to have a transparent background, and a logo for a like a standard background for a white background. So that's what we're doing here. So let's make these back to white. Okay, so this looks good. I'm happy with that. And we're going to group it. And then what I want to do for this, actually, what we could do is we can make the colors of the text the same as this. So we could come in here, we can click edit, and there should be an option somewhere to just, let me see if I right click here, to apply colors to page. And that way it applies these colors, but I'm going to undo it because I want that to stay white. And instead what we're going to do is, well, we can't get those colors anymore. Let's go back to our page. Let's copy this one here. We're going to copy that here. We're going to click on the top one here, select it. And we're going to add the corresponding color. Actually, I think it was this one. So that's that. And then this one we can click it, select it here, and then it's going to be this color here. And yeah, that's our logo, guys. Okay, now that I think of it, I do want these to be a little closer. Ungroup, we're just going to move them a little closer, just like that, and that should be good to go. So we're going to Control G to group them together. And that is it. Okay, so now I'm happy with this one. So now let's come in here and we're going to download the selection again. And we're going to get a transparent background. And we're just going to start the download. Oh, okay, now it is downloading the color logo with a name. Okay, and then this one we want to be the transparent one. So we're going to, it is grouped. We're going to download selection. And then we're going to have a transparent background on that white. And then we're going to download it. I think it's pretty good for a logo made using Canva. Now, that's one option to make a logo. If you want something a little more AI generated with less input from you, there is an app you can go to. If you go to go.ivanmana.com/Luca, this is a logo generator that you can use. So you would enter your company name, you would fill in some details, and then they would generate a logo for you using AI. So if a company name is Dynamic Growth Agency, you can click to get started. Now, this is pretty expensive. So if you are able to put in the effort, I would definitely go with Canva because this is really, really expensive. So it could be like $100 per logo or something like that. But let me just show you roughly what this could look like. So let's see, digital agency, for example, we'll click continue. So it gives you some templates. So not far off from what Canva does, right? Canva gives you these templates too, but what this allows you to do is to regenerate. So if you pick, for example, this one, you like this one, you can click on continue, you can choose your color scheme. Like this is more AI generated. Let's see, let's click at that. We'll say digital marketing, digital, just to show you roughly what it's going to look like. So you can pick a logo to customize. So it's a little, the default options they give you are a little more professional. So continue as a guest. They're a little more professional right off the bat. But you can customize it, you can regenerate it, things like that. So if you want a more AI generated solution where you just put in some details and it spits out a logo for you, this would be it. Now, if you want a human to do your logos for you, if you like the logo you see in the top left of this site you're on, of the membership site, Online Marketing Blueprint, or you like my logo at ivanmana.com, the gentleman who did it for me, his name is Janice. And if you go to go.ivanmana.com/Janice, you will see his portfolio over here on Behance. Very, very good logo designer. He's done a bunch of projects for me in terms of design. So you can take a look at his portfolio. You can contact him on LinkedIn, so on and so forth, and he'll be happy to help you. So he does a very good job. So if you want complete hands-off, you can go with Janice. If you want half hands-off, you can go with Luca. And if you want full control of the logo and a good-looking logo here, you can use Canva. Janice does, by the way, use Canva. He uses Canva and Photoshop, so he does use Canva as well to build the designs. So that is how you make the designs, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this was helpful for you. In the next lessons, we're going to be putting this to good use and actually building out the website using this logo that we created. So I will see you in the next lesson. So congratulations, you should have a nice looking logo available if you haven't already. So before we start editing the header and the footer and the rest of the page, let me just give you a brief rundown of Elementor and how it works and just the general settings. So in general, whenever you go to any page, you can choose a page, home page, about us, contact page, whatever page you want, you will have this option here where it says elements on the left-hand side. And you will be able to drag and drop them. Now, I do have the Pro plan. It is strongly recommended that you have it for many reasons, as I showed you in the previous lesson, such as additional settings here or the contact form, which reduces the need for additional plugins, things like that. But if you don't, I will be offering you additional plugin recommendations. For example, if you want email form and you don't want to use this form here, or you don't want to pay for Elementor Pro, you can just use the WP Forms plugin, which isn't as customizable, it doesn't have as many options, but it is a potential alternative. But yeah, we're going to be using everything here. You know, we have all access to all this. And if you want to add something, you can just come in and just drag it here like that. Drag and drop, super simple. This one, you have different tabs. You can sort, hey, I want to go tab A, tab B, tab 1, tab 2, tab 3. And then you can right click and you can delete. You have all these other things here, right? Obviously like a heading. I'm going to come in here and just drag a heading here. And this is where we can come in and we can go into style and we can go into text color. Hey, I want this to be white. right? And I want it to be the typography. I want it to be the default text, which is pretty small. We should probably go back and make it bigger. If there's anything that you really like, you could also come in here and you can save it. You can say, hey, you know what? We're going to make the size much bigger than the 32 that we set. Maybe make it like for a headline 1, maybe something like this. And then you can come in here and you can save it. Okay, we want this to be the main headline. And then we can come back in and just delete the other one, right? So you can do that. You can add, here's the little plus sign. You click on plus and you can add any element you like. You have images, which again, all of this we will be getting into, but I'm just giving you a brief rundown. So yeah, you can change anything. If you want to move anything up, if you want to move a column up, we're going to go into advanced and we're going to be adjusting the padding and the margin. And that's what they have over here, actually. For example, where, well, this is an icon box. Yeah, where they put the icon box, as you can see, if you go into advanced, they have 240 margin added to the right. So that image was supposed to be over here, but they've added a bunch of margin. So if you keep adding it, it's just going to make it smaller and smaller. So we're going to make this 240. And actually, if we make it to 0, just to give you an idea, see, it's like that. So that's how you can create these images where basically you have an image stacked on top of another one, same as what they have here. So they have images added here, so you can come in here, you can click choose image, you can replace the images, so on and so forth. This is the footer. We will be adding it or making changes to it via either the theme or via Elementor. So depending on your preference, I will give you the options and I will show you how to do with both. And of course, I will give you my recommendation. You also have mobile optimization here, which we will get into. So you can go to tablet view, you can go to mobile view, and they should all be already mobile optimized. So you shouldn't have to do anything. That's the beauty of these themes, is that you really don't have to do anything at all. Just change a few things around. You can preview the page. Whenever you make changes, you click preview, and you'll be able to preview it. So every element or element and component will have the content. The content is like, for example, the words inside the heading. The style is you styling that content. What color do you want it to be? What typography? And then advanced are additional options. So if you want to move the whole container to the left or to the right, you can do that. If you want to make any sort of motion effects, like a pop-up effect or a hover effect, when somebody hovers over it, you want this to be bigger, or responsive effect, like if you want this to only show up on desktop or only mobile or something like that, that's what you would use the advanced for. So we're going to go back into content. So that's it for just the main basic rough overview of Elementor. Now, in terms of these settings here, so as you already know, if you click on site settings, that's where you'll be changing the defaults. If you click on structure, it's going to give you like a table of contents. A good practice is to label and to name your containers. So this container, when I click on it, as you can see, it's selected. So a good practice is to just double click that and say hero. And now we'll know at a glance. And then if we go to container, that's the small container within this hero section. And then if we click here, that's the next container. So this is maybe like an about us. So we can come in here and we can name it about us. So that's something I recommend for you to do for a long-term project, just so it's easier to keep track, but it really depends how organized you are. And if you want to just get into it and do it, or if you want to spend some time organizing yourself, you guys can do that. You have your site settings over here. The page settings, where you can publish this page. You can make it a draft. You can make it private. You can publish it. You can make the page layout. The canvas means there will be no header and footer on the page. So if you make it canvas, there is no header and footer. Well, I probably shouldn't have clicked that because now it's going to take a while to load. Let's go back into settings. You have the Elementor full width, which is going to expand it to the full width content, including the header and footer. Let's go back here. And you have the theme, which is going to go by the theme settings. So you wanted to leave it as default. There will be exceptions though, and we will be using this, especially when we're going to be going over the blog post content. So once we go over the blog post content, that's where we're going to be doing that. You have your note panel where you can just click on here. And if you're working with team members, you can share a note. So if you click on any section, let's suppose, here's the headline. Hey, need better headline. You can just leave a note, right? And then people can read it. They'll see it in one over here. And it's a nice little way to just communicate with people. So we're going to delete that and close out of that. And then last but not least, we should go into here. We have the theme builder. We will get into that as we start editing our blog page and the header and the footer, actually, as well as some other pages like the archive page, the 404 page, things like that. You have your history over here. So if you make any mistakes, you can go back. We haven't made any big changes here for it to be shown here, but you have the revisions and then you have the actions here. So you'll be able to come back and just select a previous version. You can do that. You have keyboard shortcuts. If you guys are into that and you want to, of course, do things faster, you can just come in here and memorize some of these shortcuts, some of the obvious ones, undo, copy, paste, pretty straightforward. And then, of course, the user preferences. So this is important. I do want to use quick options. This is really important. This is really cool, where whenever now you hover over an element, might have to save for it to show up, there will be additional options like duplicate and delete. So you no longer there, see? Now we have duplicate and delete. It kind of pops out as opposed to us having to manually do it. So you definitely want to keep that on. And this is the default width for your page. You can toggle that on or off. Default settings, hidden elements, things like that. And then when you exit, when you come in here and when you click on exit to WordPress, this is going to say, where do you want to exit to? So in general, I want to exit to all posts when I click exit. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to click publish. And now that that's done, now that you have a good idea of the theme, the templates, the how to edit it with Elementor, let's get in there and start creating our header. So there are two ways to do that. And I'm going to show you the first way in the next lesson. I'll see you there. Okay, so let's start off with a header. So there are two ways you can edit your header. The first one is via Elementor. We can go to the theme builder and we can create a theme for our header that we can then use on every page on our site. So that's one way to do it. I think it's good if you have a more complicated header. Maybe if you have 2 or 3 headers, one with like a special promotion discount, and then the menu bar, and then maybe a utilities bar below that or above that, so on and so forth. So my rule of thumb is if you have a more complicated template for a header, then you can use the Elementor one. But if you have something more simple like this, which will be the case for most websites, then you can just use the default theme builder, which isn't much of a builder. It's a pain in the butt to work with, but like this looks good, right? There's nothing really we need to change. So that's the first way that we can do it. So let me show you how to do it here using just the default theme. And then I'm going to show you how to do it with Elementor. I think this theme looks good for the purpose of this site. I don't think there's much to do. So for this module, we're just going to be sticking with this theme, but I will show you how to use the Elementor builder as well so that you know how to add something more complicated if you want to. So let's do it. So we can probably stay on this page. Let's come in here and let's right click and open this in a new tab. I don't want to lose sight of this page. I want to see what it looks like all the time. And then from the main theme settings, and by the way, your settings will differ depending on the theme that you take. So depending on the theme, you might see, for example, sidebar options, or you might not, or you might see additional options depending on the theme that you take. So if you don't see some of the options that I have here, or if you see way more options, that's why. It's because you picked a different theme. So just keep that in mind. So we're going to go into header builder right over here. And the header builder follows the same template as a footer builder in terms of you're going to have these options here at the bottom where you can just drag and drop. Like if you want to put the site title in the middle there, it's going to go to the middle. If you want to put it just to the left of the primary menu, it's going to be there to the left of the primary menu. So you can edit it like this. I, for example, would like to add a little button to the right of the contact. I'd like a button that says, for example, get started now. So we can click here, we can click on button, and that's basically it. Like this is where you would make the changes. And then this button should also change because we've edited the default settings. So it automatically places the nice button there. We can come in there and edit it, of course, and it's already set to the right. So we have different elements we want to change, right? So let's start off by changing the logo. So we can just click on here, makes it super easy. And actually, let me go back. Let me show you something first. So you have the transparent header, and that's this one, what you see right here. This is the transparent header. So it's going to have a different logo, right? Obviously a different color logo than you would with the non-transparent header. So if you want to have a different logo for a normal page, like a blog page, which isn't transparent, you would add that here. Now, in this case, we do want to add the transparent logo to the specific transparent header. So we're going to come in here. Okay, so I went ahead and added all these different images that we'll be using throughout the course at different times. Of course, we might have to pull up new images, but these are the core ones that I just want to have in the library to save us some time. So for the logo, we are going to drag this transparent header one. So we're going to choose image. They might ask us to crop it, or they might not. And there you go. So there's your logo up and ready to go on the transparent header. Now we also want to add the logo to the non-transparent header. So we come in here and we're just going to select this image here. Now these other images came with the theme, so that's why you might see them there. These are just the images that came as a default. So we're going to hit save. Okay, here's where they ask us to crop it. I don't think we need to. We shouldn't crop it, otherwise well, actually, it's not bad. This could work, but we can also just click skip cropping and it'll do that. Now, don't worry that it shows up as blue here. This is just a visual bug, I guess. If you come into the main page and you refresh it, you should see it over here. So on the transparent background, it will always have the white logo that we set, right? And then on a non-transparent background, if we decide to not have the transparency, it's going to use this logo. So that's how that works. So that's for the logo. And by the way, I will show you how to add a transparent background versus non-transparent shortly after we do this. But let's first adjust the menu and the button. Actually, let's do the button first because that just bothers me that it just says button. So let's say something like get free something, get free consultation. I don't know if we want to say get free. Do we want to say get free? Okay, let's say get free consultation. Let's do something like that. So it says that, and we don't want to take them here. We want to take them to the contact page, but we don't have any of this stuff set yet. So we might just have to come back and add some finishing touches, or we can just come in here and do it now. So just copy that page and then paste it here. There you go. That works. Unless, of course, you decide to change the URL for the contact page. In that case, you would just have to go back. But in our case, I think that's fine. So that looks good for the button. I think that is good. So let's go ahead and publish and just see the changes we have so far. Let's go back to the home page. And as you can see, this doesn't have the overlay or the hover effect here, right? So that's something we do want to change. So we're going to go into button over here. We want to go into design. And the reason for that is when we made these hover effects for the buttons here, we did them in Elementor, right? But this header isn't done with Elementor. This header is done via the theme. So that's why if we want to edit this button color, we have to do it via the theme settings. So we're going to come in here. So we're looking for background color right here, and we're looking for just the hover effect. We don't want to change the default color, which we have set as blue for this site. We want to change the hover effect, and the hover effect we want to make this one. So when we hover over it, it becomes this color. I believe that's the same color as here, right? This one stopped working, I guess. We'll have to go back and fix that. But yeah, this looks like it's the same color. So that's all it is. So we're just going to publish, and now we come in here and we refresh. So now it should show up like that, right? So that is it for the button and the logo. So now for the menu. So you have to think, you have to take a moment to think, what do you want to be included in the menu? And we're going to have different menus. So we're going to have this menu. You might have a menu for the bottom of the page, like important links, terms and conditions, legal business. And then we're going to create another menu for disclaimer, privacy policy, cookie page, right? So we're going to have at least 3 different menus based on this site. Now, for these ones, we're not going to edit them. That's just for your reference if you want to do something. The main menus we're going to be editing are these ones, like the main menu, and then the legal page menu, like the privacy policy, terms of use, and so on. So just keep in mind, there are different menus we'll be working with. So we're going to click on configure menu from here. Oh, that's spelled wrong, spelled manu. We can fix that too. I'll show you where. But we have different menus, as you can see here. So we can choose, hey, over here, we want the primary menu, as opposed to if you want a quick links menu, for example, it's going to move it to, it might not show it here visually, but over here it does. It will change if we refresh, but we don't want that. We want the primary menu, right? So we're going to do that, and then we're going to hit edit. And now you have to think about what sorts of pages do you want to show up. So amenities probably won't apply for us. So we're just going to remove it. Pricing, it might or might not apply to us depending on what you want to do. We can leave it here for now. Let's add let's see, what else could we want? Let's add a blog page, for example. So we're going to add a new page. We're going to say blog, and we're going to say add. And so we have a homepage, about us page, pricing, contact, blog. So you can rearrange it however you want to. I think this is a good arrangement. Sometimes you have to really try hard because it, let's see if we can move this up like that, and then this one up like that. So take a look and see how you want it. I think it should be, let's say, home, about us, pricing, contact, blog. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's preview, let's save and preview and see what it looks like. So there you go. And then we'll be editing every single one of these pages, right? So for the pricing page, it's going to be blank. Or no, in this case, they already have it, but I'm going to show you different ways you can add the pricing widgets on here to make it look nice. So home, about us, contact, pricing. In fact, I feel like about us and contact should be close to each other. So let's move pricing over to maybe above about us. Oops. Yeah, it's difficult sometimes. And you can also make a submenu, by the way. This is how you do it. So if you then select on an option, it's going to show up here. And that's something we could change as well, but we don't want that. We don't want that to be a sub item either. Okay, so it took me a bit, but I was able to rearrange it. It's just very, very finicky. You just have to keep playing around with it until it works. And there you go. Okay, so we're going to have the home, the pricing, the blog, about us, contact page, and the button over here. So this looks good. And so if you want to design the menu, if you want to make it be a certain font or certain color or have underline or whatnot, then you can just go back, select the menu, right? And remember, you have the normal header and the transparent header. So if you want to change this, this is the transparent header. So you got to come here. Then you have to click on design, and then over here you can change all the colors for whatever you want. So this is now white if you want to make it red. And then if you want to make an on hover effect color this, you can do that, or sorry, active color. You can do a background color, like if you want to make that red, you know. This doesn't look good, obviously, but I'm just showing you where you would do that. And then here you have the submenu colors. So I don't know if you remember when we accidentally set the submenu under blog or something. This is where you would set that color. So you would have made it, because it was on a white background, you would make it maybe like blue or something, right? So that when you select the submenu options, you'll have it here. So this is how you edit the header using the theme defaults, the theme settings. So this is going to be our header that we're going to be using. Now, really quickly, let me show you how you can activate and deactivate the transparent header itself, because sometimes you might not want the transparent header. So if we close out of that, if we go to, let's say, edit the page, not with Elementor, we're just editing the page via this block editor. If we go to Astro over here, if we go to advanced settings, we can disable the transparent header, and then we can return to post, and then we can save. And then you will see that now the settings for the site will have to do with whatever options we set for the non-transparent header. So if we go to, let's see, go back to customize. If we go to header builder, it's going to be these settings here now, not the transparent ones. So for the primary menu, for example, if we want to design it, we can come in here. And now, if let's do like zoom in, for example, let's see if we publish, see what that looks like. Let's duplicate this. And we're just going to close that. And as you can see now, it zooms in. Or if you do underline, you publish, it will now do a little underline, right? But it's very limited. You don't have too much control over, for example, how much space between the underline, right? So that's where, if you want that level of control, you would go with the Elementor builder. But I don't like this sort of header. I think it looks much better when it was transparent. But at the very least, what we can do for pages that don't have a transparent header, at the very least, what I would do is let me just select that menu. And I just want to change the color of the text. I want to make it, let's say, we don't want to make it white. We want to make it black, for example, right? Maybe dark blue or something. And then on hover effect, this is going to be, the second one's going to be hover. We want to make it lighter blue. So like that looks nice, you know? So for pages, or rather, if you don't want to use the Elementor builder and you don't want to use the transparent header, then this is where you would go to make these changes. And then if you want to add more content, you could still add more content up top. So for example, over here, if I want to add, let's say, social bars, right? I could add it at the top, or I can move it maybe over here. You can do that. But again, you know, the control is a bit limited in terms of you just moving it around anywhere on the page as you could with Elementor. You don't have that same level amount of control unless you go in and find the element ID and then edit it using CSS, and it's just more painful. So that's basically, honestly, that doesn't even look too bad. We could drop it to the bottom like this and see what that looks like. No, I liked it better up top. We can see if we can remove the height spacing. Sometimes you can't, just because the individual elements contained within them are constraining it. But in this case, we can. So we want to make it smaller. So say it doesn't go less than 30 because the individual elements inside of them have the height of 30. So you can't crush the element. Then, you know, it's just not going to work. So I think that looks good. But then what we do want to do is just come in here and change the URLs. Facebook.com/ well, let's put my page for now. And then, you know what? Let's just do this for now. For this one, we could say https instagram.com/ivanmana.biz. That's my business Instagram that I just opened recently. Then we can show label. Let me see what that does. Yeah, no, that doesn't look good, but you could design that to not be red if you want to make it like the bluish color, but I don't think that looks good. So we're just going to hide the label. I think that's nice and minimal and, you know, gives a little edge. So let's see what that looks like. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, I think the transparent header looked much better, but I just showed you what you would do, right? So let's come in here, let's enable the transparent header. And you would do the same exact thing for every single page, by the way. So every single page that you want to have a transparent header, you would go into advanced settings and just, well, the transparent header is set on by default. So if you don't want it, you would just disable it for every page that you don't want that transparent header to be on. So that's what that would look like. So now that we've disabled it, let's see what that would look like. If we refresh the page, did we save it? Okay, we didn't save it though. Okay, so I think that's saved for now. Okay, so there you go. The icons are there, but they're black. If you want to keep those icons, you would probably have to make them white, but I don't think they look good. I don't think the icons look good. So if we publish, let's see what that's going to look like. If we refresh, yeah, that doesn't look good. So we're just going to remove that. If you want something like this, again, I'd recommend the Elementor builder, which we're going to be doing. But we're just going to go with a simple transparent background for this page. So something that looks like this, looks nice and clean. Now, in terms of the menus, by the way, you could also edit the menus by going to, let's leave the page. Apologies if you are hearing any sounds, by the way. Those are some of my neighbors next door cutting down some of their trees. So fun stuff. So in terms of the menu, if you go to appearance, you go to menus, you can also edit your menus here. So you would select the menu, important links, or in our case, the primary menu, and then you would just add whatever options you want. So if you want to add specific posts even, or you want to add specific custom links or categories as a menu option, you can do so here. But I think these are good, and these pages are automatically added now to our pages right over here. So let me show you the second way to add a header to your page, and then you can decide which one you like better. I think this one looks great, so I think we're going to keep this one, but just so you know how to edit it, let me show you. All right, so if you want a little more control over your header and you want more details there and full customization options, we can do that via the Elementor builder, the Elementor theme builder. So click on the little hamburger menu in the top left and click on theme builder, or if you exit to WordPress, if you go to, it's going to be under templates, go to theme builder. So either one of those is fine, it's the same thing. And then here they have some default templates for us that we can use. So for the header, the footer, the error 404, they also have pop-ups that we'll be doing as well. So this is a pro feature. So by the way, if you want to edit your header and you don't have the pro feature, then the first option will be your only way to do that. So just another reason for why I strongly recommend Elementor Pro. So we're going to click on header over here. And the first thing we'll do is let's give it a name in case we start making different headers and whatnot. And so you can choose a template. You can, let me see if you can just view it. Yeah, so here's some templates. I think this looks really nice, actually. So something like this, where see you have the two bars. And again, you can do that with a regular builder, but it's just much more of a pain to do that. So take a look at these different options, maybe this one. So as you can see, it's the same thing, right? It's just more customizable. Here's the standard one, like this, with a little phone number. Here's another one. So take a look at them. They give you 9 options you can choose from. I think maybe something like this isn't bad, where it'll have some details about us on the top. So we can do that, and we can insert. You can click on generate variations as well, by the way, and that should generate some additional options for you in terms of color and layout and things like that. So we're going to click on don't apply over here, and we're just going to be editing the header here. So there you go. So the first thing I want to do is change the name. Trust me, because it becomes a pain later on. So let's name it header 1, for example. And here we want to come in here and add our logo. It's going to be something like that. And it's too small, so we want to increase it a little bit. So this is the introduction to the Elementor builder. Okay, so we're going to be changing things up around here using the Elementor builder. So instead of just telling you what every single thing does and what every single element is, instead we're just going to go in there and I'm just going to do it and I'm going to explain what I do. But hopefully by the end of this module, you will know exactly how to build anything, how to build any site, because you will know what settings to look for. So in this case, for example, I just tried to make the image bigger. I just adjusted the width of it. So I'm increasing the width, as you can see, and the logo does have maximum dimensions, so it doesn't go more than, I believe, it was 160, right? We said. So if we make it less than 160, then it's going to decrease. But if we make it more than 160, it's going to stay the same size. It's just going to increase in width, but nothing's going to happen. And that's because the size of the image itself is that small. So you keep it like that. We could, however, also increase the height. And if we increase the height, then we would be able to increase the width. But then that makes it so that it's a little bigger. So depending on how big you want the logo to be, I don't think we want it to be too big. So I think something like This is good enough, for example. And then there's already, as you can see, there's just so much space at the top and bottom. So we can come in here. We're going to select this entire container. We're going to click on advanced. And then as you can see here, there's extra padding. So padding is that space between the element and the next thing, right? So over here, there's padding of 15 at the top and 15 at the bottom. So if we remove it, for example, it's just going to remove the padding. So it's going to be a little tighter here. And that's what we want. I don't like this button at all. I think the gold doesn't match our site at all. So I'm going to click on add element and we're going to look for the button. And we're just going to drag it here. Try to find that option there. We're going to delete this one. I don't like that one. And then we have it here. Now, in this case, you can see the terms, they're kind of in the middle. We don't want that. So we're going to adjust that as well shortly. Now for this button, as you can see, it applies those default settings. Instead of click here, we want to say, get a free consultation, just like that. And if you do want to increase the button size as well, if you go into if you go into style and you go into the padding for the box, you can just increase it. So this option here links all these together. And if you deselect it, then it only changes one of these dimensions. So we do want them all together at the start as we make it bigger, but then we want to stop at a certain point. No, that's too big. So we want to make it, in terms of the height, that looks fine, maybe 21, but then we want to deselect it. And then from the left, we want to, for example, add a little bit more. And then from the right, we want to add a little bit more. So that's how you make the button a little bigger, is by adjusting those settings. And then, yeah, everything else looks fine. This menu, we're going to change the menu. It's not important links. It's the primary menu that we want to add. And I don't like the gold, right? It shouldn't have that gold. So on hover, we're going to come into style, into hover, and we're going to change this to our, let's say, primary. Either primary or our secondary color. So whichever one looks better, I think. Secondary one's kind of hard to, because that's already the color of it. Okay. So then we can make it maybe primary. Yeah, so it's up to you. You can play around with it. I think maybe a darker color makes more sense. And then we're going to make this. And here are our templates, by the way, right? So this is why we added those colors. It's just so much easier now. We don't have to pick and choose and spend the time doing that. So we're just going to do that. And then when you hover over it, as you can see, it becomes a little lighter. Now, we do want to move this over a little bit to the right, and we can't with the way that it's set up now. So what we should do instead is we have to add this container. So let me tell you about the structure of an Elementor page. So you first have a container. When you add an element, it becomes a container. And then inside that container, you can add elements. So what's happening here is you have one container with these 3 elements. So you can't adjust the position of any container because they're not in a container. They're in one, or rather they're not in their individual container. They're in the big container for all these elements. So what we're going to do is let's delete that. And then we want to add a container here instead. So we're going to click container. We're going to drag it, let's say here. And then we're going to drag this menu inside that container. And so now we'll have more control over it because now we can select either one. So we can select the individual element, for example, and then we can align it to the right. We can make it go to the end, and now it's going to look better, right? But this is a little squished. So let's come back here and reduce some of that padding here that we have. We don't need that much, so we want to make the button look good. So in this case, what we want to do is we don't want this container to take up the whole size, because right now the container is taking up the whole size. So we want to click on that container, and we just want to decrease the width of that container by a little bit. Oops. So we're just going to make it just enough, just big enough so that the button is still visible without taking over, right? Like if we push it, we don't want to push it too hard. So we're just going to make it something like this, right? I think that looks good. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. Let me know what you guys think. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Sorry, if we click on that container there, we can change maybe a little bit more, just like that. Okay, and I think that looks good. I think that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and preview that. And yeah, that's it. So that looks good because the pages are already existent. You don't have to change the URLs for the individual ones, except for the button. If we didn't change it for the button, we have to add the button URL. What was the button URL here? It should be the contact page, right? So let's come in here. Let's go to contact page and let's copy that and add that here. So when somebody types in free consultation, they get taken to that contact page. So we're going to publish. And then where do you want to show your template? So we can say, hey, we want it to show up on the entire site, or we want it to show up on just some pages. So we want to exclude certain pages, or we want to include specific pages. Like we want to include it only on the front page or individual posts. My apologies, we don't have any posts. We have pages. So we can select the pages here. We can type, for example, contact, and then the contact page. So now this will only show up on the contact page. So that's how you set up the header. Now, for example, if we set it up to entire site and we set it to save and close, now if we preview the page, so now if we come back here, let's go back to our home page. Now we see this header, right? So it completely replaced that theme header. It overrode it, if that's the right way to say it. It overrode that header that we had from the theme, right? So if that's what you want, that's how you would go about it. And then over here, you have your icons. You can change the color. You can change the icons themselves. You can add more as you see fit. So I'm going to select icon here under style, and I want to change the hover color because right now it's golden. Oops. Right now, as you can see, when you hover over it, it's golden. It doesn't match our theme. So I'm going to select this little global option, and I'm going to select secondary. And that way, for example, if you hover over it, it doesn't look amazing. Let's see if we can make it a lighter color, maybe primary. What we could also do is we could come in there and we can add another global color. We could say, for example, hey, I want a lighter color like this. And then we can come in here, we can add it. And we can say, yeah, like we could say lighter blue. Not that you need to name exactly what the color is, but you could name it like button or hover button effect or whatever, right? So you can now come in here. Now we have it at the bottom, lighter blue. It's saved. And when you hover over it, it looks a little better than the gold, I think. And then here we can put in our details if you want. So we can come in here and we can say, yeah, I mean, whatever the phone number is, you know, whatever the website is, let's say info at dynamicgrowth.com, for example. And then the address, you can put the address, whatever you want. So as you can see here, it's kind of not given the full space, and that's because this container is only 570 pixels. So let's change that to percentage, and then we can adjust the percentage of that. So we can make it a little smaller so it fits, or we can make it a little bigger. So I like to go with percentage, but if you go by pixels, you achieve the same result, just that you just don't get the percentage. So you'll have to play around with the pixels. So yeah, so, you know, it used to be like this. Now we just made it a little bit bigger, make sure everything fits. So that looks good, I think, for a header, for an optional header, if that's what you guys wanted to go for. So if we preview the page again, that's what it looks like. And then we will get into mobile optimization in this course as well, but here's what it's going to look like on tablet. Not amazing, but we will edit it in the mobile customization section. And then not sure what happened there. Oh, that doesn't show up. They made it so this part doesn't show up on mobile. Let me see, responsive. Yeah, so it hides on mobile, so that's why it's hidden, but you can enable it, and then you can just change that up however you want to. But anyway, we will get into mobile optimization, so I will show you how to edit every single page of your site. I just want to kind of go in order, so let us first edit and master the editing layout and the style and all of that before we dive into other topics such as mobile optimization. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You can click on save options. You can choose the display conditions, what pages you want this to show up on. I don't like this header. I think the transparent one looks nicer, and I think that is all that we need for the site. So even though this header is available, I don't think it's necessary. I think this one looks much better, so we're just gonna keep it like that. So that is it for this. So in the next section, we're going to create a footer. And by the way, if you like this, right, feel free to use it. Again, just go to display conditions and just set your conditions to whatever page you want it to be on. So in the next section, we're going to be creating a footer. And for a footer, I would like to use the Elementor builder, because a footer like this becomes very difficult to work with when you have many different elements. So it will be much, much, much easier to work with the Elementor footer than the current one that they have right now. So I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, so I think we're good with our header, with our menu options here, with our button over here. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's change the footer. Now, you already know the two ways that you can edit the footer, right? You can do it via the customize option here or via the editor in Elementor. So if you click on customize, let me just briefly show you what this looks like for the footer, but we won't go into too much detail because I do prefer to work with Elementor for that one. So if we come into footer builder, again, it's going to be the same layout where you have these options. It gets a little bit confusing. For the footer as well, you're able to select how many columns you want and what you want the layout to look like for these, but it's much harder to edit. So if you click on here and you decide to edit a widget like some text or the image, it can sometimes really get out of line and just really not look very good. But it is possible, it is doable, and if you like the way it looks right now and you just want to change some things, definitely feel free to do so. So for example, you click on quick links over here and this just pulls up the menu. So this is the menu that's used here, but let's go back, and that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go back into footer builder. So this is a widget, right? This is going to be a widget. So if you click here, got it. Yes. So a widget is like an element. It's like a blank element that has content in there. So in this case, the content is primary navigation. So it's the quick links navigation, and there's not much editing you can do in this case. See, so that's what I mean. It's your customization is really limited in this case, for example, where you just have the option to enter what menu you want to use, and then that's it, right? Let's go back to, scroll back to the bottom. You have this widget over here, again, important links, so it's the same thing. It's also menu. You could add new content if you want to add a paragraph just below that or something like that, you can do so. You have the social icons over here, and that's what I mean by saying that it's a bit confusing, because the social icons are to the right, over here. But yet over here, they're below, they're beneath. So not very visually consistent, I would say. And then you can come in here and you can just change whatever you want to. You have the headline over here. So it is doable, but like I said, I do prefer the Elementor builder. So this is how you do it with the default in case you don't have the Elementor Pro plan or you like just the way it looks. So let's go back and let's go back into our page here. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to go into theme builder. And this time we're going to select the footer. So we can go into add new, or we can just click on footer over here and we're going to be able to select it. So let's click on footer here. We'll be able to get the template for it again, and it's just going to be so much easier to edit it, guys. So much easier. And we can do the same exact layout as they have here. So it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel. Like for example, over here, right? This is pretty much the exact same layout that they have, but no, that's for real estate. I don't want that. Maybe something like this one looks really good. I'm happy with this one. And then we could add more content at the bottom. Yeah, so this one looks good. We could also collect emails, but I don't know if we want to do it there at the bottom. So they have these templates that are nice. Okay, this one I think looks really cool. Yeah, I like this one. We can maybe remove the map. I don't think we need that, but I think that looks nice. So you could experiment with the variations. They can give you different options. For the footer, it doesn't work quite as well as I would like it to, in my opinion. So we're just going to insert it as is. But if you do want to play around with the AI, you can certainly do so. So this is our footer. Again, the first thing I want to do is just give it a name. So let's name it footer 1 in case we have different footer ideas. We have the header over here. And yeah, that looks good. But we do want to make the image bigger right away. So we're going to come in here. We're going to look for image. We're going to increase that because I think that just looked horrible, right? That was tiny. Don't worry about the quality. It does look good on the actual version. I know that over here looks really bad, but trust me, it's going to look good. And then over here, we want to summarize the business. Okay, so let's say something about our dynamic growth agency. So we are an agency that specializes in pay-per-click marketing and website building, all of which you will be able to do in this membership site, by the way. Contact us now to get your free quote or something like that, okay? Over here, let's add some menu icons. This is undefined, I don't know what that is, but let's add an item. Let's add, not WordPress. Let's add, I don't know, maybe Skype. Let's add maybe WhatsApp, for example, right? Whatever you want to add here. The colors don't quite match, they're close, but not quite. So let's go into icons and let's change the secondary color here into primary. I think that looks much better. That's more in line. And then for this one, you can come in here and let's change this to the darker color. I think that looks much better, much more in line. And I think that looks pretty good. If you have a physical location, you can keep the map. If you don't, let's just delete it. Let's delete this whole section and then we can have a little more space here. So now we can increase the width here and then we can center it. Then we can increase this width here for this container here a little bit. And then we can come in here and make this one maybe something like this. I think that looks pretty good, minus the image, of course. So let's go back into image and make this a little smaller. I think that doesn't look bad at all. And then we have the menu items here. So we're going to replace this once we build out our legal pages. We're going to replace this menu with our legal pages menu, right? So we can do that, get in touch. We can just add this here. We can say, again, info at dynamic growth.com, for example, we can come in here and that looks fine. And then we can click here. We can make that a little bold, make that stand out a little bit. You don't have to click on it and adjust the width this way. You could do it here, but sometimes it does bug out. So just keep that in mind. So we can change it something like this. Now, one thing you will notice is that there's a lot of space here on the right for some reason, right? So let's take a look and see what that could be. It's probably padding on the right. And lo and behold, it's got the 23 padding. So if we make it 0, for example, now it's much more evened out. And now this whole thing is kind of taking up that whole space, right? So let's go into image again now. We're going to make the image a little bit smaller as well. So that looks better, but I actually do like the idea of having some padding. I feel like 24 was way too much, but I think we do need some. So let's add just a little bit, maybe something like this is fine. So it's not as much, but I think it's still necessary. I think logo looks good as is. So there you go. I think that looks good. So what you could do actually is you could have another menu over here if you like. So the top menu that is at the top, you could also add that at the bottom. Over here, we could say dynamic growth agency 2024, all rights reserved. So that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Let's publish the page. And we do want to show this on the entire site. We're going to save and close. I did like this dark blue background. So I'm thinking if we should just make all that, like all the text here, white instead. So we can come in here actually, and we can change the color of this from white to the dark color. So now they all match. And then we would just need to change the logo here. Let's delete that. Let's instead just add the image of our logo, dynamic growth, something like that. And then for the text, we're going to go into style, we're going to go into content. And for the color, we want to make it white. Sorry, that's the title color. Let's change the description color to white. And then let's make all this white as well. Text color, white. And then for the menu, I want to make it white. I think that looks much better. So I'm not cutting these parts of me kind of sometimes changing the approach just because I want you guys to see what's included as part of building a website. There will be back and forth. It's not going to be just a linear process where you are going to make everything perfect the first time. You will test it and take a look at it and see, oh, okay, this doesn't look very good. You're going to want to change some things up. So something like that. But then for this one, I don't think we should make it the blue color. Maybe we can make it like that or black or maybe just white. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. You guys can play around with it. I think that's okay. But the text, let's make the text white. Okay, so there you go. Now, one more thing what you could do is if you go into a layout, you can see the width is 1790, which is not the layout of the page. So this width layout for this page is not 1790 as far as I can tell. So let's edit this with Elementor and let's see what all these elements look like. So if we come over here, for example, we can see it's 1200, right? It's not 1790, so we can make this 1200 as well, and now it lines up a little better. So that's that for our footer. Oh, one more thing. Let's change the icons here to white as well. And on hover, icon hover, if we go down here, let's make it, what should we make it? We can make it a custom color. We can make it a little different. Yeah, I don't think that looks good, I feel like maybe we should make it some sort of maybe orangey color or something. Yeah, it's not bad. We can keep it like that. Just because otherwise it looks really weird. So we can do that. We can also save it as a global color. We could say maybe icon hover maybe, or however you want to name it. And there you go. We're going to publish. And now let's take a look. Now we've set the, okay, well, the footer has already been added. What is this? Let's refresh the page again. And let's preview it. And so we have the nice header. We scroll down, we have the nice footer. So that looks good. If you want to add more space, you can. You can center this or just increase the width of the container. So let's do that now. I feel like that's a little too tight. But aside from that, as you can see, this matches now the container width. So let's come back here and let's make this a little tighter. We want to make it a little tighter. Maybe something like this, or maybe just enough so it shows the email. 27, but so that there's a little more space. So this one's taking up a lot of space. Let's come in here and let's reduce the width of this one by a little bit. And maybe like this. And now we have a little more space for this one. And I think that looks much better. I think that looks much better than that. I think it's not as tight. Let's publish the page. Let's preview it. Let's refresh. And here, I think this looks very good. I think we're good with the footer. We will come back to the footer as we add the legal pages. We're going to replace that. But aside from that, I think that's it. I don't see anything else. Let me know in the comments if I'm missing something. I'm going to make a video on it. But I don't see anything right now that's missing in the footer. So I'm happy with that. In the next few lessons, we're going to come in here. We're going to actually start updating all this content. We're going to make the site ours as opposed to just using this template. We're also going to add some blog content. We need to add some blog posts. We're going to change this ugly, ugly, ugly theme because this is the theme that your blogs are going to have, where it's going to be just like a little gray background there in the back and it just looks really bad. And we can also add a transparent header to this as well, to the blog. So notice how every page has a transparent header. So we can do the same thing with the blog, where we can have the image here and then we can add the transparent header as well. So we can do the same formula for the blog if you wish. It's up to you. However we want to do it, we're going to experiment and play around and see what looks better. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, so congrats on having all the content up and running in terms of the header and the footer. So now let's start getting into the meat and bones of the website, which is the blog content. So let's go in there and add some blog posts so we have some content to work with. And then we're going to be adding and customizing all of these different pages. And when we get to the blog page, we'll probably add a transparent header page to this as well. I don't know if this will look good, but we'll get there. So let's add the blog post. Yeah, so let's come in here and let's go back into the WordPress. Let's go into posts, old posts. Let's delete this hello world default post and let's add new. So this is where we can add all the posts, add the information about it. So of course you can write it out yourself. You can use some help from bots like Jasper, ChatGPT. For the purpose of this video, we're just going to use ChatGPT to write out some blog posts. So give me, let's say 6 ideas. Let's write 6 different blog posts for a marketing agency offering digital marketing services. So how to create a winning digital marketing. Okay. So you can certainly get started with this. I do recommend, first of all, you get the paid ChatGPT version. I always have the paid one because it's more updated, it's more recent. And second of all, I don't recommend that you rely on this. Absolutely don't just take ChatGPT, whatever they write, and just post it, because sometimes they plagiarize, sometimes the information is incorrect. So use this as a guideline and then just kind of go from there. What I'm going to do in this course is I will use ChatGPT just to save time, just for simplicity, as dummy posts that we're going to have on our blog post. But if you're actually writing content for your site, I do recommend that you put in some effort and you write it yourself. Or if you do use AI, that's fine, but then definitely go in there and add some human input. So I'm just going to write, please write a 1,000 word article for each of these topics you gave me. So I'm just going to go in and just get ChatGPT to write all these articles, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start adding the posts in here. Okay, so while it's writing the second article, we can just come in here and we can just copy all this content here. So let's come in here and let's copy this back into our block. So it looks something like this. Don't worry, all of this will be tailored according to the theme specifications once it's actually published. But of course, you could come in here and just make the changes as you see fit, but we will be editing this with Elementor. So 10 proven strategies. Oops. Let's come back here and add the title. And yeah, we want to show the title. Now, don't worry too much about what this will look like, because we are going to edit the theme, the template theme for blog posts specifically, so that there's a specific way that the blog post page looks like. So don't worry too much about what this will look like. It's going to look way, way, way better once we actually get there. So we have that. Then let's add a featured image. I'm going to click featured image, and then I added some images here, but of course you can use your own. I do recommend that whenever you do use images in a line, like if you use images for a certain set, like for example, over here, images over here, right? Or like here, I do recommend that you use images of the same dimensions. So for example, these 4 images are the same square size. These 2 are the same size. So that's what I recommend you do. So when it comes to blog posts, for consistency, I recommend that you use the same dimensions as well. So this one is 1920 by 1280. So I recommend you use the same dimension as your first one for your other blog posts. If you can't find a good image, you can simply edit image and then you can crop it as you see fit. So if you click crop, for example, crop it like this, and then here are the dimensions you can set as you need them, okay? So you can do it that way, but the point is make sure it's the same dimensions. Suppose we're doing this one, we're gonna add the featured image. And what else? Everything else is good. We need to add an excerpt as well. We are gonna click add an excerpt, and then we're just gonna write a little bit about this post. So maybe just take something from the beginning here. Let's just copy that. Let's go back to add an excerpt and just paste it here. And that should be good. So let's go ahead and publish this one, and then we'll just see what it looks like. Let's view the post. So here's what it looks like. Pretty ugly, but do not worry. We will be editing the layout of the page. We'll be editing the spacing so that it's all spaced out nicely. Actually, it's not bad in terms of spacing. It's not bad, but we will be editing and adjusting all this. So don't worry, but just for now, we're just going to be adding posts, all right? So let me go back to ChatGPT and add the rest of the posts. All right, so this is the last post that I'm adding here. So let me just copy the excerpt here. It went from 1,000 words to now 252, but that's fine. That's not the point of this section. It's just to add some content so we have it available. So now we should have all the blog posts available. So let's come in here. And if we refresh the page, come in here in the blog. And that's perfect. So we are set right now. We're going to leave this part until we start editing the theme for the blog page. Once we edit that theme for the blog page, we will see all the blogs show up right here and we can pick up where we left off. But for now, at least we have the content, we have it all available, and we're ready to move on to the next step and start filling all these other pages in. So congratulations on getting this far. Give yourselves a pat on the back. We've gone a long way, and I think we're well on our way to building out a nice, professional, amazing looking website that is fully functional, fully operational. So I'm gonna see you in the next lessons as we start editing our pages. All right, let's do it. Let's start editing our homepage. So this is what the website looks right now. I think it looks amazing for the amount of work we've done. And let's make it better. Let's make it ours. So let's come back into our pages. Let's start off with a homepage. So homepage, we can click on edit with Elementor. If for any page you want to edit, if that option isn't there, like here, for example, it doesn't say edit with Elementor, you can just click edit, and then you'll have the option to edit with Elementor. So it'll look like this when you click edit. It'll say edit with Elementor, so you can do it that way too. So let's go from top to bottom. Let's start off by editing the image. Even though this image actually looks really good, I actually wouldn't mind keeping it just for the sake of showing you different ways to do it. We're going to change the image. So let's come in here. We can go to search images. This extension that we've added, the starter templates, has an integration with Pixabay. So you get free, nice, good, high quality images that you don't have to worry about copyright and things like that. So let's see if we can type in agency and maybe pick up one of these. These don't look bad. Let's see if we can grab something that makes sense. Agency. Nothing yet. Let's say maybe happy people working. See how we get. You could alternatively, of course, also go to Pixabay, go to Pexels, things like that. That looks really cool. I really like that. It shows like a little community of workers, happy workers working together with computers. So that could be cool. Definitely has a similar vibe as the current image. This one, yeah, I think this is the one I'm using on the top website review site. So take a look, see what you like. I think this looks really good. I think this looks very good. So we're just going to insert this one. And there you go. Now I'm pretty happy with that. If you find that the text is too hard to read, you can add the overlay. So if you go to background overlay under style for this entire section, you go to background overlay. It already has a black one, but we can just increase the opacity by a little bit and just make it maybe something like this, so it's easy to read. You could also make the opacity white, and then you can make the text black, right? So it's up to you how you want to do it. I think this looks good. I think it looks great. So that's good. Let's work with the headline. So for the headline, we want something short and sweet. So again, imagine we're a marketing agency, right? We're called Dynamic Growth Agency. We want to take care of somebody's marketing. So why don't we just say that? We manage all your marketing. Simple, straight to the point, gets the job done. We're going to be using ChatGPT a lot throughout this course. We're going to be bouncing ideas back and forth. So get into the habit of just coming up and brainstorming different ideas. So we manage all your marketing. Let's say we have a team of, let's say, 22 members who have 200 plus years of experience in marketing between all of us. Let us help you take your business to the next level. So something like that. Let's delete this odd headline here. This one looks good, except learn more. I don't like learn more. Let's change this to get a free consultation. And then I do like that icon. You can make the icon on the left or on the right, and then you can adjust the icon over here. If you click on icon library, you can choose. So if we say arrow, for example, we have different options here. Maybe something like this. Let's see what looks better. That doesn't look bad. Looks pretty good. To be honest, I think I like the other arrow better. So I think that was this one. Let's do that. That looks good. I think it looks good. If you want to change anything, for example, here we want the link. So we're going to just delete that. We're going to say contact. We're going to give it a second, and then it's going to say contact page, or do you want the post that we wrote about conversion rate optimization? So we're going to select the page, and then it's going to automatically dynamically add our contact us page, right? So that's where we want to take people to. So that looks good. I can't think of anything else we might want to add here. If you guys want to add anything else, you just click here and you drag, for example, another headline, or you drag text editor, and then you could come in here and then you can make the changes. So that's that default text color that we were talking about, right? The gray. So maybe we want to change it to black, for example, or white. So that's where we would go into our site settings and change it from there. But we're just going to leave it for now, just so we can determine maybe what the default color we want to be. But that's where this color came from. It came from those default settings. So what you could do is you could just highlight this. You can say text color white, right? We set it as a background. And then you can write whatever you want to. If you find that there's too much space or too little space between elements, you can come in here, you can click on advanced, and you can add some values. So the difference between the padding and the margin is that the padding is the distance between what you have inside of an element. So in this case, it's the text and the outside constraints. So in this case, it's a button. So if we add padding between the text and the button, it's going to add more space between them. So if we undo this and then we check mark it back together again and we increase it, it's going to increase that space, as you can see, between the text and the constraints that are set here, right? Next, you have the border. So if I add a border, it's going to add a border on top of this button, okay? And then you have margin. So the difference between margin is that if we come in here and let's say I increase the space of a margin to, let's say, 33 or 47. Now notice it does nothing to the actual button, but it increases space outside of the button, right? So that's what the margin is, and that's the difference between the padding and the margin. The margin is outside, the padding is inside, okay? Think of it like if you're trying to inflate your rankings or something. You're padding the numbers, right? You're padding your own numbers. So that's what it is. It's you're padding your own box here, for example. Whereas margin, it's something different. Margin is usually the distance between you and something or somebody else. So that's the difference between them. Now, I'm not going to hit 0, because then that's going to cause issues. Instead, what I'm going to do is hit backspace. Now, in this case, the margins were at 0, so it doesn't matter. But for the button, let's go back to style. We come in here. If I hit 0, this is going to be problematic. We don't want that. Instead, I'm going to select it and I'm going to hit delete. And what that's going to do is that's going to set my padding back to the default values that we set for the button, right? If you recall, under site settings, we changed the values under button. So if I hit delete, it's going to inherit those settings. So you don't want to put 0. If you want to put something back to default, just delete, and that's going to put it back to default. And then over here, we can undo it. And yeah, so that's how that works. So if you want to reduce the space between this and this, for example, you just come in here and you reduce the margin now, right? Now you reduce that space of that specific element. If you want more space, you just add more. So that's how the margin and the padding works. I think the distance right now is perfect. Maybe the line height here is too much. So if we click here, we click on typography, we can increase the line height a little bit. Well, increase it from 0, but decrease it from what it was, which was 1.1, or I think it was 1.4. So we can decrease it to, like, let's say 1, for example, if you want, right? Or I'm going to hit delete, and now I'm going to make the line height be inherited from the heading 1 settings, which we have in the site settings. So that's how that works. I think this looks good. I don't think there's anything we have to fix. The only thing I might do here is maybe we want to make it white. So I think that looks better. And maybe we want to increase the size by a little bit. So the default, I believe, was 16. So we're just going to increase it back to, that's what it was, maybe 18, for example, if you want to make it easier to read. And then for line height, we want to reduce the line height by a little bit. We can do something like this. So these are just some of the things you can edit. You know, it's really up to you how you want to make it look. I think that looked pretty good. And I think 17 looks good. It's not too small, not too big, kind of in between. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with the picture in the background. Let's go in and preview our page. And I think that looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty decent. What they had in the picture is a blurry background, and they've done that using Photoshop or something like that. So you can certainly go into Photoshop or Canva and make a blurry background as well if you wish. You can't do a blurry background for background images like this, unfortunately, with Canva, but you can for general images. So for any other images, you will be able to do a blurry background. So I'm happy with that. If the image didn't show up the way you wanted it to, you can also play with the positioning. Like you can make it top center or bottom center. In this case, the image fits pretty much perfectly in here, so there's not much variety. But sometimes if your image is too big, then it might take up the wrong position. So that's what you would do with a position here. In our case, we had it center. Where is it? Right here. You can make the attachment scroll or fixed, which is basically like the parallax effect. So if you scroll down, as you can see, it stays there or nothing happens. So that's basically I think it's called parallax effect, right? So you can do it like that. I think fixed looks good. If your image is too small, then it would repeat generally. So in our case, our image is big enough. We don't have to worry about that, but that's where you would set. If your image is small, you would say, hey, I don't want the image to repeat itself. You know, you could also say auto. You could say contain. So the whole image is contained within it. You can say cover. So all the space is covered there. You can say default, which is like just going to be the default. So I think this looks good as is. We're going to leave it as is as well. And yeah, pretty happy with that. So let's publish once again. Let's preview what we have once again. And boom. Okay, so notice how this did a little flash right there, right? So maybe we want to do the same for this text, and maybe we want the button to come in from the left or something. So we can click on this portion here. We can click on advanced, and it's going to be under motion effects. Now, a warning, you don't want to go crazy with these motion effects because they do slow down your site, okay? So just a little bit, just do a little bit. So I believe it was fade in. Let's take a look at this one and see what exactly they have it and what the time period is so we can match it. So it's 200 milliseconds delay, fade in. So maybe we want to do this one, maybe 400 seconds delay. Let's see. Fade in, let's do 400 seconds. So, and then this one, maybe we want to come in from the left. We want to have bounce and left, maybe something like that. Not bad, you know, get some attention. We can make the text for the button a little bigger as well. We go to typography and we just increase the button for this specific text. You know, make it nice and neat. There you go. Then we hit publish. Okay, so let's take a look and see what we have now. Boom. Okay, so I think that looks nice. Where it's got this little, you know, fade in animation. Pretty happy with that. So now let's go down. Let's work with this other stuff here. So one thing I really like to do is to include some sort of testimonials or social proof or something like that. So before we go to this part, what we can do is we can insert some social proof either below this button or on the side here or below here. So I think it looks nice if it's below here. We can do something like as seen on, you know, Forbes or something like that. So we can click on add new container. We can choose a layout. It doesn't matter what you choose. You can change it later on as you see fit. So let's suppose we want to do it from left to right. And then we're going to add a container. Okay, so now we have this container. And we can add different containers within the containers as well if you want to. So we can just get into it and then we can see what the best way to do it would be. So I want to do something like, for example, add an image. I'm going to drag an image here. And I like to have some of that social proof. So I've added some of these files. You guys can use them as well if you like. So for example, featured on Forbes, we can use that. So this is obviously too big, but what we can do is we can just duplicate it. And now we can come in here and just change this image to, let's say, CNN. And then we can duplicate this image. And we could say CNBC. And then this one isn't centered like the other one. So let's just center it. If it's not centered that way, we can center it this way. Let's see. There you go. This one isn't centered either. Let's make this one centered. This one. Okay, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Let's add a few more. CNBC, feature with Forbes. Yahoo, and I believe there was one more, right? I had one more. Feature on Forbes, CNN, CNBC. Yeah, I guess maybe I forgot it somewhere. Oh well, we'll just use the 4 for now. That's fine. So Yahoo News, we're going to select the entire container. We're going to center that as well. So I think that looks pretty good. Now we could play around with the images as well. So you come in here, when you go to style, if you go to CSS filters, you could reduce the contrast for it, for example. So you can make it like that. So you can basically remove the background in that way, or you can just hit delete to make it on default. Change the saturation, the hue, the brightness, the blur, if you want like a little blur. Up to you, obviously not for this, I don't think. What else do we have? Yeah, so for this one, I think it could be good to increase some of that contrast. Let's see if that's gonna, maybe just a little bit, something like that, right? Just looks a little cleaner. These ones have color, so let's see if we can reduce the color for these so that it's the same. Or maybe we can keep the color. Actually, I think the color looks nice. But if you do want to change the color, you can just click on CSS filters and then you just reduce the, maybe it's not the contrast. What was it? I think it's saturation, actually. If you reduce the saturation, it makes it more like black and white. So if you want to keep them all black and white, you can do that. But I actually think those colors do look Gucci. So we're just going to do that. And then for this one, was there a color for this, actually? Can't believe there wasn't a color. Maybe if we do the saturation, let's see. So lots of things to play around. No, there wasn't a color in there. That's fine. Yeah, so I think that looks good. I don't want this to take up too much space. So let's reduce the height of this by a little bit. Let's reduce the padding. And let's see. So if we click here, we go to layout, we can either adjust the minimum height here, or we can adjust the padding. And I wonder why this one's not moving. Let's see, let's center this again. There you go. That's why. So let's look at all these elements. Yeah, so this one, I think it looks fine, actually. I think it's fine. I don't think we need to reduce the height by any more. But if we do want to increase the padding, if we want to add more space, we could do so over here. And yeah, if we click on each individual element here, there's probably some padding there as well. So it's adding some padding between all these. We can undo it, have it fill up the space. And if we click here, there's probably a gap here for the columns. So if we increase it, it's going to naturally give a little bit of a gap. So we can do it like that. And I think that looks pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Let's see if we can, again, just reduce the height by a little bit of this container. Let's do just a bit. I think that's good, 156. So yeah, you know, it makes it seem a little more legit. So let's publish and let's preview, see what it looks like. Boom, right? So we manage all your marketing. Boom, it's got all the social proof over here. And then we're going to get into that stuff. Now, this one already has a nice little background in it. As you can see, it's got that little circle, and it's got these little lines there as well. But sometimes if a background doesn't look very nice, what I like to do is go into Canva and just add a little shape or something. Like add a little shape to a background and then use that. So I think that looks pretty good. But in general, I think these backgrounds look good. The only thing is I'd like some sort of differentiation between these two, right? Because I feel like they're pretty much the same. So maybe what we can do is let's click here. Let's go into styles and let's go into shape divider. We can say at the top, and then we can say, for example, mountains or something. And then we can add a color. Let's add a light blue color, but maybe a little lighter blue. Not too much. I don't want to draw too much attention. Maybe just lighter, maybe like this. All right, and that way there's just a little bit of a differentiating factor between these two. And we can make it mountains. We can make it whatever we want to. We can make it drops. I don't like any of them except mountains and I believe waves. Yeah, I like waves too, but probably not at the top. I don't think it looks that good at the top. Curve. Yeah, that's an option. That's an option. Looks a little weird. Sorry, mountains look the best, and then we're just going to reduce the height and the width of them by a little bit. So, oh, okay. So they're already at the lowest, so that's fine. But then for the height, it was at the highest. So for the height, we could do something like this. And that's not bad. And then maybe we can flip it. Let's see what that looks like. It looks pretty good. So I think that looks much better, right? At least has a little differentiation there. Yeah, so let's keep it like that. And then a place that helps growth of your work. So that doesn't really make sense. So let's suppose here we say, oops, okay. So let's undo that. I tried to write it in here and then it doesn't always work. So we'll just have to write it over here. So let's say, forget the complications of marketing with us. And then let's add a little space here. Forget the complications of marketing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, let's write, we manage and handle all your marketing from A to Z, including building a website to effective email marketing campaigns. Stop stressing and start focusing on what matters most. I think that's good. Maybe we can increase the size of that by a little bit. Maybe something like that. Or let's do 18. And then about us. Sure, we can have a button to the about us page. We can type in about and it's going to just take us to the about page. And then here we could say exactly what we do. So for example, not 24-hour access, we can say website design. We could say we build the best websites for you with minimum hassle and no coding, something like that. Let's say tracking and analytics. We analyze and read all your data back to you so it doesn't look like you're learning a new language, something like that. Read all your data back to you. What else? Tracking and analytics, right? We got optimization. Set optimization. We optimize your website for the maximum conversions possible. So guys, you could have done this all from scratch. You could have added a new image and then added these new text boxes here. But with these themes, it's just so easy. There's just absolutely no need to do that. So we optimize your marketing for the maximum conversions possible. Okay. And then we say pay per click. Let's do click campaigns. Sleep well, knowing you're earning money and your business keeps grinding or something like that. And then email marketing. We create effective and easy to use email marketing campaigns for you that you can just copy and paste. Okay, so that looks good. Now, let's suppose you want to add some points or you want to delete some points. So if you want to delete it, you just click the delete option there. And then if you want to add more, you just click on duplicate. And then it's going to duplicate. Now over here, the reason why it's kind of all squished is because it looks like the container width is not at the maximum. So if we change it back to the percentage, let's max it out. So it looks like there's some padding or something over here. Let's make it 0. Let's make it 0. And now this can fit, right? But the question is that something you want to do? That's up to you. Maybe if we want to add something else to it. Email marketing, pay-per-click campaigns. Let's see. Maybe we can do something else. Maybe we can do video editing. Let's say video editing. We help you edit and optimize videos that you send us for maximum performance or something like that. So yeah, so that's what you would do. And then any section you want to duplicate again, you just duplicate it, you know? So that looks good, but I don't like the icons. So we can come in here and we can just click icons and we can say, for example, website, no. Site, no. Let's say world, no. Not even world, not even Earth. Okay, so we would probably just need to upload our own icons, but in the meantime, is there really nothing we can use? Maybe something like that, at least. And tracking analytics, maybe we can put in some data, no. Chart. Yes, this could work. Maybe something like that. Website optimization. Money. Let's do money. Pay-per-click campaigns. Okay, let's do sleep. Is there sleep? No. Let's do pay. That doesn't really make sense though, right? Oh, let's do mouse click. There, maybe something like that, you know, like a pay-per-click. And then email marketing, let's do email. There's no email? Okay. That's something. And then video editing. Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know if I want this video editing one. I don't think it looks as good. What do you guys think? I think it looked better before when it just had the 2 over there, right? Yeah, let's just remove that. We want to make sure that we click on this entire container, not just like the individual ones, right? And we want to... Okay, so see, we're clicking on the individual container. We don't want that. We want to click on this full container. And so if you can't click on something that way, what you can do is click on structure, and then let's just find that container. So we have that here. Let's name some things while we're at it. Let's name, so we have the about us. Yeah, that's this part here. Okay. So then we go to container, and then that's the big container for that. And then that's that big container for that, right? So how do we want to name it? Let's say PPC plus email marketing. So now we know that when we select this container, that's what it's going to be. And then we want to go to layout and we want to reduce the width by a bit. So I think that looks better than it was before. Let's see if we want to reduce it by a bit more. Maybe something like that. Or maybe we can make it a little bigger. Maybe something like that, you know? So yeah, so that's what you want to do. So whenever you access this, just take a moment and just add something else for organization purposes. Let's see, that's the about us. That's like, for example, this one, what's this one called? That's that one. So this one is, let's say, social proof. Okay. So now we have social proof, we have the about us, right? So when everything is collapsed like this, it's going to look like this. So it's just easier to manage. So that looks good. If we do want to add more space between elements, want to add more space between here and here, we can just go into padding and just remove that, for example, right? So now there's going to be less space, but we don't want that. I don't think that looks good. So we're going to put it back to 104. And then if you want more space between these elements, then of course you already know what to do. You can just come in here and, for example, at the bottom, you would just add more padding. But of course that doesn't look good. So just showing you the know-hows, most of the stuff you will need to do or use. So let's come in here and see what we have done so far. Manage all your marketing, you know, is featured on, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's keep going down here. And space to make your greatest impact. Okay, so we can change the images to make them be relevant to what we're doing. But let's see. Let's write something here. So let's just write something in here. Write some descriptions and information with headlines for a website for a digital marketing agency. And let's see what ChatGPT says. So like here, for example, your digital marketing partner for growth. I like that. I like that. Maximize general needs, digital marketing, online strategies. Maybe we can do that. And I don't want it to be italicized. So let's just select everything, unitalicize it. Get your place. I don't know about that. Let's add the link. Let's say contact. And let's say get your free consultation. Something like that. Yeah, that's not bad. Although the images probably could use work. Let's see what we can do here with the images. Let's say online marketing. Let's see what we come up with. Maybe something like this. We could try to insert this, like to show people are learning about you on their phones. So let's see what that's going to look like. Okay, so as you can see here, the image kind of got squished. It's not as wide. So what you would do if you want to show that same lengthy image is either use an image that's very narrow, or you can come in here and you can edit it. So you can click on edit image. I'm wondering if it'll work for this one. if it'll show what we want it to show. So we can crop it. We can do something like this, you know? So, well, we want it to show this part, right? We want to show the credit card, actually. That would be nice. So maybe something like this. So at least it's going to be a little bigger. So we're going to click Apply Crop. And now the image is going to be smaller. We're going to save edits. And so now, as you can see, it's a little bigger, but it's still that square that we picked. So if you want a big image, just grab one that is big, right? That is tall. So let's see if we can find something like that that is a little taller. Let's come in here and find maybe orientation. It is called what, portrait. So this one could be good. Maybe we can use one of these. So I think that already looks much better. So I'm pretty happy with that. And if we come in here, I think this image is okay. Now you might be wondering, how did they add the images so that they look like the way they do? So I think this image is fine. This one, let's see if we can select it. So it looks like I can't select that image. So let's again go back into our structure. Let's look at, could be this container here. Let's see which one it's in. Oh, I see what they did. So instead of having two images, they have a container. This container here, this has a background of this. And then they just added an image. This is the image. So what they did was they moved the image around using these margins. So if we, for example, remember -80, 120, 80, 120. So if we put it back to 0, you will see that the image stays in that exact same spot as where the image should be, right? But what they did was they instead just moved it around a little bit. So if you ever want to move images, this is what you would basically do. You would adjust, for example, the margins to offset the initial location. So we don't want to do that too much. Now, another way you could do that is with the offset option. So if you go to transform and you go into offset, you can do that, but it's not recommended. You can do it around like that because for mobile optimization, it's going to be a huge pain in the butt. So I really don't recommend playing around with these options too much. In fact, even the margins becomes difficult, but I do recommend using margins more so than the offset because the offset is just going to make your optimization a nightmare. So that's what they're doing here. So I think that looks pretty good. Now it does say your digital marketing partner, right? So maybe we want a person here. So let's select this image here. Let's see if we can find a person. Happy person. Or let's say happy professional. And then we want this to be landscape. Is this landscape? No, sorry, portrait. And maybe something like this. That looks pretty nice. I like that. Nice professional gentleman. So there you go. I think that looks good. If you do want to cut off some parts, like if you want to cut that off, you could, right? Remember, just come in here and edit image, and then you'll be able to cut that part off using the crop tool. But I think that looks good. Your digital marketing partner for growth, and then it's got that picture. We can change this background as well, but I think that's okay. Next, we can come in here, look at the rest of the photos. So we provide all facilities for better work environment. So of course we want to change that. So let's come in here and see what other descriptions we have. We could say that. We could say who we are. And then we could say this. You know, we could copy that. If that doesn't work, we just do that here. Remove that space at the bottom. If you see this extra space, that's because of the line spacing for the body text element. And that's done on purpose to give more space between the elements. So that's fine. So let's change this to at Dynamic Growth Agency. We're a passionate team of individual marketing. So let's bold some words. Passionate team. We've helped businesses scale their online business. Let's say quality leads and increase revenue. Okay. And then our mission. So something like that. Flexible private office, probably not. Let's say flexible working hours. We can say that. That makes a little more sense. And we can say, for example, customizable plans. That's okay. I think we can keep those icons, but if you want to change them, you just click here and change that. Learn more. Again, I don't like that. Let's say contact. And yeah, and let's say get your free consultation now. Something like that. And then maybe we want to make that a little bit bigger. something like that. And then I'm wondering if we should change that color of the button to make it the default color. And then the text in that case, we should also do the default. So we can come in here and just redo that. I think I like that a little better, or at least to make it a little different from the white that we have here. Which, by the way, now that I think of it, I think this could look better if it was white as opposed to being dark. So on hover, we don't want to do anything. Well, yes, we want the text color to be white. We want it to stay white on hover. But then on normal, we want this to be white as well. But the text, we of course want to be, let's say, like that, right? It's just a little easier. And then for hover, we want, when you hover over it, it can't be white. The text should stay, what do we say, secondary color. That could work, or it could just stay white. Yeah, then that could work. Because I feel it's weird if it's just transparent. So you could keep it like that. Who we are. Get your free consultation now. Let me see if the text is the same typography as well. Yeah, I feel like this is too big compared to this. We should certainly make it more of the same color. It just feels off. It feels odd. Let's undo that. Maybe let's increase it by a little bit, but not by that much. Let's come back here. Oops, it's not letting us do that now. Let's undo that. Click here again. And let's make it just a bit smaller. Maybe 17 or something. It's bigger, but it's not that big. Okay, so then anything you need, let's click here and let's say, if you need help with any sort of marketing, we're here to help. And then this image looks pretty good, pretty specific. And then again, what they did here, so they have a container. See, they have the full container with that background image, and then they just added an element. And then the way they were able to get this up here, as opposed to just anywhere else on the page, is they have used an offset. Now, offset is very dangerous to do, as I mentioned, in terms of mobile and tablet optimization. So what they did is they set this image to absolute, to be absolute. Absolute means it's set at the very top of that container. So if I set it to default, you will see that that image was supposed to come in after this image, right? But what they've done is they've set it to, they've set it to absolute, and then they increased the offset 0 horizontally, so it hasn't changed, it's still there, but vertically it's up 100 pixels, so that's what gives it that distance over there. So that's how you can do that too if you want to change anything. If you want to move it around, actually, if you just drag it and just kind of move it around, you can, but keep in mind that it is dangerous for mobile optimization. It's not something you want to play around with too much, so I'm going to set that back to 0. And so I think that looks pretty good. So let's keep going. Most affordable. Okay, so let's say something about most affordable agency, or maybe let's see. Give me headline and description. Not that you want to position yourself as being the most affordable, but something for simplicity. And then here we can just say that. We can say at Dynamic Growth Agency. We believe every business deserves access to high quality digital marketing. Let's bold that. Nope, I don't want that. That part. See, content creation, maybe we can bold that. And then just bold that. Add a little space, and add a little space after that. There you go. So we can just do something like that. Check pricing. Nope. We're going to say contact. And we're going to say get your free, or let's say something else. Let's say talk with an expert now. Not a fan of the white again, so I think I'm going to come in here, make the button default color here. Clear that up. Clear that up so that it's all natural as we set on the button. That looks good. Over here again, same thing. right? They've adjusted the offset and they've made the position absolute, and that's how they were able to put the image right on top of another image. So just some cool strategies you guys can use to make your website seem more cool and professional. So friendly price package, let's say something like, yeah, we could say friendly price package, and then we could say get a 10% discount if you call one of our agents right now, for example. So there you go. I'm happy with that. These images look good and all, but you know what else I like? So we can keep these images, but let's add some testimonials. I think that would be really important. So let's come in here and let's add a testimonial slider. So let's come in here, let's add a container, and then let's type in testimonial, and then we have different options. So the testimonial carousel is a pro feature as well. If you want to do just one testimonial, you can use this. I'm not sure if this is a pro feature or not, but I think testimonial carousel looks so much more professional. So we can drag that up over here, and let's see, how do we want to structure it? So I think we want to add a background for this color for sure. Otherwise it looks a little weird. So for the background, we can say classic, and then we can choose our color. What do you think about that? Or blue, or maybe some other color as well. Maybe lighter blue looks fine. And then for the testimonial, so we can increase the height here for this, or we can increase the padding. I think height is fine. I usually like to go with height. Let's go with 400, nice even number. So that's not going to center because that's going to center this element inside it. So we have to click on the big parent element right there. And then we can come in here. We got to make this much nicer. It doesn't look good whatsoever right now. And then we have to go into content, and let's do the text color. We'll make it white, of course. We'll make the name white. We'll make the title white so that we can read it. And then we want to make the navigation, those little dots, we want to make those white as well. And then for the active color, we want to do it dark blue, something like that. So something along these lines, something like that. Now let's make this much narrower. I feel like it's way too broad, much narrower, and then let's center it. Let's come in here and center that. And then potentially what we could also do is we could add a little color here. We can make it either black, or maybe black's a little strong. Maybe something like that. Kind of like what I have on the site that I showed you. And then maybe even out the edges over here. If we go to border and just increase the border radius a little bit. Maybe 20. Right, so something like that. Let's add a little more space here. I think we should add some more space. Maybe 500. And then let's say write some sample testimonials for our agency. And then let's get some testimonial samples. And okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Let's reduce this maybe to 450. Something like that. And then this, if we want to increase the padding, the space between, we can do so. So that we make it a little bit more tight there. Oops, nope, that's supposed to be all connected. Let's click on that and try again. Just to make it a little more condensed, I felt like it was way too narrow, so maybe 50. That looks much better. The little navigation bar there isn't visible anymore, so let's change this to either light blue. Yeah, I think that's fine. There you go. I think that's better, but I think we need to add some more space here, some more padding. So what's the typical padding for an element? Let's see. How much do they normally have? They have 104, so about 100. So let's come back in here and do the same thing here. So we're going to click here, advanced, and at the top here, they don't have 100, so 104, something like that. And then maybe we could say something like our workers or something over there. So like over here, what we have, or over here. So let's come in here and we'll just duplicate this. Then we'll come back down. And we're just going to drag it, put it up here on top. Okay. So we can't put it up here anywhere, so that's fine. Let's go back up and delete that, and then we're gonna, actually no, we won't delete it. We need to add another, it looks like this is fit into containers. So let's add another container here. Like so, and then now we should be able to add it. Let's try now. We could also just copy and paste that element. That's an option too, but I prefer to drag and drop. So that looks better. So we can say something like, oops, okay, I'm not gonna try it again. Let's say, meet our team, something like that. And maybe we want to add a little bit more space between these elements. So we're gonna go into padding from the top. Let's increase it maybe to 20. Then we want to do the same thing here. Here, reduce that. I think by 20. So I think that makes a little more sense as to what those images mean. We have the footer, we have the testimonial. So let's come back in here and let's look at, let's add some testimonials here. Okay, we need to change all these at dynamic growth agency exceeded our expectations. Yeah, I don't like that it says agency name everywhere. I'm going to say redo these, but replace agency name with dynamic growth agency. Okay, so while it's doing that, let's come back in here and let's add the name. Emily K, CEO of Digita or something, I don't know. And then let's add an image for her. So we'll go to search images. Let's go happy lady. And let's add something that's not overly used. I think like these images, I think I've seen them way too many times. Let's see if there's anything a little bit more rare. How about this one? Okay, this one could work. Let's try that. Maybe that one as well. Yeah, that could work. So if you do want the image to fit perfectly, you would just go in here and just edit it, and then just crop out the bottom and top parts, or just the bottom parts in this case, and it should work fine. So let's come back in here and let's see what they got. Let's add another testimonial here, affordably. This one's by David B. Let's say CMO LME. Let's try, oh no, this is Happy Man. Okay, let's try this one. Let's insert image. And then last one we'll use maybe this one, Lisa M. Okay, looks good. So something like that. Let's use Lisa M. Probably faster to just type that out instead, but too lazy now. Let's say CFO Generalese or something. I'm losing my creativity. Let's say Happy Lady. There was one that I found that was really good that I really liked. Yeah, this one. This one was really good. Looks so natural. She's a natural testimonial giver. That one could be good too. So, but of course, if you have real pictures, much, much better. So there you go. You got your testimonials. Now, of course, this got a little squish. So let's reduce some of that padding that we set. Now that we have more content in here, it is squished by default. So we don't need to have as much anymore. Something like that. And then what we could do is instead of this dark background, we could go into, we could add like an image or something. We could go into background overlay and add an image here. But I'm thinking what would be the best for here and background. I feel like it's a little hard on the eye, right? This dark. Let's see. Decisions, huh? Website building decisions happens all the time. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Can't live without the decisions. Yeah, let's increase this now a little bit. Okay, so let's just leave it for now. I might have to kind of sleep on it and then come back and just make changes. I feel like something is missing here, something obvious, but it'll come to me as we keep going. So, okay, so let's see what we got. I think this is pretty good. I think it's a good start. Let's refresh. Start from the beginning, and let's refresh again. Okay, I like it. I like it. I like it. I think it looks pretty cool. Oh, okay, I just noticed this thing. Should probably change that. Not sure how that happened. Actually, I think that's actually a style. I think that's how it's meant to be, but I don't know if I like that. I have to check it out. Let's keep scrolling. Yeah, I think it looks pretty nice, pretty professional. You can determine how you want these to go, like if you want them to go automatically or on click, whatever. It's all there, and then you have this, yeah. So it looks pretty good. So let me take a moment and just kind of review this and see if there's anything we need to change. And then I'm going to see you guys in the next lesson where we're going to start adding the other pages and just finishing up this site. I'm back again from the future. So as I sleep on the site, as I make changes, as I just refresh my mind, new ideas come to mind and new things that I want to add. And I don't want to just come in and just do all the changes and then leave you guessing how I did it. So whenever I have these ideas, I make sure to make a video just to show you what the change looks like and why I decided to do it. So in this case, what I forgot to do here is add a little pop-up. So when you hover over the container, what I want is for this to scale a little bit. So I want this to be a little bigger to have that little pop-up effect. So let me show you what I mean. I think it's going to look pretty cool. And I want to do this for all these containers as I hover over them. So when I click on the container, we go to advanced. We're going to close that layout. Instead, we're going to go to transform because we want to transform this container up on hover. So we're going to select hover here. And then we're going to click on scale. And then you can choose, by the way, you have all these different options. You can rotate. So upon hover, this thing can rotate, or it can offset, meaning go the other way, or scale, or be skewed a little bit, or flipped horizontally, however you want to do it. I think scale is very good. So what I want to do here is increase the scale to about 1.03 or so. And so that way, when you hover over this, you can see it kind of pops out a little bit, right? Maybe 1.04, nope, not 1.1, that's going to be way too much. Let's do 1.04, for example. And then it just pops out a little bit, right? So it has this little dynamicism. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to add, something that I just remembered after I finished most of the lessons and just wanted to come back. So now what we can do is we don't have to do it for everything. So let's open up our structure again and let's select this one. That's going to be this container. We want to make sure we select this one, right? And then we're just going to copy it. We're going to click copy, and then we're going to select this container, and we're going to paste the style. And so now this one does the same thing, right? So we don't have to come in and do it manually for all of them. Come in here, paste the style, paste the style, paste the style. Okay, so we don't want that. As you can see, they are now much smaller too because the width of these is reduced. So we're actually going to undo that. That's good that happened. And then we're just going to come in here and we're just going to do it once for this container. And I come in here, transform and scale to 1.03, I believe. Oh, sorry, not on that. We want to do it on hover. Click on hover, click on scale, 0.03. And so now they all hover. And so now we can click this, copy, and paste style, right? And so now it's got this little cool effect. So if we publish the site and we preview what that looks like, it's got a cool little dynamic effect, right? So it just adds a nice little touch to it. And of course, once again, you can do whatever you want. They have a bunch of different effects here you can use. You have the, oops, I selected the whole element. Let me select that here for you. Transform, hover, so you can do scale, you can do skew again. Really cool effects, play around with them. I think some of them are really cool, and it really depends on what sort of website you're doing. Like if you're an artist versus a professional, or you want to do something light like this versus something that's totally unique and totally crazy. So up to you, but just wanted to show you that rather than just doing it and leaving you in the dark guessing how I did it when you look at the final version. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, so I've decided to keep everything here as is. I think it looks pretty good for starters. And then if there's anything else that we decide we want to change later on, that's something we can do as we keep working on the site. But for now, I think it's pretty good for starting out. So in that case, let's keep going. So let's edit from left to right. So let's do pricing next. We're going to edit the pricing page, which looks like this, which I think is already very good. But we're going to insert our own stuff here. So this is the quick way to access the pages. If you don't see it here, then we have to do it via the WordPress dashboard. So let's go back to WordPress. Let's go to pricing. Let's click on edit with Elementor and let's edit it here. So I'm going to show you different things you can do here in terms of the edits. So first of all, I think this is pretty hard to read. So let's come in here and just make this. I like the image in the background. I think it's fine. I think it's very relaxing. So let's just come in here and just add the background overlay to make it a little darker. Maybe not too dark. I think the other one was about 0.8, right? So we can do the same, keep the same consistency. So something like this, and pricing plans. So we can say something like, here are our plans. We want to make sure every business gets affordable marketing, so we ensure that we fit within your budget or something like that. So again, you can change anything you want to. If you really don't like this circle, what they've added is a border, a rounded border radius. So if you go to border over here, you can just remove this if you don't like it. But I think it's not bad. I think it's pretty unique. What was it, 120? So let's see what we have here. So let's change this to our pricing packages, and then we can describe. Let's see if we can get ChatGPT. Write sample pricing packages for our agency, dynamic growth agency. Let's see what they say. We ensure that our pricing is competitive and fits within your budget. Let's do this and then maybe make it a little bit bigger. Something like that. So we can have all the different pricing plans here. This is one way to do it, and we can certainly edit it to match our business needs, but there's also a different way to do pricing. Now, the issue is that these are all in one container, and in order for this to work, we need to be able to add it into a different container. So what we can do here is we can just come in here, and maybe let's duplicate this. So we'll have one below, and then we can set this, or we can set this to go down. So that way it's all like this. And then what we can do is let's delete everything from the top here, or we can just start from new, either way. So I think it's easier to just come in here and just delete all that, delete all that, delete all that. And that way you guys can compare. So if you like the second option here, you can leave it. But if you like this one here that I'm about to show you, we can do that too. So in this container, we're going to add several pricing packages. It's called a pricing table. So let's add it here, price table, where we can add it here. And so the default width for this is pretty small. So let's just click over here or click on the individual one, and we want to make it full width. And then what we want to do is just come in here and just duplicate it, and that way we have different options. So we can have something like this, and then we can edit each one accordingly. So for example, we can come into this one and we can set different column distance between them, something like that. So if you prefer a pricing package that looks like this, you can certainly do so instead of one that looks like that. So I think this one's a little cooler. So now we can come in and just edit each individual element. So for this one, for example, we don't want to have the banner, right? So that's going to be under content, under ribbon. We don't want a ribbon here. We don't want a ribbon here. We're going to remove those. For the price, for example, let's say for our pricing, we can say this one is $199. Let's say $199 a month. For this one, our most popular one, we'll say it's going to be, let's say $3.99 a month. And then for this one, oops, we can say $5.99 a month, which is pretty cheap for agency costs. So, but it's just an example. So for the title, let's say here, we can say something like Enterprise Bundle for businesses with, let's say 100 plus employees or something like that, right? For this one, we can say standard package for small or medium sized businesses. And then here we can say something like basic package. And then we can say for individuals or affiliates, maybe. I don't know. I think that's fine. And then I really don't like the color. Let's change the colors here. Let's go into style. I really don't like that color. It's bothering me. Let's try this and see if that does it. Yeah, there you go. So for elements, sometimes that you add, you just don't know what is what. So, don't be afraid to just play around with it and then just redo the color or undo the color if you don't like what you did. So come in here. Now I'm actually thinking if this color would be better. Yeah, I think this is a little more bright. I think I like this one better. So what you could do if you make a bunch of changes and you don't want to repeat it everywhere, you could also just right click, copy, and then come in here and paste style. And that's going to paste the styling across all of them so you don't have to redo them. So this is an example of when it might have been useful to have these in each individual container, just so that we could then style that individual container for these specific items. So it's not too late. What we can simply do is we can duplicate this, and then we can delete like that. And then we can just come in here and drag this one right in there. And so now we have a different container, except we're going to duplicate this one again. Let's delete this one and delete this one. And then we're going to delete from this one, and this one. And so now we have them in each individual container. And so now if we want to make this container stand out, right, that should be easy to do. We can come in here, we can say border, we can add a little box shadow. And so now this one is standing out because it's got this nice little shadow there, right? And then if we want to adjust the sizing or the height or anything like that, we would be able to do so because now they're added into each individual container. So let's just first add all the content and then we can design after, just in case, because I don't want to design it and then when we add content, the whole layout's going to change. I don't want to do that. So let's first add the content and then see what that's going to look like first. Now I also don't like the buttons. So let's come in here and change the buttons. If we go into, I believe that's on the footer. Let's see where the button is. Yeah, it's right there. So that's going to be under the color here. I don't know why it's gray. It's not supposed to be gray. It's supposed to be the default, which is the bluish color. And then on hover, it's supposed to be secondary. So again, let's just do all the changes here and then we can copy the styling across them all. And then for this one, actually, what we could do? We don't have to stick with the same colors for the button throughout the site. We can do like orange color, Orange really draws attention and it fits these chairs. So you could just do something like that, maybe a little bit. Oops, no, we don't want that. Maybe a little bit more orangey or a little bit more reddish, maybe something like that. I think that looks good. Okay, so let me add that as a button color. I like that template. Then we can use it in other places. So then as we click that, the hover effect, we want it to be the button color, but we want it to be a little bit maybe darker when we hover over it, something like that, or maybe some lighter. Let's try. Either one's fine. Not too dark, maybe something like this. Yeah, that looks okay. I think we can keep that. It's a little flashy. So for the button, let's come in here, footer. Sorry, that's the styling. Let's go into the content for the footer. For the button, let's say contact again. Click contact, and then we can say, we don't need additional info. So we're just going to delete that. And for the button, we're going to say start, let me see, get your free call now or something like that, or get your free consultation. Yeah, let's just say get your free consultation. And then we want to increase the size of that. So that would be the footer. We're going to look for the button topography and just increase that a little bit. And so now what I want to do is just add a little bit more space between these. So probably this padding area over here, let's see. Yeah. So if we just increase that a bit, we can get some more spacing done between those elements. Maybe a little 40, it should be okay. So now let's add some of the list items over here. So if we go into features, under content, let's go into features. Let's just say, okay, so here we have the packages. Let's add these and see what we get. Actually, that's a good point. I think that is pretty cheap. I think we should go with there. $14.99 a month. I think that makes more sense. Let's just copy these. And then we can just duplicate these. And maybe we don't have to do them all, but just these at least. So something like that. And then for the price, let's go with their price there, right? I think we're doing too cheap. Do $14.99 monthly. Let's remove that $sign. Currency format looks fine. So yeah, so that's our basic package, for example. And then we have the standard package. So this one we should really flash. So this one's, let's say, 29. Oops, let's just say $29.99 a month. Let's come back here. And first of all, let's copy the styling for all of these. Base style, and then we just have to come in there and change the button. Change where it says, and then over here, what's going on here? Let's remove this one. And just add more space there. From the top, 100 or so. Or increase space for these. For the whole container, let's see. I think that would be better. Let's come in here and increase this to 100. Now we have a little bit more space. I'm not liking how this one, let me see. Should be more padding below the button. What's going on there? Let's go to the footer. Let's add some padding below the button as well. Because that's a little tight. Okay, maybe something like that. 35. Looks good. And then for these ones, we said it was, oops, okay, let's not do that. It was $2.999. Let's add that. Yeah, that's fine. And then we could do the same thing. Could come in here, change this up. And then just duplicate it several times, maybe have one more than the original one, than the basic plan. There you go, something like that. And then we want to remove that text element. Let's come in here, let's remove that. And then for this one, we want to increase some space as well. But before that, let's add a contact form, and we'll say, get your free consultation. And you know what? We should probably bold that too. Let's come in here. Let's go into footer. The button should be bolded. Let's bold it. The text at least. There you go. And then we need to add some space for the padding. So this one, we need to add maybe 40 below it as well. Something like that. Okay, looks good. So let's come back into here now, the enterprise bundle. Let's see what they have. Let's make this one $3,000 a month, just for simplicity. $3,000 monthly, and then we can include all this other stuff here, and then we can include everything here. Okay, maybe that's enough thinking. Let's see after we edit the rest of the stuff and see. So for the footer, let's remove that. Let's add a contact page here. Like that, and then get a free consultation. Get a free consultation. We're going to bold that as well. Look for a footer. Look for the button and bold it. Same as here. Come in here. Sorry, footer. And just bold that as well. Now, one other thing I want to do is maybe increase the line height a little bit for these. I feel like they're a little too tight. So if we come in here and we go into the features and the topography here, should increase the line height by a little bit. I think that's a little more readable. And then we could decide if we want to align it left or keep it center or just not do anything. Let me see. Left doesn't look bad, but we'd need to add some padding from the left in order for it to look better. Let me see. Yeah, I think left could look good. So let's try it out. Let's see what happens if we add some padding on the side as well. So if we come in here from the left, we're just going to add some padding here. And that way it's going to kind of squeeze in. But the issue is that it adds padding here too, huh? So I can't really do that. There's a way to just add padding for just the features without touching anything else. Here, let's do that from the left. So let's add maybe 18 from the left and then maybe 18 from the right so they're even. And there you go. I think that does look better, does it? Let's see. Let's click off of that for a sec. I think I did like it better when it wasn't centered. I think I liked it better when it was just normal. So let's come back and go into features. So see, this is a process that's going to be constantly changing. Let's do that. Let's just keep it as is. Now, one other thing we could do to differentiate the packages is increase some padding from the top. So that way this one kind of stands out as the one that's the highest level. So if we come in here and we go into advanced, if we go into padding here, if we make this maybe 20. Nope, we don't want to increase padding for the whole thing, just for this container. Okay, so as it turns out, we don't have a container for this one. We have a container each individual for these ones, but not for that one. So that was a mistake on my part. My apologies for that. So we have to add it into its own container. And so the way we're going to do that, we're going to simply duplicate this. And then we're going to drop this one in here. Right there. And then we're going to delete that standard package from here. And so now it's in its own container. So now when we go to structure, we can see that each price table has a container, right? That's exactly what we want. The only thing we do want to do though is change the basic package. We want to move it. So we can just move it like that as well. So now each one has its own container. So let's come in here for this specific one, and then we can come in here and increase the padding, for example, by 20. So I don't know how I feel about that. Let's maybe increase it by a bit more. Let's do maybe 30 or maybe 40. See how that looks like. Okay, so that adds it's got the little box shadow, so let's remove that box shadow from here. If we go to border, let's just remove the box shadow so it doesn't have that. And yeah, so I think that could look good. So if we reduce the size of the bottom here and the top as well as here too, I think this one's really going to stand out. So that's what we can do. So let's come in here and do the same thing for this one. So we can come in here and increase the padding. Oops, that's not what I want. Or what did I say here? I said 40, right? Sorry, I forgot. What was the padding for this one that we set? This one's 40. Okay, so this one we can make 40 as well. And then this one doesn't have much space to go down. So there's not much we can do here either, because then it's going to look uneven. So we can probably keep the bottom there, unless we move the button down. I think what we could do is just add maybe another section, because if we just increase the margins for the button and move it here, it's going to look awkward because it's going to have that extra space. And then if we reduce this size, then that's going to look awkward because this one's big and then this one's small. So we can either reduce or remove something from here or add something from here, I think, to make it more even. So let's just add something to that part. So let's go back here and let's say biweekly performance reports. Let's go into edit here, features. Okay, so that's a little better. in terms of that. Let's see if we can add maybe one more dedicated account manager. Okay, so that looks a little more even though it looks like these guys don't get a dedicated account manager, but these guys do, but I guess it's implied. Yeah, so I think that looks better. I think that looks pretty good. So that's the pricing package. If somebody clicks get the free consultation, then they get the free consultation. And then now what we can do is we can come in here and we can just remove some of the padding that we added for the button. So that would be the footer. We've added 40 from the top. We can reduce that a little bit. Make it more in line, something like that. I think that's a little better. So I think that looks pretty good. Looks pretty decent. Let's just see what it's going to look like if we publish the page. Come back in here. Let's refresh, see all the changes that we've done. So yeah, not bad. We could maybe add a border around these ones as well, but then this one won't really stand out, right? Or we could add a border, just not as strong, for example, but I think it looks fine as is. Again, still probably something to think about in terms of whether we want to left align it or keep it center, but for a start, I think it's good. So I think this is good to keep. So we can just come back in here and just delete all of this. I don't think we need that. So let's just delete that. And this is fine, but there's too much space here. I think, right? People who love our place. Yeah, I think we can keep all that. The padding there at the bottom is a little too much. Let's remove it a little bit. Let's do half of that, maybe 52. I think that looks good. Let's say something like join us to make your greatest impact. And then let's pick one of these paragraphs that they wrote for us for ChatGPT. Okay, we don't have it here. Let's say, join us today and we'll help you build your empire. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll get results. Something like that. Again, same thing. You know how to edit the images if you need to. Get your place. We're going to change that to contact. Going to make it contact. We're going to say get your free consultation. Okay, so after playing around with it for a bit, I just ended up removing one of those options there and just increasing the padding for the button. And now I think it looks good. It looks more linear. So just took a while to play around. Sometimes it does that. That's okay. Building a website requires a lot of design. And so design is a lot of back and forth. But I think this looks much better now. I think it's much more evened out. So that's good. And then, yeah, so that looks good. I think we can keep that as is. People who love our place. So here we just maybe add those same images that we had before. The Forbes, the, CNN, whatever. Of course, here would be nice to add your own individual companies. So, or the companies that you worked with, if you did. So if you have any testimonials, any results, this would be great to add. So we can say, for example, we were featured in, then we can remove this and then just keep that there. Maybe come in here and center that. Center that a little bit. These are all pretty centered. And yeah, something like that. Doesn't look bad. I like the white squares. Makes it look more 3D. So something like that. Not perfect, but we could always come back and always edit it. The sites that I showed you, all the sites that were made, there was a lot of going back and forth. After you sleep on it, you just get new ideas and do some. So yeah, I think that looks pretty decent. A good pricing range we were featured in, and then you know how to edit the images if you want to in terms of saturation and all that. So yeah, so let's go and do our About Us on the contact page, and then we can go in and do the blog, because the blog we're going to edit using a template, a theme template. So it's going to be a little different than just regularly editing a page. It's going to be like editing a header or a footer type thing. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we edit our About Us page. All right, so let's keep going. We're almost there. So let's edit the About Us page now. So page looks pretty good as is, but there's a few things we can do to improve it. So let's click on Edit with Elementor. So this header here is pretty clear what it is, but Let's increase the opacity again by a little bit, just to make it a little easier to read. So the other ones are 80%, so we can do maybe 75 for this one. So about us, give a good about us sentence about our agency. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with. And then I'm keeping this page open for a reason. I'm going to be showing you how to save a template so that you can use it later on, so you don't have to keep remaking content. Dynamic will specialize in, okay. Let's do that. Looks pretty good. And then about, yeah, let's say about us. Let's say write a more descriptive paragraph. Let's see what they say. So I think that looks pretty good. Let's come in here and use that. Come back in here. And yeah, that looks good. Get your place. Nope, no siree. Let's say contact. We're saying start your marketing now. And again, I think it should be a little bit bigger. Actually, we should probably go into our button and just make the typography a little bigger for the button. I feel like these are just too small. Do you guys feel that? I feel like it's a little too small. I feel like 16 should be good. It's a little better. Okay, so we can keep that. That's fine. I can maybe come in here and just bold some things. Dynamic growth agency. Basic traffic. Generating leads or boosting sales just makes things a little easier to read. That's the goal. We want to make it easier. We don't want to have a full paragraph, to be honest. So let's separate it out if we can. Our mission is to do that. With a focus, I think that looks good. With a focus on transparency, collaboration. So there you go. Our team, I think that looks okay. We can do that. Maybe reduce the padding from the top by a little bit, something like that. Okay, looks good. So you would just replace those images. And it's all pretty straightforward, right? Now over here, space to make your greatest impact. So let's not do this again. We've already done this and we've already done this, right? So we don't want to have to redo it. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to duplicate and use existing templates that we have. And by the way, you guys can use templates from here as well. You have the Elementor templates that they have. If you go to blocks, you can choose what you want. Like if you want a feature, okay, they don't have features. Like a hero section, you can use these. These are ready-made templates. Or for example, in our case, it's about us, right? So you can go to about and you can use any of these templates that you like. And not even that, the starter themes has templates as well. So if you go to blocks, these guys have really nice ones too. So if you go to about us or my services, theirs are black and white because I think the premium ones are the ones that are in colors that are trying to get you to pay. But you guys can still use this, you know, clients, really cool stuff. Like here's our amazing clients, right? And then basically the same thing that we had on the previous page. That's just here. Pricing, there's nothing here. Services list. Okay, the one I like is a services one like this. And I really like these, like this one. That one I really like, looks really nice. So you can just play around, pick whatever you like, but everything is already laid out here via those same templates, so we really don't have to do much. So what I do want to show you is how to save these. So for example, join us to make your greatest impact, right? Let's suppose we like this. I'm going to click not add container, I'm going to right click it. And then I'm going to say save as template. And then I'm going to give it a name. So this is, shoot, what was it? Join us to make your greatest impact. Yeah, so this is like get your free consultation. Join us sooner, the sooner you start. Okay, get results fast or something. Let's name it mid-site banner or something. Then we're going to hit save. And now it's under our template. So we have the footer, the header, and the mid-site banner. And also this we were featured in. So if we want to use this anywhere else, we can save it as template. And this is going to be, let's say, featured in ... We hit save. So now we can do that. We can publish. And we might have to refresh the page, but let's see if it's here under my templates. Yeah, it's here already. So now we can just insert this. Don't apply. We want to keep it as is. And then we want to insert another one. Oops. Nope. We want to insert another one here, which was our featured in. So if that's what you want to do, that's how you can quickly and easily use existing content. So now it's the exact same as it is over here, right? Let me just look at the padding. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I think if somebody looks at this website, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was made in a few hours with a ready-made template. You know, funny story. I was working on a website a long time ago. I created with a new business, or I created a new business to help people with their resumes, to help people get jobs. And so I built a website somehow, like just use a template from GoDaddy or something. And that template had pictures like these with the names. And so I got a bunch of calls asking for people to work for me because I was hiring to help with my business. And little did they know that I was the only person there. So when I told them that, hey, you know, these people don't actually work here, like it's just me, I was just building a site, they said, oh, I don't want to work for you anymore. So yeah, these things look realistic is what I'm trying to say. So I think that looks good for the About Us page. Let's preview it. Let's see what it looks like. About Us, you know, at Dynamic Growth Agency, we got the logo there, our team. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool, pretty cool. So let's look at the pricing page. Got the pricing packages. We got the home page. And now let's do the Contact Us page. And then we're gonna do other stuff like do the blog and then the legal pages, right? So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, so last but not least, the contact page before we get started with all the blog and the policies and all that stuff. So we want the contact form. I think this looks pretty good. I would like to move the contact form up a little bit though. I don't think it should be all the way down. And we should probably remove the map. Well, depending on if you're a physical location, of course you can keep it, but let's add it to this contact us page. And let's close one of these. Let's try to keep things nice and tidy. So once again, let's come in here and let's just add the background overlay. Let's make it 0.8 is okie dokes. Get in touch, okay. Let's see. I really like this contact form. I really like the form. Let's see if we can move it up. Let's come in here and drag it up. Let's see, how should we do it? You know what I like? You know what we should do? Let's add a template. Let's add a template. Because I don't like that people have to scroll to get to the form. I don't like that. So let's just add a template first. From Starter Themes, I think Starter Themes has much better templates. And we're going to go to Contact. Where's the Contact? Contact form. So yeah, so I'd like something like this, you know, where it has like a form and all the contact information on the same page. I don't want people to have to scroll. I think that's just a little odd. So let's see which one looks good. That one's okay. It's pretty basic. This one looks kind of cool. If you have a map, I think this looks amazing. If you have a physical location, get in touch. That looks location. Okay. Sorry, guys. Perfectionism kicking in. Okay, let's do this one. I think that looks okay. Let's import the block. And then we can just, okay, let's close out of that. And then don't worry about the form. That's just the pre-populated one before we select what it is exactly. So secondary. Okay, so for the secondary heading, let's copy this, get in touch. Get in touch. Let's close out of that. Background should be white. Let's come in here. Let's add a, wait, what's going on here? We didn't select it. There you go. And then we want to make this white. And then I want to align these to the left. I think that looks a little odd that it's aligned like that. I think it should be aligned to the left. That's better. And then this one maybe might as well. No, doesn't want to move. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so what's going on is that it's got all this kind of Elementor stuff. I don't know how it got there, but let's just write it without all that coding in there. So that's better. For this form, we're going to replace it with Elementor form. So this is the WP Forms one, but we're going to use the Elementor one. And then I do like these two. I like to send us a message, and we would love to hear from you. So let's add those here. It lets us. No, it doesn't let us. Okay, so something weird is going on with this form. As you can see, when I try to drag it off here, it says add your heading text here. So we'll just have to do it like that and play around with it this way, and then just add the message manually. So let's just say, oops, let's say, send us a message. And then we want to align these around the same size. Let me see. I think there's just too much padding here at the top. So maybe 40 or something, or maybe we could just remove the padding entirely. Put it to 0. And that way we can put this to 0. And that way it's a little more aligned properly. So send us a message, and then let's see if this one will work. If we can put that in there. Nope. Okay. I don't know what that is. There are sometimes a few bugs, so we'll just manually put in a text editor here below. And then we're just gonna copy this, come in here, paste this. We would love to hear from you. Looks Gucci. Okay, so for some reason it got unaligned top, so I just came in here and just aligned it top again. So yeah, that's what it looks like. Not ideal, I think. Let's just make some changes. I think the padding on the right was a good idea. Make it maybe 150. Kind of squeeze it in there a little bit. And then let's add some social icons here below that. Social icons, just right underneath there. Make them nice and colorful and align them to the left. I want to make them a bit smaller though. I feel they're way too big. So maybe something like that. Very good. And now that adds a little color, but also adds a nice little touch to it. So let's see if we can come in here and just add a little border as well. Either a solid border or a box shadow. Something like that. I think a box shadow is nice, right? What do they have here? They don't have anything there. They have the message in the middle. I wonder if we should do that too. Let's go into advanced. Let's see if we can up the padding a little bit here. Yeah, I think maybe the box shadow doesn't look very nice, or does it? Actually, not bad, right? Yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. I think it looks pretty good. And then we could adjust the width of the column here a little bit and make it maybe 40 or so. And then that way we can reduce the padding here to maybe 75. Or just remove it all together. No, we can't remove it all together. Let's do maybe 50. And yeah, it's going to look like that. So I like that so much better. So we're safe to delete that. So let's look at what elements we like from here. So I like the icons. I really like the icons. So instead of it being like this with the address, we can just add this whole element. And this whole element is an icon box. So actually, we just come in here, we can copy it. I'm going to come back in here and paste it. I think that looks much better than that. So we can come in here and delete that. And then if we want, we can add a little more space from the top, or a little margin from the top, maybe 20, something like that. Then for the email, so we should definitely change that, but we're going to come in here and we're going to copy this. Come in here, paste that, delete this. And then, yeah, we can use an email example. So we said Yvonne at dynamicgrowth.com, for example, phone number, his phone number. But I do like the icon, so let's just copy that instead and paste it here. And then we can delete that. And yeah, so let's copy one of these numbers, come back here and add it in the description. So there, I think that looks much better. Maybe that's a little too big. Maybe we need to increase the size a little bit. Maybe make it something like that. Should be okay. So that looks good. Let's see. Yeah, not bad. I like it. We have all these icons. We can add them here as well. These icons are blue and these have the default colors. So I think we should be good to just delete this part. Before I delete anything, I do like to make sure that it looks good, you know, it looks the best. And then the background here they're using, go into style. Yeah, they're using this nice little box background. I like that one. So I'm wondering if they use it here. If they have it as part, yeah, so they have that one. So why don't we use that background here as well? So we can come in here, style, and let's just add that same image background. I think it looks pretty nice. Nice little circles. And then this is an example of when you see that it repeats. So we want to say don't repeat. right? We don't want it to repeat. So there, it's visible. It's nice and visible. Looks good and professional. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, I think maybe we should add a little more space. I think that maybe it's just too squished. So maybe that's the only thing we have to do. So maybe just increase the spacing there a little bit of the widgets there. But aside from that, I think it's good. I think this one maybe should be aligned at the vertical alignment aligned at the top. We have the padding here set up, so maybe we can unlink them and remove the padding from the top. So let's do that again, and then from the top, we're gonna put 0. No, sorry, we can't do that. We can't do that because the box has the shadow, so it just looks weird if we do that. So let's make it back to 32, but then let's just increase the padding here for this one, for 32 as well. At least they're even. So, something like that. I feel like something's off. I don't know. You guys, let me know in the comments. I feel like something is off. I don't know what it is. I mean, obviously the icons could use help, like email us. This one should definitely, let me see if there's an email one or at least a mail one, but aside from that, is there anything off? Or am I just going crazy? Like, I like these boxes. I like the boxes. Should we make the boxes here too? But then there's going to be too many boxes, right? Because then you have this box and then you have the small boxes here. So I think that's okay. I think we're good. I like the get in touch. I don't think we need anything else. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we can delete this. If you guys have a physical location, this would be amazing to add in. So you just come in here, come into this form, and then you just enter the location. And then you can choose how far you want to zoom in. You want to choose the height. So really, really cool. I think we can keep it there because I think it looks really cool anyway. So let's save it. Let's preview and see what we got. Contact us. Okay. So I feel like there's much more space on the right than the left. Let's play around with the width settings. Send us a message. Maybe this should be centered too. Let's come in here and let's center this. Let's center this. And let's look at the dimensions, the width for this. It is 1100, but let's see if we can make it 1200. A little bit more. And for this one, yeah, everything looks about right. There's nothing crazy here. So if we close this, we see what it looks like. And I think it's the same amount of space. Let me compare. It is at the same amount of space. But I'd like this to be a little bit more pushed in. So let's use some padding from the left to do that. So you can come in here and then padding from the left. Let's just add it by a bit. $60 maybe? That looks a little better, perhaps. Perhaps. This one, I think we should reduce the margin a little bit. Let's come in here and make it a little closer. Maybe like 15. Save. Okay, let's take a look at it now. Okay, so I played around with it a little bit and this just looks much better for me. So the form is smaller, right? And then for the form, by the way, I didn't tell you guys how that works. So let me show you that. So let's remove this. Let's add an Elementor form. So let's type in form and it's going to be form. And the reason why we want to use an Elementor form is because first of all, it's going to integrate with GetResponse, which we will need for email marketing later on. And second of all, this will allow us to delete the WP Forms plugin so that we can make our site lighter. Because remember, the less plugins you use, the better, right? So we can do it like that. Now for the label, I don't want to show the labels for these. So we're going to hide the label and it's just going to show that. And then we can say here, placeholder, enter name here. We can say enter email here. And then for the message, we can say send us a message or something like that. Okay. And for the button, let's see. Let's say submit form. and actions after submit. So we're going to get into that once we get into the email marketing section. So don't worry about this too much for now. But in the meantime, you will be getting leads into your Elementor account. So I'm going to show you that in a second. You're going to be getting leads. You're going to be getting messages to your email as well. So the email that you have on file, you're going to be getting the information from there, from whoever messaged you. So you will be able to get that all there. And yeah, so let's go into style. Let me change the button real quick because that's not how it should be. So for the, let me see, where's the button color itself, the background color here. We want to make it like that. And then on hover, we want to make it secondary. Sometimes the settings that you get for some of the options, like the button, come from the default theme settings. So if you're wondering why the button didn't pre-populate from the default Elementor settings, that's because they came from the default theme settings. So that's why. So let's come in here. Let's see. This form has a little bit of gray on the inside, so we can do that. And then they have a light gray border too. So I like that. I like that they have that. So let's do that too. Let's go into style, and then we'll go into field. And for the background color, we're going to make it just a little gray. A little bit. Maybe something like that. Whatever color this was, let's see what color that is. Let's use that same color here. There, I think that's the same. And then for the border, it's got a different border color too. It's definitely not black. It's, you know, a lighter color, maybe like lighter gray or something. So now they look similar. I do want to add a little more space between them. So let's go here, let's go into field, and let's look for space, or maybe form here. Let's look for space. Nope, not this one. Let's see which one it is. Oh yeah, it would probably be the rows gap. So we increase that, maybe like this. And then if you want to add more options, by the way, you can add more. So if you want to add something else, text, radio button. So especially if you have a huge form, this is where this would come in handy. But if you want to just like collect an address or something, then it's going to be the text. People are going to be entering text. But what text do we want to collect? So maybe we want to collect their, let's move this down here. Maybe we want to collect, sorry, that's the message, right? No, we want the item to be here. Yeah. So perhaps we want a subject, something like that. In which case, if we're following that suit, we should probably just say email and name. So I think that's better. And yeah, so the information will go to your email when somebody submits a request. And you will also get it in the Elementor leads, and I'll show you what that looks like. So I think that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Looks pretty similar to this right now. So let's publish. And we have it looking pretty much the same. So let me show you how to now come in here and where to get the leads from somebody that fills in this form. So if you come over here and you go to Elementor and you go to submissions, you will see all the leads here. So you're going to get an email. When somebody enters information here, you will get an email with their contact information, with all of this. And then you will be able to reply via email, and then they're going to show up over here. So if we enter something here, if I enter Yvonne, and I submit the form, it's going to say your submission was successful, which we can change, by the way, as well. If you want to, I'll show you where in a second. And then if we refresh this, let me show you what it's going to look like in your email in the meantime. Okay, so here's that email that I got, and it is marked as spam just because this email obviously doesn't exist. So Google knows that, and it registers this as spam, but this is the email that I got, right? Hi, how are you? Wrote it all out. You are getting the email, so you can reply back to the customer and just manually add them if you have to. So in regards to the step settings and message there that you saw at the bottom, if you click on additional options and then custom messages, if you click on, you can choose and you can write out your own messages. So if the message is successful, it's going to say your submission was successful. If there's an error, it says your submission failed because of an error, and then it's going to highlight the error, whatever they need to do. Server error, invalid form, whatever it is, you can edit the options there. So that's basically it for the contact us page. So the next thing I want to do is go over the blog. So we're going to be creating and designing a nice, good looking blog page so that when somebody does click on your site, let's come in over here and click on blog, they will see all the different blogs, which they do now, but it's going to be much, much nicer. And then when they click on each one, we're going to design it in a way that is going to look very nice and pretty. So that's the plan. Let's come in here and edit the blog page next. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, so just some updates before we move on to creating the archive blog page and then the other single blog and single page templates. And basically, I just removed the extra space here at the bottom by moving this into a new container. So I copied everything and I moved it into a new container within this existing column container. A column is what they used to have before containers. Now they're containers, but this is just what they had in the past. And I was able to just remove that extra space. So now I think it looks much better. So that's the first update. The second update is that the submissions finally came in. It took a while. It took about 30 minutes for them to come in, but they did. So you will have your submissions here. You will be able to export them all to CSV. And that way, if you do end up using an email service provider, which we will be using when we talk about email autoresponders and email marketing, you'll be able to export them all and then import them in there. So in this whole time that you're still building out a website, you will be able to collect leads. So that's it for that. So let's head over into our blog page here. And the first page we want to edit is this page. So it's called the archive page, and not archive as in trash, but archive as in a library, an archive of knowledge, basically. So that's what we have to do here. We have to remove this ugliness. I think this looks absolutely horrible. So that's what we're going to be doing here, is changing this theme when somebody clicks on blog. So let's do that. So let's go back into Elementor. Let's close all the unnecessary tabs, and we're going to go back here, click on Theme Builder again, and we're going to click on Add New, and we want to do the archive. So as you can see here, I don't know if you guys can see, there's a bunch of blogs in there, and that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be decorating that page to make it look nice. So let's come in here, and we can choose the template that we want. I think these look pretty good. I think these definitely look pretty good. I think we can certainly use this. This one looks good. Let's go ahead and pick that one. Let's insert, don't apply, and then we'll just come in and start making the changes. So here's what it looks like. Now, first of all, I don't like this gray in the back, right? So if it's not something that we can change within Elementor, then it's going to be something that we can change in the theme settings. So let's come over here into our page. Let's click on Customize, and let's remove that gray. I think it looks really, really bad. And we're just going to go into Global. We're going to go into Colors. And it's going to be the site background here. As you can see, it's gray. So let's, if that doesn't work, let's make it white. So now that should be much better. So let's refresh this page, reload. Oops, maybe we shouldn't have reloaded before saving, but that's fine. We'll come in here again and we'll just select this. We'll click Insert, don't apply. And then let's close out of this and let's go back to just the regular page, just like that. And so now we have it look like that. But we do want to play around with it. So this part looks good, right? That's what we want it to look like. We don't want to have like the big, huge, giant post. But I think there's definitely work that we can do over here. And in fact, we could probably even use a transparent background here too, now that I think of it. So let's do this. Let's go into our pricing page, for example, and then we can copy this template and just plug that back into our blog post page. So let's edit with Elementor. Let's just keep everything consistent here. And let's copy the template they have so that we can use it exactly the same. We'll click Save as Template, and we'll just name it Hero, because that's our Hero section. That's what it's called. It's that first initial image with a text. That's called the Hero section. So we've saved it here. So let's come back in here, and that's a different section, so we can leave that, but let's delete this. Let's add a new one right here, and then we're going to go to our templates here with Elementor, and we're going to select the Hero section. So now we're just going to change the image, and then we're going to make this page have a transparent background as well. And then that's going to make it look all nice and consistent for every page of the site. We can just say recently published articles or something like that. And then this seems to be too little. I want it to expand a little bit to show up over here. I don't want it to take up 2 lines. So we would go into this container, and if the width is already at the maximum, then it looks like there are some padding or margins over here that we should get rid of. So let's take a look and see. If we go to Advanced, So we have 50 of padding, so we can just remove that a little bit, and then we can come in here and reduce the width by a little bit. So maybe just enough so it shows. Alternatively, we could make the headline a little smaller, but I want to make it consistent with the rest of the pages. So I'm just going to keep it like that. Let's take a look. Yeah, come to think of it, I think maybe it does look better the way it was. Let's try that. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Let's just keep it like that in that case. But then we want to do something like that. Okay, so check out our recently published articles. We make sure to deliver the most updated content available. Okay, so something like that. And then here we have the blog posts, right? So we can edit this. So we have 6 right now. And this is why I told you, I suggested that you have the same dimensions, because otherwise they would all have been different dimensions and it would have just looked really, really bad. So try to keep them the same when you can. So in terms of this, let's do some changes. The first things I like to do here is just to change the box shadow here. So just make it like that. So we want to reduce the spacing here, and we want to increase the padding for these, right? Otherwise it just looks really, really bad. So let's go into layout, see if we can find something here. So the columns gap, let's fix the columns gap first. Let's reduce the sizing there a little bit to maybe something like 20 is fine. And then the rows, that's going to be the rows between these ones. So we can maybe make it the same, something like that. Okay, but now we want to increase the padding, right, between these elements. So let's look at the different options. It could be spacing. Let's see if we increase the spacing. Yeah, it's going to increase the spacing there. Yeah, so that's the excerpt, but we don't really have to adjust the spacing for that. I think it looks fine as is. What we do have to do, though, is remove that space there. So let's see where it is. If we go into card, it could be under horizontal padding, perhaps. Let's increase that. Maybe something like that. So that looks all right, but then we want to change the spacing here. So that stems from the image. So we're going to go at the image. Just going to reduce the space there. We don't need too much. Maybe 5 is okay. And then we want to reduce the excerpt length because this is too much. So we're going to go to content. And then we do want to show the excerpt, but we want it to be about 20. So we're going to say yes here. And then that's going to apply our custom number that we set over here. And then let's look through everything else, make sure everything else looks good. So posts per page, we just want the 6. We want 3 columns. If we want more, you can set up more columns and it's just going to show up more. Let's see what 4 looks like. 4 is not bad. Anything more than 4, though, I think that's a little much. Yeah, it's going to be a little squished. I think 2 is not enough. So either 3 or 4, I think, is good. Let's go with, 4 looks good, but the only issue is that we only have 6. So it's going to look better if we have 3 just for that reason. So let's just go with 3 for now. Everything else looks pretty good. I think that looks good. So if we go to, let's see, what else is there? Is there anything else we want to change? Yeah, if you want to change the colors of these, you can. But I think everything looks pretty good. The one other thing I forgot to mention is I like to include a little effect when you hover over any one of these. And you have that under the hover effect here, under card and hover, and that's going to be gradient. And that way when you hover over it, it adds this little shadow to it, as you can see. So just something cool, just an indicative factor that you're clicking on it. And then if you want to change the titles, if you want to change anything in regards to the titles, you can see if you go to content that the title HTML tag is H4. So if you go into your site settings and the typography, you will be able to change the title and the hover effects and all that if you change the H4 tag. So I'm going to leave it because I don't want to affect the H4 tag for any other places where we might have it. But if you do really want to add a hover effect or add the color to this or anything like that, that's how you would do it. So I think this looks pretty good for now. This looks pretty good so far. We haven't joined our newsletter. I think this is really good to collect emails. So let's just change this form a little bit. Let's make the style here white as opposed to dark where it's impossible to see. So let's go into field and change the text color here. Well, the text could be black and then the background color could be white. So it looks something like that. So it's a little easier to see. I don't like that this has all this space in the background. So actually, I want to remove this image as well. I don't want the image. So I'm going to trash that. No image. And we could keep the same color. That's fine. But I do want it to be full width. And also make sure that the padding doesn't exist from the bottom and the left. So that way it stretches the whole way through. So I think that looks much nicer. So the other thing is there's too much space here at the top and the bottom. So let's check if we can reduce the padding. And it looks like it's not the padding, it's the margin this time. So let's, doesn't matter what it is, padding or margin. Let's make that 4. This goes by percent, by the way. That's why it's 4 and not, like the 40 that you might be used to. And then this one looks like it has it 12, so let's make it maybe 4 again. Or maybe 8 for this one. And no, that doesn't look right. Let's make this 4. And then let's come down here and do the same thing for this one here. It's a little much, maybe 8 or 4. And actually, we don't need this again. So this is if you had more blog posts, but we only have 6 right now. So we're going to delete it. And more than that, they should show up here, right? We don't want them to show up like separately like that. Or at least I'd want to show them up all together. So join our newsletter. So same thing here. If you want people to subscribe, let's change the button style here. Let's go into buttons. Let's change the button color to our primary. And then on hover, we're going to change the background color to secondary. But we want the text color to still stay white. So we have that. One more thing I would actually like to do with these is make rounded edges. I feel like that's just too sharp. So if we go to card, if we increase the border radius by a little bit, so that it's not that sharp, maybe 25 should be okay. So I think that looks a little better. Now, alternatively, what we could do, let me see if they have the option here, because they just have one standalone border radius option. Yeah. So normally if you add a border, you would have the option to choose whether you want to add a border to the radius to the top, bottom, right, left. But in this case, they just give us border radius option. That's it. So has to do with this widget, but that's okay. We'll take what we can get and actually probably reduce it by a little bit, maybe make it 15. So I think that looks good. We got the newsletter, social media posts. We don't need to do that. We don't need that. We don't have social media posts. So I think this is good as is. Let's remove this other duplicate there. And perhaps we can add our information here that we had the featured in or mid-site banner, for example. Now we can hit don't apply and just have it look like this. And then we want to add more space now, right? So the image doesn't hit it there. So let's add some more from the top, maybe 120. Oops, nope, that's not good. Yeah, it usually does this when you click on this, it just disconnects and puts everything to 0. That's, I don't know if it's a bug, but it's never been fixed with Elementor before, surprisingly. So from the left, I think it was 0. From the right, I think also 0. But then we just want more from the top. I think maybe it was 120, right? Or no, it was 80, I think, and that wasn't enough. So we'll do 140, something like that. So yeah, that seems about right for the archive page. Now, one more thing we have to do is make this have a transparent background or a transparent header for this one. So let's go back to WordPress and let's go back to our page, to our blog page. So let's go to our posts, or sorry, pages. Let's go to the blog page. Now we're going to click edit. And then we're going to go to Astra, and then we want to enable the transparent header. So now let's preview that page. Let's go to blogs, and now it should have the exact same layout. Now I think this is a little big. This layout's a little big, so we need to make this a little smaller. This is too big. So let's go back to that page. Let's go back to, where's the templates here, theme builder. And then we have the Elementor archive. Yeah, we got to rename that as well. Let's rename that real quick. This is going to be archive template. And then we want to edit it. And so as you can see, the width of this one is 1520, whereas the width of any other page is about 1200. So even if we look here, it's 1200, see? If we go by percent pixels, it's 1200. And this one is 1500, so let's make it 1200 as well. That should work much better. So let's give it a try, let's refresh. And this should automatically refresh as well. If not, we'll just refresh manually. Yeah, that looks much better. Much more centered, not as big. And over here, we need to add some more padding as well. That feels a little squished. So let's come back here. Let's add some padding to the bottom, padding or margin. So we've added 140 to the top. Let's add 140 to the bottom. Let's publish. Let's refresh, and we should see some more space there. I think that's enough. That's the same as here. So that looks pretty good. So that's our archive page. So congratulations. Now we can go to any page of our site. And oh, we should change the image. I forgot about that. Let's change, because they all have the same image. Let's change the image for the blog page and then for the contact us page probably as well. So let's come back up to the blog page. Just forgot about that. Let's add a nice image of maybe something to do with maybe home office. See if they have anything available. That does not look like home office to me. But maybe something like that could work. Or let's just say office. Oops. Yeah, so something like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see if we can use this one. Okay, so that's at least a little different. So let's save. Let's refresh. Now it looks a bit different, at least, right? Home page, blog page. And then I'm just gonna go in here and just change the contact page. Or actually, I can just do it with you guys. Let's see if we can do it from here. Yep. Just to have a different image on every page. Let's go to style. Let's look for team office maybe. Something like that. And just looking for something that looks good. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just something we can use here. All right, so I just scrolled all the way up. Let's grab maybe one of these images here. All right, so I think that looks pretty good, actually. Image resolution is full. It looks like it's not ideal quality, but if that's the highest we can get, then that's fine. So let's publish, and let's refresh and see what we get. Yeah, it looks pretty good. About us. Pricing plan, contact. So yeah, congratulations. I think that looks all good. We're all set with the site. So the blog archive page, this is the archive page. It looks good, but now we need to change the individual page. So when we click here, we want this to look nicer, right? Maybe we want to collect some emails, and then we want to create a page for individual legal pages that we'll be doing later on, a nice template. So let's do that next. Let's start off with the blog individual page blog template. So we've done the archive page, which looks like this, but now we want the actual individual blog posts to look good. And moreover, we want to collect some emails. We want something like that. So let's go in and do that. Let's head over here. Let's go again into Theme Builder. And we're going to click on Add New, and we're going to click on Single Post or Single Page. Yeah, Single Post here. And we can choose a template. Again, I always like to go by template. I really like this one. This one has everything you need. It's got nicely laid out posts that you have, further posts, and the current one, and then an email submit form. So I think this looks really good. We're going to insert this variation right here. I'm going to click Don't Apply. And we're going to just change a few things up. So this is going to be the title of the specific blog post. So we want to make that a little bigger. All right. We can change the color here. We can add an image, however you want to do it. I think for specific blog pages, it makes sense to just have a little background like this instead of an image, just because otherwise the image is going to be the exact same on every single page. It's going to get annoying fast. But a color is much more consistent. Okay, that's fine. So this is a post title. So this is dynamically updated. So whatever the post title will be, that's what that's gonna show. Now I don't want this to just be like this squish in the middle. So we're gonna click here and we're gonna just increase the width of this to make it look something like this. And I think in that case, we could reduce the height by a little bit. So I think that looks good. And then we have this is the excerpt. So we don't want that, so we're just going to remove that. Over here, this has all the information about the author, the date, so on and so forth. So you can add additional things if you want, like you can add the comments, the terms, or you can just remove it altogether. For the author, you could include a picture, the avatar. So we're going to include that. We're going to increase the size of that so it's actually visible. Looks a little more professional, looks nice and neat. And I think that looks good, but we want the author first, then we want the date, and maybe we want to add maybe time. We can add that, or no, maybe comments, number of comments. So if there's any comments, it's going to say there. Now this is the featured image for the post. So we do want that, but we want to reduce some of that margin there at the top, maybe 20, or maybe just remove it altogether. I think that looks fine. We have the share icons, that's good. And then we have all these. So that's, I mean, as you can see, there's a bunch of things we can fix. I like the line there. I think that looks good. I think this is pretty short article, but nice and sweet. Now, a lot of things I want to do. One is I want to increase the line spacing between the paragraphs, right? I want to change this. I don't want a huge paragraph. I like the share icons. And then we want to fix the send a message email submit form, all right? And then that's going to be our template for this. So now one other thing again, let's go into here. We don't want that much spacing there, maybe 40 or so, something like that. I think that's okay. So let's go from top to bottom. So there's also a lot of space between these two and just in general between all the elements. So if it has anything to do between the spacing like that, we want to adjust that here, make that 0. It's a little bit better. Now for these, this is the page post template that we used before. So I don't want to have such a large excerpt. So maybe 20, and then we want to apply that. So just make it nice and shorter, and then there's just too much space between them. So let's go into style. Let's change the rows gap, reduce that a little bit, make it a little tighter. Columns gap, we don't have any columns, so that doesn't do anything. Something like this, maybe even remove, maybe even make the excerpt a little less, maybe 10. Yeah, that looks about right. And then we want to show just, for example, just 3 posts. So that looks better. So let's come down here. Let's see if we can reduce some of that spacing from the top by a bit. Maybe make it 40. Then we want to change that border. So there's a border at the top, which we want to change from gold to match our color. And then the color of the button should also be different. So let's go into buttons. And for the background color, let's make it our primary color. Let's make the text color white. Let's make the hover effect our secondary color and the text color white as well. And then we want to align the button to the left, or we want to stretch it so it spans the whole thing. And then we want to say something like submit form. Let's come in here. And for the button, I'm going to say submit form, for example. And then instead of send us a message, we want to say join our newsletter for awesome tips. Something like that. Once you create a freebie or something like that, that's where you can come in here and just create a freebie instead of just a newsletter. But for now, this is fine. So I think that looks pretty good in terms of the left side. I don't like that there's this much space. So what you could do is we could just come in here and we could reduce the margin. And if you don't find anything, then it must be this other element, this other container. So here, as you can see at the bottom, oops, let's make it 40, maybe 20. So I think that looks better. Now in terms of the icon colors here, This is an icon list, so it's not a social media list. So you can't have them be the color that they correspond to. So we just have to adjust them manually. So let's come in here. Let's make it the secondary color on hover effect. I don't want this golden one. And yeah, I think that looks good. So we have the share, we have the more posts, we have the join our newsletter. So now the last thing we have to do is change this up. And then I think that looks good too. Maybe we can move it up a little bit. At the bottom, there's a lot of margin. So maybe let's remove some margin at the bottom. But then I also don't like that there's so much margin here. So let's select this one here. And at the bottom, maybe make it 40. So that's just a little closer. And then here, you're going to have the previous and the next post. It's just the post navigation. So you can choose what you want it to look like, what you want the arrow to look like. It's up to you. I think this is good as is, so there's not too much to edit here. Now, oh, one more thing. We do want the comment section, right? So let's click the little plus sign here, and we're going to look for post comments. We're just going to drag it there. Comments are closed, so that's because I disabled the comments, right? But once the comments are enabled, there's going to be a comment section over here. And if you recall, I disabled the comments because I didn't want the spammers and the scammers emailing me while the site was under development, right? So let's come in here and now edit this section to make it look more nice and readable. So that margin is too high. Let's make it 25, maybe even a little bit less, maybe something like 15. And then we want to add more space. So I believe that's a heading 3 or 4. Let's see. If we come in here, post content, we go to a style. It will sometimes tell you what heading it is, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, so on and so forth. So not on this case, but that's fine. I believe this is heading 3. So we're going to have to go into site settings and typography to edit that. So let's go into typography. And I believe this is the third one. So let's just test it by editing it. So if we come in here and we change the line height, does it change it? So it changes it for that. So that is heading 3, but this might be heading 4. Or rather, it does change it for this too, but then we need to change this to be heading 4, not heading 3. Because otherwise, as you can see, it becomes a mess. So I think that looks fine. That looks much better. It's much more readable. But we do need to now adjust this to make it not heading 3. Right? So let's click Save Changes. And then let's close out of that. Now we need to make this heading 4, not 3. We're going to select this, and we just want to change that from heading 3 to heading 4, for example. So we can come in here, make that heading 4. And now that's just going to be, all the changes that we applied to heading 3 won't apply to here. So that looks pretty good to me. I think this looks really nice. Let's publish it. Let's come in and check. So we don't want to display this on all singular pages. We want to display just on the posts, right? On all the individual posts. So we're going to save. We're going to publish. Then we can come back here and refresh the page. If we go back to the home page, everything else should look normal. Make sure the heading 3 changes that we made didn't affect anything negatively. If we go to About Us page, make sure everything is good here, as it should be. And then if we go to the blog page, now if we click on any individual blog, we should be taken to something that looks like this. So it should all be set up. Let's go into a different post, for example. Now this one didn't do it. This one didn't work. We'll have to check why. Let's look at another post. No. So it might have something to do with the purged cache. Let's refresh and purge and see if that works now. So let's go through all the blog posts and just make sure that it all works here for all the pages. 10 improvement strategies. Everything else here works fine. Let's go to the next post. Next post. All in all, I think this looks pretty good for a blog post page. I think it's fully functional. If people submit their name, and by the way, they don't need their phone number. Not for that. Not for lead forms. We're just going to remove that. But aside from that, I think it's pretty good. If we go back to different posts, you see this is where the remove cache comes in handy because it just removes how the pages are saved. And we're able to check the results right away. And then here we can see everything. All the line spacing works properly as well. We can go back and that looks good. Looks good. So we're almost done with the website. There are a few more things we have to do, such as a cookie policy and the legal pages. So legal pages are very important because they vary, right? Company by company. You can't have the same legal pages. So we do want to add some legal pages here somewhere at the bottom or maybe over here for the quick links. And we also want to make a template for those individual legal pages because these pages look good. But once you add a new page with just blank content without anything like this, it's not going to look as good. So we want to make a page and we want to make a template for those. So it's going to be quick, but I'll show you how to do that in the next lesson. All right, so now what I want to do is create a template for the legal pages because they should look a little bit different than your standard pages. They shouldn't have like this background or they shouldn't have the image. You know, they're pretty formal legal page terms, right? So let's go back into Theme Builder. And again, we didn't name this. We have to name this stuff because it becomes confusing. So single post template. Let's do that. Let's go back to all parts. Let's add a new, it's going to be a single page. And we don't need any template here. This is very, very basic. We don't need any designs, any backgrounds, anything like that. And let's just name this single page. And then what we want to do is we just want to add the post title. So for example, for the disclaimer, it's just going to say disclaimer here, right? H1, could be H1, could be H2 as well. It doesn't have to be huge, but maybe H1's okay. And then we want to align its center. We want to increase the padding from the top, maybe 50. This will all make sense once we get into it. So if you're wondering why we're doing this, trust me, you will understand. As we start building out the legal pages, you will see exactly what I mean and why we're doing this. So yeah, so that's going to be the name of the post. So it's not going to say blog, it's going to say whatever that specific page that we're going to be doing will be. And then we want to add the post content, right? We don't need the excerpt, we don't need the author box. This is just the legal page, so it's very, very straightforward. So it's just going to have the content over here. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to it. So this looks pretty good. We're going to publish it. We are not going to include it anywhere right now. We're just going to save it as a template. And then once we get the legal pages rolling, you will see what I mean. And we're going to include this on all the legal pages. So that's pretty much it for this post. All the content's going to be down here. This is going to be the name, like disclaimer, terms of use, so on and so forth. And then the content's going to be below it. So actually, one thing we do want to do is let's add some padding at the bottom as well. What happened here? Oops, did I add the padding for this one? My apologies, I didn't want to. I want to add it for the whole block, actually. So margin, let's do 100, and let's do 100 at the bottom as well. We're going to publish. Again, nothing right now. We just want it available. And once we add the content, it's all going to fall into place. You will see what I mean. Okay, I changed the padding to 50. So that is it. I'm going to see you guys in the next lesson as we start working on some of the legal content and the funnels and all that fun stuff. I will see you then. All right, so let's talk about legal pages because it is often a neglected topic that is super, super important because every website does need the legal pages. And by the way, just as a disclaimer, what I'm about to tell you here is not to be taken as legal advice. This is all simply my opinion, okay? So if you want to be super safe, super secure, you should talk to a lawyer. I'm just going to tell you my opinion and tell you what some of the options are in terms of approaching the legal page creation process. So when it comes to writing out your legal pages, you have three options. The first option is to just go to Google or use ChatGPT to write out the legal pages for you. You can't just copy paste somebody's privacy policies or terms of use, not only because it's not ethical, but also because every business is different. And so in order to write out your policies, you do need to write out specific things that are tailored to your business. And so I included a prompt just below this video that you guys can put into ChatGPT and you can ask, hey, what information do you need in order to generate these policies? And ChatGPT is going to ask you some questions and you're just going to fill in the blanks, and then ChatGPT is going to give you all the policies that you can use, and you can just copy and paste those on your site. Now, as you can already guess, that isn't the safest approach. It's something that can get you by. But if you want something a little safer, a little more secure, and something that adheres more to legal terms, you can use tools like Termly. So this is just an example of something you can use, Termly.ai. And if you come in here, I believe you get the first policy for free. You can click on Start Building Compliance, and you can choose a policy that you want to add. So for example, if you want to add the privacy policy here, You can click on that, and then it's going to ask you questions. And this is what I meant by you can't just copy and paste your policies from somebody else, because there are very specific questions and a specific way in which all the policies are written out that depends business to business. So you can just come in here, you can fill out all this information. Again, I think their first policy is free and then you have to pay, but they do say that they are working with a legal team so that you don't have to. I don't know how accurate it is or if you can fully rely on them and just never talk to a lawyer, but it's definitely a safer choice than ChatGPT, for example, or Google. So aside from that, the third remaining option you have when it comes to writing out your legal policies is, of course, talking to a lawyer. So that's the most expensive, but it's also the most reliable and the most foolproof way to get out your policies. If you're just starting out, maybe you think that's too expensive, that's fair. However, for the purpose of this module, I will be showing you how to use ChatGPT just because this isn't a website that I'm actually going to be running and using for my business. It's used to show you how to build a website. So I'm going to be using ChatGPT in this module. However, which option of the three that I presented to you want to use is totally up to you. We're going to go ahead and use ChatGPT to create and add our policies to our website. I'll see you there. All right, so we're ready to start creating our legal pages. So let's close out of that. And you guys have the prompt just below this video for what to put into ChatGPT. So that is, I need a cookie policy, disclaimer, terms of use, and a privacy policy. What information do you need for me to create these terms? So while ChatGPT is creating the response, let's go back into WordPress and let's start creating the pages. So it's going to be, we're going to go into pages and we're just going to start them here. So for the title, this is going to be, let's say, disclaimer, and then we're going to paste the disclaimer here. So let me see if I can just copy all of this and answer all in one swoop. So let's say my answers. Then we're going to say what cookie policy, what cookies are used on our website. So we will have all of these cookies on the site once we get to the next module, which is analytics and tracking and all that. So we will have all of these cookies indeed on the site. Why are you collecting them? Yes, all of this is correct. For tracking visitor behavior, personalized content, analyze traffic. That's correct. Do you use third-party services that set cookies? Let's say yes, Google Analytics, Google Ads, Facebook Ads. Do users have the option to accept or reject cookies? If so, how? Yes, via a cookie banner, which I will show you guys how to do. Duration, how long will cookies remain on users' browsers? I'm going to show you how to set all this up once we get to the analytics part, because this cookies has to do with a certain Google Analytics policy, which has to do with the user signals and gathering additional data from Google. So I'll cover that in the next module, but say yes for now because we will be doing it. How long will cookies remain? I don't know. I think until people remove them. I think. Because it depends. It depends on the network and it depends on the tracking cookie that we set. So we'll just leave it at that. Purpose of your site. What purpose does you promote? We offer marketing services to help businesses grow their business. Is that any professional limitations? Are you disclaiming responsibility for any reliance? No. We're just a marketing agency who try to help, but yes, results will vary. Okay, so let's say we are just a marketing agency, for example. Third-party content. Do you have responsibility for disclaimers for links to other sites on third-party services? Let's say we offer affiliate links on some of our posts, which again, we will get into as we get into monetizing the site. Are there any disclaimers? Are there any specific disclaimers on financial legal advice? No. Nothing like that. Any restrictions? No. What are your users' rights and obligations? No malicious use. No copying content. No malicious use. Exactly what they're saying. Do users need to create an account? No. Do you own the content and what rights do users have to use or share it? Yes, we own all the content. No one can use or share it without our consent. Products or services. Yes, we offer marketing services at our agency. Let's say if there are no results, we give you your money back or something like that. If that's what you want, right? This is just an example policy. Limitations of liability, downtime content. What are you disclaiming responsibility for? Yeah, okay. So we'll say any technical issues, downtime, content errors, miscommunication issues, things like that. Which jurisdiction? So we are based in, let's say, New York, US. Okay, affiliate disclosure. Are you part of any affiliate programs? Yes. Some include Amazon Associates, but there are many to include them all. I will explain what all this means as we get into the monetization part, but just have it up right now and it will all make sense later. Yes. How do you disclose affiliate relationships on the website, individual pages, blog posts, or as a general statement? Via the affiliate disclosure. Product endorsement. Are you reviewing or endorsing products, and how do you know? Let's say, but if we do, we say that we are sponsored by a certain company. Okay, last but not least, privacy policy. What personal data do you collect? Name, email, phone number, and then if there's anything else you collect, you would just add it here. How's the data collected? Let's say forms. Well, no, forms, right? Their email and phone number isn't collected. Forms. Cookies collect the user analytics data. Why do you collect personal data? Yes, all of these examples. Third-party services. Do you share data with third-party? Yes, Google Analytics, heat map, Google Ads, Facebook ads, and then anything else that you can have in mind. But these are the ones that we will cover in this course and a few others, but these are the main ones. Can users update or delete their personal data? Not that I know of. Users can request access, update, or deletion of their data. Data security. What measures are in place to protect user data? None right now. Well, we do have secure servers. We have secure servers, but we don't have encryption. So we'll just leave it at that. How can users contact you? They can reach out to us at, let's say, info@dynamicgrowth.com. Okay. So let's get the policies generated here. Okay, so let's start with the cookie policy then, not the disclaimer. So we'll do a cookie policy. Oops. And we're going to hit publish, publish. And now if we view the page, you'll see that it looks like crap, right? So that's why we're using the template, because you can't really adjust anything here. You can't adjust that space there. You can't adjust this, and it just looks really bad. So this is why we're going to be using that template. So let's go back and let's add now a disclaimer. New page, we're going to add a disclaimer. That's a pretty short disclaimer. Thinking, is that the affiliate disclaimer? No, that's just the disclaimer. Okay, looks pretty short. I'm going to ask for ChatGPT to write a longer disclaimer because that just seems too short. Can you write a longer and more thorough disclaimer? In the meantime, let's add this here. Let's add the privacy policy in the meantime. And for this reason, I suggest using sites like Termly to generate your policies because this isn't ideal, right? So we're going to hit publish. So that's the privacy policy. Let's add the affiliate disclosure now. All right, what else we got? Terms of use. And then we ask them for a longer, use that for a longer disclaimer. So let's add that here. And we're just going to copy all this, and that should be it for that. Looks better. So if you want longer documents for anything else, you can just ask ChatGPT to do so, as I did here. But in general, this should be good. I do strongly suggest using Termly, to be honest. If you're actively planning to use the site for your business, it's much better. It's a worthy investment. It's really not expensive, but it does the most you can other than hiring a lawyer to do your pages. So strongly suggest it. But we're not using this, so we're just going to be using ChatGPT. And here's how you can do it the quick and easy way, just to save us some time. So these are the pages. Let's see. So there are a few things we want to do. The first thing we want to do is go into menu and just add a menu for the legal. So we're going to create a new menu. We're going to say menu name, legal pages. And then we're going to click on create menu here. And then we want to add the content, right? So we want to add this, 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 and this. And we're going to add to menu. And there you go. So that looks good. So it's going to automatically link to these pages now. So we're going to hit save. And let's see, what else did we want to do? Yeah, so now we want to go into the templates, into the theme builder. And notice how this looks like now, right? Observe how this looks like now. Versus if we go into, we said the single page here, click on edit. Now it's going to look much nicer. For example, say it's going to look like this. So now what we want to do is come in here. We want to say display conditions. We want to say include pages, but not all pages. We want to include the disclaimer. We want to include the terms of use. We want to include affiliate disclosure. We want to include the, what else is there? Cookie policy and the privacy policy. Privacy policy. Now, which one? Shoot, there's both. There's one that was auto-generated and then the one that we created ourselves. So we'll check. Let's click save and continue. We're going to publish. So now when we refresh this page, does that not look way nicer? And you can come in here and actually edit anything, right? So if you think that this doesn't look too good, then you can just go in there and adjust. So for example, here, I feel like there's not enough space. So we can come in here and we can just add some padding either at the top or at the bottom, or some margin, either one. So let's add some padding at the top. Let's say maybe 20. And we're going to publish, then refresh, boom, right? More space. And then if you feel this is too big, you can come in here and just reduce the size by a little bit or change it to a heading 3 or 4 or whatever. So let's make it a little smaller, 50. Publish, refresh, boom. Okay, so I think that looks really nice. So now we can come in here and replace these quick links with the legal terms, and then we can see what those look like. Furthermore, we have to change that up a little bit. So we can come in here again into typography, and we can just increase the line size for that, the line height. I believe it's H4, but we'll have to go back into our single blog post pages and edit that as well. Oops, sorry, not the size of that. That was bad. Let's see if I can delete it and just keep it a default. So let's go back to the line height here. Yeah, so we want to do that. And just make that a little more readable, right? Add some space between them. So it lags a little bit, but 60, something like that. Okay, this looks much nicer. So we're gonna hit save changes here. Give it a second, come back here, and now it's much more readable. There's much more space between them. But for the blogs, now this is gonna be a mess, right? So now we gotta come back here and edit that again. So we gotta make that like H5 or H6. So let's quickly do that. But aside from that, it's almost done. Actually, we forgot to do one thing. We need to go back to the footer and add it there, right? Before we do that though, let me quickly adjust it here under posts. So let's go into our theme builder. Let's go into the single post template. Let's edit this real quick. Got to make sure we fix the issues before we do anything else. So let's come in here and change this to, let's say, H5 or H6. There you go. So that's fine now. So that looks good. Congratulations. Like I said, let's now go into the theme builder and let's change it on the footer. And then we'll just take a look at the site again and just make sure that everything works well. So let's come back here. Click that, and now the menu, we have the legal pages, right? Not showing up for some reason. Let's go back into the menu screen and see what's going on here. This should be showing up for sure. Okay, so that's been saved. Cache has been cleared. Let's try to add legal pages again. There you go. Now it shows up. So sometimes you got to clear the cache or you got to resave the menus, but it should work. So that's the menu. And then if you want to rearrange the menu, you can always do so. So whichever one comes first, like if you want the, I don't know, if you want the privacy policy to be first, you can add that there. If you want the disclaimer, then the terms of use, so on and so forth, then you hit save menu. And now the privacy policy is first. So then if you click on any of these, you get the disclaimer. If you click on now the terms of use, you get the terms of use. You click on affiliate disclosure, you get affiliate disclosure. You click on privacy policy, you get that. Click on cookie policy, you get that. So looks good, looks up and running. Let's go through all the other pages. Make sure the headlines haven't been messed with. Oops, what's going on here? Let's close out of some pages. Let's keep things nice and organized. And let's just go back to the dashboard. Let's open up this page again. And try again. What happened there? So we have here, let's go back to home. Scroll down, make sure it's working. Make sure everything's working. Go to About Us. Looks good. Go to Contact. Get in touch. Let's go to Get Free Consultation. Okay, yeah, so that takes us to this page. Go to Blogs. Let's go to here. Everything looks good. Yeah. And then if you want to go to any of these pages, affiliate disclosure, disclaimer. So congratulations. Everything looks good to go. We're now ready to continue and start mobile optimizing and now making sure that now that the site is complete, that the site looks good on every device. And by the way, if you are selling a specific product, if you're selling not a service, because so far we've been selling a service here, but if you're selling a specific product or you're an e-commerce store and you have many products, I'm going to show you how to set that up and how to integrate it with your website as well in an upcoming lesson. But for now, the first thing I want to do is just mobile optimize and make sure that our site, the way we have it right now, is fully optimized and looks good on every device. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so the website looks good. I think it's done. I think you should be proud of yourselves if you followed along and have gone so far. I think this is quite a lot, and all the pages work and integrate together and look very nice, I think. And you're also collecting emails, so that's a plus, right? So let's just close out of these pages. And now what I want to do is mobile optimize these pages. So let's start off with the easiest, and then we're going to go from easiest to the hardest. So we have to mobile optimize the footer, the header, the theme pages. So let's start off with the theme builder, and then we're going to make our way back to the home page, which has the most elements. So let's start off with the footer. Let's mobile optimize that. Let me show you exactly what that looks like. So we're going to click here. We're going to click edit. What changes? We didn't make any changes to save. So here is the footer, right? Now, if we want to mobile optimize, we have these options here at the top. We have the tablet, we have the mobile. Any changes you make on desktop are automatically applied to the tablet and mobile. Any changes you make on tablet are automatically applied to mobile as well. But when you head over into tablet or mobile, you are able to specify and make differences and make different changes for each specific option, like for a size of an image or for the color of an image, so on and so forth. So let's look at it. So we're going to click tablet view. Now the key is, here's a trick. When you guys look at this, don't just look at it like this and then mobile and say, okay, that's it. You also have to expand and contract it, because when you expand it, it looks different also. On mobile, the mobile screen isn't always this small. It's sometimes a little bigger, sometimes bigger. So you got to expand it in order to be able to see it. So we're going to have to make it look nice and optimized for every screen, whether it looks like this. This is a little bugged, by the way, so don't worry about this last screen because that's just tablet, basically. And all these different tablets as well, right? So let's do it. So let's start off with the minimum tablet option, or no, let's say the maximum tablet option, and then so that we're going from desktop to maximum tablet to minimum mobile. So the first thing I see here is that this is too tiny. So I want to go into style and I want to increase the image size, right? Now you will notice here that it says tablet portrait. So if I increase this, it will only increase the size for tablet. So if we go back to desktop, right, it stays the same, exactly the same. So we come back here. So now let's try it and see what that looks like. So I think that looks much better. And frankly, I think our tablet view looks good. I don't think there's any changes really here. The only potential change is over here where the email is kind of showing up on the bottom. And what I don't like for this as well is that it's aligned on the side there. It's not aligned in the center. And I think that's because of maybe there's some padding added or something to it. Let's check. Let's check over here. I think there's some padding. Yeah, here from the left, right? So that's why it's added there. So let's see if we can reduce that for here, at least for mobile. And then what we could do is we could also see if we could add some space here, if we could add some width. So, okay, we can't do that here until we reduce some of the width here. Let's reduce some here, and then we can increase some here. And there you go. So that's an option. You could do that, or you could have just made the text smaller as well. You could select the font, select that, and just go into style, go into text, and just make the text smaller. You could do that because when you go into typography, you can see here the size, this is only for tablet. So if you change the size, you would only be changing it for tablet. So that's one way you could have done it, or you could have done what we did, which is by reducing the padding and reducing the container width, right? So I think tablet looks really good here. I don't think there's much to do. So let's look at now phone. So we're going to go, let's start off with the biggest phone. Now, again, don't worry about this. This is bugged. I've submitted this as a bug multiple times. But for example, if you come in here into style and you go to image and you change the image size, notice how it doesn't change at all, right? And that's because it's bugged. So I don't really pay attention to this screen because that's just tablet basically. So we're just going to look at mobile, but not this view. So starting from here, for example. So actually, this is going to be the hardest, this one. So what I notice here is that everything is squished. So on mobile, we probably want things on top of each other, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to select this container and we're just going to make it 100%. We're going to select this container. We're going to make this 100%. And then we're going to select this, and this is already at 100%, but maybe we want to align it to the left, sorry, like that. I think it looks better for mobile. And then we want to select this, or no, rather this whole section. And then we want to add some space, right? These are squished together. So we're looking for rows. We're going to add some space in between them. Something like whatever you feel comfortable with, maybe 50, right? Adds a little more space. And then actually, I think for this one, we could potentially center it. So that's fine, but let's just see what it looks like. I really can't tell unless we actually do it. So let's come in here and center this. Not bad, right? I think this one looks good. I don't think there's much we have to do here. Let's, by the way, expand it and see it. Yeah. So I think that looks good. Again, disregard that last screen. I think this looks fine. Now it's just a matter of kind of just figuring out how we want to do it. Yeah, I think left align does look better. Maybe left align, but with padding maybe. So let's see what it looks like on. Yeah, disregard that. Okay, now over here, yeah, this is being pushed as well from the left, it looks like. Let's remove that. That doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad at all. Maybe I want this to be at the top. So if you want to change the order of the sections, you just click on order over here. Actually, maybe I want this one to be at the top, right? Yeah, so let's click on advanced and let's make this to be at the start. I think that makes more sense. I think this is maybe a little too big for the image. Maybe we should reduce the size a little bit. Something like that. I also feel that spans too much. Maybe we can reduce the width a little bit of this whole container. Go to layout, just reduce the width by a little bit. Let's go to percentage based and just remove it. Maybe some like something like 76%. So I think that looks better. Oh, we need to left align these as well. Okay, so I think that looks good. I think we're good. I don't think there's much else to change here. I think this looks good for mobile. And you guys can test it out on your side as well. On your end, just go to dynamicgrowthagency.com and just check it out. See what it looks like on your phones, on your tablets, whatnot. Let me know, I'm curious. But I think this looks pretty good. Of course, the best way to check is by going to your phone or tablet, right? Now, the other thing is maybe we have too much padding at the top and bottom for mobile. Maybe we want to reduce it at the top, reduce it at the bottom a little bit, maybe make it a little more squished. Or maybe not, because over here it doesn't look too good. Let's revert it back to 20. The bottom, 20 at the top. Oops, no, 20. And then this one also feels squished, by the way. Totally forgot about that. Let's click here. Let's go to style. Let's go to topography. And let's just reduce the size by a little bit. Make it 13 or so. Or maybe 11, you know? Just so it fits there in one line. I think that's okay. And then as we increase it, again, disregard that one. I think that looks okay. Doesn't look bad. We go to tablet now. Oops, what happened here? What happened here? That should be at the top. That looks a little broken. The image should be at the top right here. So I'm not sure what happened there. That just randomly happened. But aside from that, it looks pretty good. So looks like a little troubleshooting is in order. Yeah. So let's just publish the page and then let's refresh it. Let's go to style. Yeah. So this is the image position, right? So the image is supposed to be at the top. Yeah. So let's add another image box here. Image box, let's just add it here and we'll just copy and paste it. So as you can see here, if we make it left, you know, top right, it works. But here, for some reason, it just didn't work. That's fine. Let's come in here. We're going to go into content. We're going to replace that. We're going to remove that. And then we're just going to left align everything. Go into content. Change the color of the description to white. And that's odd, looks a little different. What's the typography on this one? Oh, it's Popups. Okay, so that's not the default typography. It's Popups. Okay, so we can make this Popups too. Come into content. Make it Popups. And it looks like the line height is a little smaller there. So let's do that too. Something like that. All right. And then looks like it's bolded or something, or maybe it's light. Let me see. Yeah, not extra light, but I think it was just light like that. There you go. Then we want to come in here and we want to add the image. Where are we? Let's go to content. Let's just add that same image that we had before. Where's our logo? Here you go. Let's add that. And now we should be good to just remove this. We might have to redo it, like redo all the sizing and stuff, but that's okay. Oops, not the image spacing. I meant the image size here. Something like that. Okay, there you go. So we're back to having it look good on desktop, and I want to increase the image spacing as well, like that. Okay, so let's go back to tablet. Let's go back to image and increase it by a little bit for tablet. And then that still looks Gucci. Still looks good. Let's go to tablet. Or mobile, rather. Okay, looks a little big. Looks a little big. Let's maybe reduce the size a little bit. I think that looks good. I think it looks really good in general. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let me know what you guys think. I think we've done a good job of mobile optimizing our footer. So now everything else should be faster because you should know how to do it. And the pages that we created, like the home pages, the About Us pages, they should already be mobile optimized by default. So There you go. Okay, so we're good with this. Now this should all look good. Again, just a quick check. Perfect. Let's now go into the next parts. Let's go into Theme Builder. Let's optimize our header. Make sure our header looks good. Or no, we're not using this header. We are not using this header. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to mobile optimize for over here. So if we go to Customize, let's optimize our header first, and then we're going to change everything else. So if we go to Header Builder, let's go to the home page. I want to optimize it so it looks like this. And then if we go to Primary Menu, go to Design, we can play around over here. So on tablet, it's going to look like this, which is not bad. It's not bad. Again, your optimization options are much more limited. So we're just looking for to see that it's not broken, you know, that nothing's broken. So you just want to look through. You can look through all these options. And that looks good. Mobile looks pretty good as well. Yeah, so they're already mobile optimized by default, these ones, the header ones. So there's not much to do. So I think that looks good. We don't have to do much here. But if there's anything you do want to change, you can go into design, and any options you see here are basically the only options you have. So that's why I only recommend using this header if there's not much you want to change. If it's like just a basic header that you want to use. If it's anything more complicated, like with the footer, where you have maybe 2 footers, or you have additional content, or you have some maps or things like that, then I definitely recommend using the Elementor builder. But this looks good as is. So there's nothing to fix here. Let's go back. So that's it for that. Let's go back into our theme builder and let's see what else we have to mobile optimize. So let's go with the easiest. Let's go with a single page. Let's click on edit. And let's look at this and see what that looks like. Okay, so this one is way too tight, right? So this looks good here on the desktop, but on a tablet, this looks way too tight. So we need to add some padding on the left and the right, okay? So we can select this thing or we can select the whole section, doesn't really matter. And we have padding 20 at the top, so we want to unlink them. We want to re-add that 20 padding, and then we want to add padding maybe 20 on the left and 20 on the right. Now it looks a little better. Maybe even a little more, maybe even 30 and 30. So play around with it, see how you like it, but this certainly looks much better. And then if we change it around like that, it doesn't change at all. So yeah, I think that looks good. Let's go to mobile. So remember, any changes you apply to tablet are auto applied to mobile. So the fact that we just applied the 30-30 to tablet, auto applies that to mobile. So nothing we have to do here. If we scroll down, boom, we see a beautiful footer as well. We go to header, we see a beautiful footer on tablet as well. So there you go. So I'm happy with this. Let me know in the comments, guys, if I'm missing something Captain Obvious. But I think that looks pretty good. So let's go back to Theme Builder. 2 more pages in the Theme Builder we want to edit, or rather mobile optimize, and then we're going to mobile optimize other pages. So let's go with the archive template. I'm just going from easiest to hardest here, just because I want to get as much done as possible. So this is the archive, so it looks pretty good. I like how it looks on desktop. Let's look on tablet. Not bad. I like the image here. Everything here checks out at the top. Over here, this doesn't look bad. The only thing is maybe there's way too much space here, the columns, right? So we want to come in here and let's look for the spacing option. So style, the columns gap. So, or rather, sorry, the rows gap, right? This is the row. So we just want to reduce that a little bit. So maybe 30. This is 20. So if we make it 20, it's going to be the same. So, but doesn't look too good. Let's make it 30. So I think that looks pretty good. What you could also do is you can come in here and say, hey, I want 3 columns on tablet, for example. You can do that, but that just doesn't look good. You could make it look good if you want to, but I don't see a need for it because it is tablet and people know that things are squished. It's not a full website. So I think that looks okay, but remember, we got to check it on different dimensions too, right? So we just got to change it up a little bit like that. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with that. I think there's lots of padding and spacing and all that stuff between the sections. I think it looks good. I think this looks really good. I think this looks good. The image is missing. Look at that. So what's going on here? Let's take a look. Okay, so it just looks like the image is lacking here. So let's take a look what image it is. Okay, so an image of somebody ordering something at a table. So let's just re-add that image. But I do stand by what I said with you needing to be careful with the offset because it becomes a pain in the ass to work with. In this case, luckily not, but in general it does. Okay, so it looks like this is selected. It just doesn't show up. Okay, now it shows up. That's weird. So what you could do as well, if you want to, you could select this whole section here and just add a little padding from the left if you want. Let's say 20 if you want. Otherwise, if you wanted to hit the end, then you can do that too. And then if you want to add some on the right as well, you can do so, but I think that looks fine. So in general, I think it looks pretty good. I do think there's much more space here than here. So maybe we want to add a little bit more padding at the top here. Or in this case, it's margin, maybe for, oops, no, not everywhere. See, I hate when it does that. Maybe just at the top, maybe something like that, or maybe in this case 12 to match it. Or on the contrary, we make this 8 and then we match this. So I think it was from the top, it was 140. And from the bottom, it was also, I think, 140. So we got to respect what it had before because it was there before for a reason. But we don't want this 140 here. We want this to be 100. So I think that looks pretty good. I think it looks good on tablet. I'm pretty happy with that. Again, take a look at other dimensions, make it go big, and then look at it again. And yeah, so the space feels a little off, but that's because this image is kind of sticking out. So that looks good. Let's try tablet, or mobile, rather. Let's come back up to the top. Okay, so maybe we want to add a little more space here. Maybe a little less margin from the top. Maybe we want to do -20 or so. Oops, yeah. Or -30 or so, you know, just, oops, what's going on? -30, and then if we keep increasing it, as you can see, it keeps going up. So that's one way to do it. One way to center it like that. So I think that's okay. I think this one for sure, we need more space here. We come in here, we need to up the margins here to, oh, again, keep in mind, or just to maybe 8, maybe even 12. The sides look good. I'm not concerned about the sides. Okay, maybe because we want to make the sides even, so maybe 8. And then the rest of it looks good. This looks good, but again, I don't like that white space there, right? So might be due to the padding here, yeah. Well, it had 8 everywhere. Let's see what's going on here. So this just feels squished. The width is 100%, so something to do with the sides here. Let's come in here. Okay. So the issue here is the padding here on the sides, but I want to fix the top and the bottom there. What was it? 40. Oops, again, it does that. Let's uncheck it. Make this 40. Let's make it 40. And then we're just going to remove the sides there. And that looks all right. That looks a little weird, but it works, I think. It doesn't look bad. So remember these numbers, -70, 120, 80, or 120. What we could also do is we could remove this image from mobile. So if you want to remove any element that you don't want to, what you can simply do is just select it here, for example, go to advanced, go to responsive and say hide on mobile. And that way you will only see this like that. So that's an option if you want to do it like that. If you don't, then what you can do is play around with these values here. So if we go into the image here, layout, we can play around with these. So remember, it's -70, -120, 120, 80, okay? Because when I click on this, it's going to undo it all. That's just an Elementor thing that they do. So in fact, I'm just going to write it down here. Let's come back in here and let's write down into our handy dandy notebook, 120, 80, -120. And then we're going to be able to just redo it all. We have -70, -70. We have 120. We have 80. Oops. And we have -120. And so now what we can do is we can reduce that size from the bottom, right? Because it's going 80 pixels above. So we can just come in here and just reduce that by a little bit. Something like that. So at least it takes off that white space. So I think that looks much neater. Or again, you can just remove it. You can say, hey, I don't want this image to show up on tablet. Click responsive, hide on mobile, boom. Now you just have that. So up to you how you want to do it. Now there is one more thing you can do, which I'm not sure if I should tell you now or if the situation arises, I would just show you. But basically you could say, hey, I want this whole element to be hidden on mobile. So you can say responsive, I want to hide this whole thing on mobile. And then you would create a brand new section that is only for mobile, that you would hide on desktop, on tablet, and you would only show on mobile. So that's the worst case scenario that you would do if there's something that just doesn't work for you at all. So just wanted to share that. But aside from that, I think this looks pretty good. If we increase it, let's see how this looks. Oops, okay, yeah, so never do that end screen, looks bad. And then this doesn't look good either when we increase it, look at that. So there you go, right? That just doesn't look good, that just doesn't work. So I'm thinking this image here, we can just remove. There are ways to play around with it and make it based on, like, for example, a percentage based rather than pixels. You can do that. But I think it's just much easier because it's mobile, just not to risk it and just to remove it entirely. So we're going to select that. We're going to go to responsive and just hide on mobile. And I think that just looks much cleaner anyway. But yeah, that's basically the formula. Now, once you do get to that point, so when it's small, it looks okay. But then once you do get to that tablet point, it actually doesn't look bad. It starts to look like this. This is what it's going to look like on the tablet. So I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good. I'm happy with that, with just that one image there. And yeah, nothing much to edit here from what I see. Now the sides here as well, we could come in and edit for mobile. We could put it back to 0 just because we removed that image. So it's fine if it's like that. And that looks pretty good to me. Let me know if I'm missing anything, but I think this is good for tablet, mobile, and desktop. So we're good here. Let's move on to the next page now. Publish. Let's go back to theme builder. Now the single post template. Let's edit this. Just make sure it looks good on desktop first. Okay, and let's go to tablet. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty clean. Everything looks pretty clean, to be honest. There's not much to edit. For tablet, maybe we want to do columns. We can do that. But yeah, no, posts per page. As you can see, there is no tablet icon. There is no icon for tablet or for mobile, which means that if you change it here to 4, then it's also going to change it to 4 on desktop. So that's something for you to decide if you want to do that. 4 doesn't look bad, and it's going to look even on tablet. I'm just going to keep it at that. But then that's how it would work. Now I'm thinking if we want to put this maybe at the top, or no, that's not going to work. We want to keep it as is like this. You never see an email form like that at the top. But what we will do is we're going to add a pop-up, though. That's one of the things we're going to add, and then that's how we're going to collect emails. So I think that looks good on tablet. I'm not seeing any clear issues. Let's look at this. Join our newsletter. Okay, so for this one, I think we should make this smaller. This is too big. It's 40. Let's make it 28. Submit form. Maybe the button could be made a little smaller too. Let's go to style, a button, and typography. Oops, it was 16. So if we make it, okay, it's only going to fit if we make it 11. Might be because of the padding. Might be because of too much padding at it for the button. Let's see if we have anything. Yeah, we have 50 at the right on the left. Oh God. Okay. So if we change the padding here, it's going to change it for everything. As you can see, there's no icon here that says it's only for mobile, right? So I'm just going to leave that. I'm not going to touch it as is. And yeah, that's fine. I'd rather just keep things clean and keep things consistent than to mess around now on all the different browser types. So that looks good. This looks good. And this looks good too. Now this one is, you can't really see that. So let's see if we can come into here, and the title, we're going to reduce the size of that. So it's 20. So make it maybe 10. So at least that's a little more readable. Not quite. But yeah, maybe something like that at least, just so people can at least read it. Even though that's the question, right? Can they read it when it's small, or is one word better? Yeah, it's up to you guys to decide. I think just having it small is fine because it is mobile anyway. Let's look at this, setup workflow, setup automated. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't look too good. So let's go into site settings. Let's go into typography. And I believe this was, we said heading 3 or 4. I think we said 3, right? So let's come into typography here. And let's change the line height for mobile specifically. So it's going to have to be a trade-off in this case, because if you increase the line space too high, the line height too high, you have more space here, but then here this looks kind of crushed. So it's good when it's on tablet. There's no issues there. But then when it's on really small mobile phone, it looks like this because of the line spacing that we set. So double-edged sword, how you want to play it. I think maybe I'd rather have it set like this, a little smaller, than have it be too big. So I think this is still readable. It's a nice in between. And then if we increase it, let's see. Yeah, let's increase the line height a little bit more. I think that's fine, 2.3. But at least you can read it. Let's make it smaller. Yeah, that's okay. That's just something we'll have to go with. But the rest of it looks good, so not too concerned here. So let's come back here. Let's, again, just go over this whole thing. Segment your email list, set up automated workflows, personalize your emails. Yeah. We changed this. What happened here? We changed this up. I feel like there's, yeah, what happened here? So much padding. Let's remove some of that. That's not enough space. Okay, and then what happened with this one? Let's remove the, something like that. So that's the smallest screen. So that's as bad as it gets. This is as bad as it gets, which is really good. So let's make it a little bigger and test it again on a bigger mobile device. And yeah, I mean, that looks good. Make it even bigger. Again, see, that's that little bug where if you make it too big, that just looks really bad. But this is what it's actually going to look like. And yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So I'm happy with that. Let's go on to the next parts. I think we're all done with a theme builder. We did the archive. Yeah, we did these, right? So now let's go into, what else do we have to do? Let's go into the individual pages, right? So we have the pricing, the blog, about us, the contact page, or rather not the blog, but the about us, contact, pricing, and home. So let's go in and edit those. So we can close out a theme builder and let's just go into contact page and let's click edit with Elementor. And we just check to make sure it looks good on desktop first. And then we're going to go to tablet. That looks good. I'm happy with that. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. No issues here. The only thing is maybe this is a little too tight. So maybe for tablet, we want to reduce the width a little bit. Oops. Okay, it was at 54. So let's just reduce that a little bit. Do something like that. And then we can come in here now and increase that. Oops. Make it 50 or so. Whatever the remainder is, right? So if we do the math, we click here. This one's 47, so we can afford 53. If it goes anywhere over 53, it's going to go to the next section. So just do the math, 53 plus 47. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Let's check the different dimensions. If it's a little bigger, if it's a little smaller, I think that looks good. And then on tablet. Oh, what happened here? Oh, did we not message this? Okay, oops, let's change that. We are available to help answer any of your questions anytime. Call, email, or come to us, and we're happy to receive you. Okay. And then, yes, so this is tablet. Looks good. Now let's click on mobile. Yeah, I think that's pretty spot on. I've not seen any issues. So let's reduce some of that padding there. Let's make that 0. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. maybe this one we want to reduce the size by a little bit just so it fits there. Want to hear from you, just like that. Email, subject name. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, I can't think of anything else. Here's the smallest screen. Let's see what that looks like on the smallest screen. Yeah, so it does feel a little squished. I feel like something to do with this here. Yeah, probably. That's what I thought. So we do need some padding, but not that much for mobile. Maybe something like that for mobile. And then under style, we want to reduce some of that space there for this individual one. So we come in here, we go to style. So let's just reduce that a little bit, like that. Maybe less, 10. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So as we make it bigger, let's click somewhere else. So we make it bigger. And then again, the little bug, but yeah. Solid. Solid, okay. So pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that page. Let's preview this one. Okay, so let's go to the About Us page next. We got the contact page. Let's go to the About Us page. Let's edit with Elementor. Okay, so let's close out of that. And close out of that. Let's keep things nice and clean. So again, we just want to make sure that it works on desktop before we make any changes anywhere else. And by the way, I usually mobile optimize after I finish a page, just in case I need to copy paste a template or existing content from one page onto another. So I just want to make sure that it's mobile optimized. But of course, for the purpose of this course, I don't want to kind of switch gears all the time and do one thing and then another thing and then confuse you. So I just want to go topic by topic to keep things clean. But when you do your own website, I do suggest in general that you mobile optimize as you build out each page and each section. So just some tips. So we have this. So a question is, for example, do we want to put this at the top or do we want to keep it at the bottom? So if we want to put it on top, we click here, we go to advanced and we say, put it at the start. And now this is going to be at the start. So I don't know if that's what we want to do. We already have an image here. So if that's what you want to do, you would probably just have to reduce some of the padding here, the margin at the top, and just make it, let's say 20 or so. And then that would look good. But I don't think 2 images straight on a row looks good. So we're going to put it back the way it was and just deselect the end there. So I think that looks good as is. We have our team. I think that looks good. Okay, so here is that issue again with the line height, right? So what you could do is you could make this, for example, not H3, but let's say H4. You can make all these H4 headings, and that way they won't follow suit for the line spacing that we set for H3. So you could do it like that. Again, the image is missing for some reason. Let's click here. Let's go to style. The image is gone from here. Let's click select. And now the image shows up. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's all 4 contained kind of in a little square. If not, you can just come in here, edit the container and edit the width to make it fit, or add maybe 1 at a time. So you could make 1 big one and then make it go 1 big box at a time. So you'd have 4 boxes, for example. But we might have to do that for mobile actually. So keep an eye out. Might have to do it for mobile. But aside from that, I think this one looks pretty good. The tablet version, that is. Let's go back and let's look at the mobile. Let's go to the very top. Let's look at the smallest size possible because that's the hardest usually. Okay, so for example, start your marketing now. We want to, so it's at 16, so maybe we want to do 15 or 12. And then you can see here the icon spacing, that's just a little much. So let's come into here and let's reduce that spacing there a little bit. Like that. And then if we want to center the button, we can do it like that. That looks better. Image looks fine. Our team, that looks totally fine. The images here, again, the same thing with the image and the button. And here's what I meant by having one on top of each other, right? So we're actually going to make these bigger. We're going to make these bigger just to make it look nicer. I'm going to show you how to do that. Let me change this button first. It bothers me. Let's go into the button typography. Yes. And let's remove it just enough so that it fits. Because it is long. It is a long sentence. Get your free consultation. So sometimes hard to make it fit. Now, as we make it bigger, again, we run into the same issue where it's not bad, it's not horrible. It's just a really big image that probably isn't ideal. So we're just gonna come in here, click on that image there again. We're gonna click on advanced and we're gonna hide it on mobile. And that way, at least we just have the one big image, you know, that makes sense rather than the two. So again, let's go back to the smallest screen. So everything else looks good here, except that bottom part, which we're gonna fix in a second. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So we're gonna increase the width of this. And if it's already increased, then that means something is blocking the sides from showing up. So if the width is maxed out, then we have to click on this container and see if maybe there's some padding here. So if we make this 20, for instance, now we see they're a little bigger. We can make them even bigger if we want. We can go all the way to 0 and make a max. Question is, how far do you want to go? So I think that looks okay. This one's a little smaller than the rest. So perhaps we want to increase the width of that one to 100 or so. That one, no. Yeah, so I think that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Are the boxes the same? No, I feel like the boxes are different, right? Boxes are a little different. So I want to make it a little bigger here as well. I think now that looks a little more similar. And that is pretty much it for this part. Let's make it a little bigger and see what that looks like. OS image is gone, featured on Forbes. So aside from that, looks pretty good. As we stretch it, as you can see, it still stays in position. And the rest of it, yeah, still stays the same. Now this is more of a tablet size. By this time, it'll likely look something like this, which I think looks pretty good. So we're well on our way to ultimate success. Let's go back into the homepage, the desktop, and let's see what else we have. So now we have pricing and homepage. Let's see if we can go to the pricing from here. We can't. Let's go back to Dashboardio, pricing, and we're going to say edit with Elementor. And so that's the next page. Make sure it all looks good. Make sure that looks good. Featured in, again, same thing. Let's go to tablet. Looks good. Okay. That looks really, really squished. So we certainly need to adjust the padding there. Over here, same thing. Let's just add that image real quick. Select. Looks good. If you want to add more padding, again, you know how to do that. That looks good. And I'm trying to think. I feel like there's way too much space there at the top. Let's just adjust all the quick and easy stuff first. Let's see. Oops, no. So, yeah, if it's at 0, it should be fine, except at the bottom we need maybe 40 or even 80. Something like that. And then let's take this image, actually for mobile, yeah. We're gonna come in here, responsive, and just hide it on mobile. And then I feel like there's way too much space, or maybe actually it's fine if you compare the space here versus here, it's fine. But if not, I would have come in here and then just edited to reduce the spacing there for that too. So let's take a look. That looks pretty good. Okay, so let's fix this. Let's pick one of the smallest sizes. Okay, so really, really squished here. For this one, it's probably just better to put them one on top of another because this is just way too tight. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna increase the width to percentage. And we're just gonna give this 100%. We're gonna give this 100% and this 100%, and then we're gonna move them down. So for this one, we need to select the whole block. And this one, or let's see if we can select it like that. We want to make it go down, not from left to right. So let's go back to the structure here and look for this one. So this whole container, and we want to make it go down. So for something like mobile or tablet, we want to make it look like this instead. And then we want to increase the row size as well. So we want to make this 2020. Even more than that, even more for the row. Want to increase more, maybe 35, and that way we see that white space there. Okay, maybe a little too much. See if we remove it a little bit. 15 here, but over here it's really squished in. Yeah, that's because of the padding here that we added. So let's remove that padding here because it's no longer relevant. Let's undo that. Just remove the padding. And let's make sure the padding is gone from everywhere so that we're all on the same length on the same page. So let's make this, make that 0 as well. And then we want to fit it into that side over there. So why is it squished? Let's see, might be the width. There you go. And then this one looks good, this one looks good. Okay, so they all have the same size now. We might want to do them a little bit shorter. So let me click on container and let's rename this. Let's say pricing container so it's easier to find. So that's the pricing container, and we want to reduce the width by a bit for these actually, maybe, right? Possibly. Possibly looks good. Possibly not. Maybe a little bigger. So I think that looks much better. If we come in here, I'm trying to find some issues with it, but not quite seeing anything. Okay, so over here, we see much more padding over here. And click on this container and just add some padding here to the bottom, maybe 20 or 40. Try to make it as similar to this as possible. I think 40 is about right. Come back here and do the same thing here. Remove that. Make this 40. So that looks more similar. That looks good. That looks good. So yeah, I think that makes more sense for a tablet. So let's reduce that and make this bigger. Still looks good. So happy with the tablet version. Let's check mobile now. So let's make it as small as possible. Scroll up to the top. Top looks good. We have the packages here. Everything here looks good. The only thing is the button is really, really squished. So we for sure need to adjust the button styling. Let's go into footer. And the could be the text padding here. Let's just increase that. But we need to increase, make it something like that. And then from the left, we can reduce it a little bit. See, from the left and the right, make it something like that. So that works. So 16, 10, 16, 10. So we're going to come in here and do the same thing. What's going on? Let's go to footer, ribbon, or no, footer. And then let's do the same thing. I'm going to do 16, 16, 10, 10. And now that should be much better. And that one seems to be good. So that's quite odd. That looks good. We already discussed it for the button. Same thing. We want to come in here and just change the typography for the button a little bit. As we move it around, let's check. That looks fine. Now, the one thing I'm thinking of doing is over here, potentially making these aligned left on mobile. Let's see what that's going to look like. So if we come in here, go to features. And actually that won't work because the alignment is going to align it left for everything. So we can't do that. But if you really wanted to do that, what you could do is you can just duplicate this and then hide this on desktop or hide this on mobile and then create another one which aligns left, which you hide from desktop and tablet. So you could do that if you wanted to, but here's what that would look like. Pretty good on mobile, to be honest. So we could technically do that, and maybe we should, just as an illustration example, just to show you what that's going to look like. Oops, what happened here? It's odd. Let's remove that color. There you go. So yeah, so if that's something you wanted to do, what you could simply do is just come in here and duplicate this like that. Or no, you know what? Let's duplicate the whole container. We're going to come in here and duplicate the basic package container. this whole container, we're going to come in here and we're going to say we want this to be hidden on desktop or mobile. But then this one, let's first hide it from desktop and tablet. And then let's click here and let's make this, for example, the features, let's make it align left. And I think that looks pretty neat. I think what we could do is we could also reduce some padding. So padding from the right, for example, if we do 20, oops, I meant from the left. Same thing. So something like that. We could also come into typography, change the line height a little bit. Something like this. So this is only mobile, so you don't have to be afraid that you're going to break something because we're changing this only for mobile. And then what we can do is we can come in here and we can duplicate that. When we come in here, we say responsive, we say hide on mobile. And then this one we say responsive, we say hide on desktop and tablet. And then what we do is we simply come in here, copy that, come here and paste style. And now it's all going to be automatic. Oh, too much space there, right? For the button. Oh, too much space there, but I guess it's standard. Let's see. If we come in here into style, into footer. Nope, that was at 60. So we just want to decrease that a little bit. Let me make it 30. And that same thing here. Come here, style, footer. Again, I want to remove all that and just make that 30. And then we're going to come in here. Actually, first of all, let's come in here and let's duplicate this. We're going to come in here, advanced, responsive, hide on mobile. And then this one, we want to hide on tablet and desktop. And then what we're going to do is come in here. Oops. We're going to copy that. We're going to come in here and we're going to paste the style. And now everything is in place automatically. So I think that looks pretty neat. The arrows are a little bit weird here, to be honest, but I think we can live with that. If we come in here, we go to features, we go into typography. We change the line spacing. Yeah, so it has to do with that. So just leave it at 1.5, at least that's more readable. I think this is pretty good. And here, maybe the same thing. Come in here, features. Where was it? Typography. Change that to 1.5. Okay, so I think that looks good now. This is here, the smallest screen possible. So we were able to fit all that in there. So it looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Let's increase it by a little bit, not by too much. Maybe something like that. Pricing packages, so we're just going to see that one. We're going to see that one. We're going to see that one. And the desktop versions are going to see that, right, on the bigger screen. That looks good. And then, so if we go to tablet now you're going to see something different, right? Now you're going to see that big package that's centered. Centered. All centered. So I think that is it for this page. I think that's it for that. That looks pretty neat. I think that looks pretty neat. So pretty happy with that. And yeah, so let's look at the last page now, which is going to be the home page. I believe that's the last page. Let me know if I'm missing something. So let's go back into exit to WordPress. So we've done the About Us page, right? We've done all the disclosures and the legal pages with a template. And yeah, I think the homepage is the last one. So let's edit that, see what that's going to look like. And then we're going to check what it looks like on an actual site as well, just to confirm. So we'll make sure it all looks good here. Looks great. So let's come back up to the top. Looks good. Looks good. Maybe a little squished here. Maybe we want to reduce the width by a little bit here on tablet, like that. Maybe you want to reduce the line height here. Oops. We don't want to make it that small, but we do want to make it a little smaller. We're just going to keep going until it starts moving, something like that. It doesn't move because it has to hit at least the dimensions of the elements first before you can actually see the changes, because the elements, they're there, right? So if it starts from 0, it just hits the elements then. We have this. That looks pretty good. Nothing to change here, surprisingly. Again, the image has gone here. Oops, let's click on that one. Style. We just have to select it, and it magically shows up. Everything else looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that. Looks pretty cool, actually. That looks pretty cool. Testimonials. Okay, let's make it smaller, or let's make it bigger. I'll test again. Let's go from bottom to top. The images are pretty poor quality. What's going on here? Oh, it's because it's medium. Yeah, let's make that large. That is a really poor, really poor quality image. Really low resolution. We don't want that. So let's see if... Doesn't seem to change much. So check in here. Okay. So this one looks out of place. Looks really out of place. So we got to move this back there. So let's go into style, either offset or, yeah, so it looks like this is using offset. So no, that one was fine. Let's offset it a little bit. Let's make it either added here or added to the other side, whichever one you prefer. I think that one's okay, and then maybe reduce it a little bit here, or increase it rather. So we can see the face like that. So that looks better. Okay, so tablet looks good. I think we checked both small and big tablet, and it all looks fine. Okay, now this one doesn't look good. Yeah, so that's the problem with offset, is that it does things like that. So when you change dimensions, it really screws things up a little bit. So we can make this invisible just to get rid of that problem altogether. Or we could come in here and we can just, if we go by percentage, then it's not going to go by dimension size. So it's going to go by the percentage of the page. So that's one way to solve it, but I'm really not a fan of this. I would just much prefer to leave it out than to have to deal with this stuff. So if you really want to do it on the page, just change the offset to percentage rather than pixels, and that should help you out a bit. So we have that. Okay, so let's go to tablet. Let's make it the smallest tablet possible. Let's come back up here. That looks decent. I don't know how I feel about this button. The icon spacing. Maybe let's see if we can make the text a little smaller here. So it's 19, maybe make it 18. Go from there, something like that. Okay. So 15 is good. And then we need to increase the icon spacing here a little bit. Okay, so that looks better. Okay, these are massive. We definitely don't want that. Let's do something like this. And then we want to increase the padding for these. From the top, maybe 50. From the bottom, maybe 50. They want to make this a little smaller as well. So much better than before. We have this about us. That looks pretty good. That looks good. This is the smallest, right? Yeah, we want to make sure it's the smallest. That's the hardest usually to go with. That doesn't look bad, but as we recall, it starts to look bad. So let's come in here and just remove that image for now. Hide it on there. The button, let's fix that. Let's go into typography. Okay, so that's about as big as it can get. That's fine. That looks good, but this looks really bad, and so does this. So let's reduce the size of that. So it was 17. We'll make it 10, for example. And then this one, offset stuff again. So let's make it percentage based. It's okay. We're going to click this one. And we're going to remove that like this. 50%. Oof, testimonials. We're going to go back and check all that stuff, don't worry, but I just want to look through it. I don't know about these images. Yeah, no, they look fine. Of course, you would probably replace these images with higher quality images. I think the images themselves are just very low quality. That's the issue. The images themselves are, I think, 300 by 300 maximum, which is why they are so bad quality, but it's fine. It is what it is, and it's just an example set anyway. I'm gonna make that 32. 32, 32. It's fine. So meet our team looks fine. This one, though, we do need some more space for sure. So let's link them together and let's add some more space. Oops, I added tons of ones. What I meant to do was use the arrow keys, not the ones. So we're going to do something like that. And we could try to squish it. So if we come in here and we increase some padding from the bottom, increase some padding from the top to give it a little more space. I think that looks a little better. But granted that it's a mobile device, it's kind of hard to read anyway, unless you really make the text smaller. So it looks like we don't really have a choice here. Looks like we do have to just make the text smaller. Oh, let's go to typography and see if we can maybe do something like that at least, you know? Not ideal, but at least it works. Yeah, so that's much better. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. So now let's go back. Let's make this a little bigger. Let's go again and check. Let's go like this. Not too big, because remember, it kind of bugs out. And this is treading on tablets. Let's keep it like this for now, then we'll come back and check it again. These guys are okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, so this one, let's make this one a little more an offset, because I think it wasn't there last time. Let's make it around 20%. Yeah, so everything else is fine. Everything else is fine, aside from maybe a little more padding here, but that's okay. It's just a minor thing. We're going to leave that. Over here, there's a lot of space, and I reckon that's from this. That's supposed to be there, so it's unavoidable. So we can reduce this by a little bit, or rather increase it even more. And yeah, so that's the only issue. So let's just keep trying and seeing how this works. So if we increase this, oops, okay, don't go there. This is about as far as we should go. So that looks good, okay? That looks good. Now, as we increase it even more, let's make sure it stays that way. Yeah, I mean, that looks fine, considering what we're trying to do. Like I mentioned with the offset stuff, don't want to mess with that. That's fine. Now as for this one looks good. It stays the same throughout. And over here, it stays on the page itself as well. It stays on the... So let's see if we can do that the same thing for her as well. Let's see what the offset is for this. It's 20%. And for this one, 63. Okay. It's different images. 20 would be like that. So that definitely wouldn't work. Yeah, so we need different dimensions for this one. Surely need different dimensions. Okay, so that could work for her. For this one. So just take some playing around. Oops, let's come back up here. But if you want this to stay on this image, if you want to go for that style, then this would be the only way to do it. So yeah, That stays that way, and then this is the same thing. It stays on that image throughout the whole time. So that looks to be it. I can't see anything else that needs to be done. This is the only issue I have, is that these are, I think, still maybe too big. Let's see if we decrease them. Yeah, on this one it's fine. On this one it's getting a little big, but then it gets on tablet. And on tablet it looks like this, so. Yeah, I think that's fine. We could make them even smaller, but I don't think it's a big deal. It looks pretty good like this. So yeah, so before we praise ourselves and say how good this is, let's go in here and open this on a browser window and just try out different versions and see what that looks like. So let's preview the page here, and then let's make it smaller like this, and then let's just scroll through. So it should look the same. Maybe over here there's a little too much padding, something we can fix. Yeah, so it looks pretty good. As we increase it, as we get to, let's say, this point here, yeah, not bad. I think that hits the mark. Let me look at this one. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. If we go to, for example, the pricing page, let's look at this. Okay, well, let's look at, yeah, just the way we set it up, just the way it looks on the site. So nothing really to check. The only thing is, I would say, is always the padding with all these. Like, I really didn't like the padding for that homepage. Let me see it again. Where was it? Yeah, right here. That's a little too much padding. So let's see if we can just decrease that by a little bit. But then other than that, I think it's perfect. So let's make that maybe 30. See how we feel. So let's make this as small as we can. Scroll down. Okay, so that's much better. It's less of that space. If you want to go all out, we can go 0 and test that out. Let's click publish and let's check this. Make it smaller again. Yeah. So that looks much more condensed. There's probably some margin from this here as well. If we come in here, where is it? This one, there's probably some extra, yeah, there's 80 pixels of margin at the top. So that's what's contributing to that, to this extra space here. So let's just make this, let's say, I think 40 should be enough. Because this image doesn't show up on mobile, right? So ignore that image, it's just that space there. So let's try it again. The lowest that it can go, and okay, much better. So I think that's exactly what we're looking for. Yep, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I don't have any complaints here. What you could do if you wanted to is come in here and just reduce the margins a little bit for this image or for this container and just move it up a little bit over here. But I think it looks fine as is. I think it's got a little unique blur over here actually going on, which is pretty cool as well. So yeah, so that's mobile optimization. We took a while to do it, but I think it looks good now. I think the site's ready. And by the way, I just noticed this image here. It's got the little sides there. Let's remove that. So let's come in here. Let's go into style. Let's say display size. We want it to cover. So let's publish, preview, and now those are gone. So good thing I caught that. So anything I catch or anything you guys catch, let me know and I'll try to do. But aside from that, I try to be as perfect as I can. So that is all. Thank you guys for watching this lesson. I will see you in the next one. All right, so you should now know how to mobile optimize your pages. We've created the entire website. So we can now do a pop-up. So an exit pop-up, for example, when somebody wants to leave the page, we can just go in there and remind them of something special, like, hey, sign up for our trial or get a free consultation or get 20% off or whatnot, right? So let's go into exit to WordPress actually. Let's close out of this page. And we forgot to add a favicon. So I should do that in one of the upcoming videos as well. Should add a favicon, just pretty simple. So what we want to do is we want to go into templates and we're going to want to go into pop-ups here. We want to add a pop-up and yeah, we can just give it a default name. And then here are all the different pop-ups you have, all the different options. I really thought this one was pretty cool, so I used that one, but you can use any of these. So let's see. So depending on what you're doing, like if you're offering a free book or 20% off or whatever it is, you can use it and then just edit it using the Elementor editor. I think this one looks pretty cool. So we're going to insert that one. And so there you go. So now we can just edit the pop-up, change some pictures. Actually, I think this looks really good. I think this looks good to go. But let's just add a few things here. So we want to add a name, for example. Yeah, text. And then we want to say name. And then we're going to drop it at the top. And so we can write name here just for the label, but it's not going to show up. So name, email, input size. You can make it small, you can make it medium, but you can adjust all that on the size and the width of all that, so it doesn't really matter. Let's go into style. Let's change the button. So let's click on our templates here. Let's add the primary again. Hover effect, as you know, the secondary. Follows the same style. And for content, for the button, we wanted to say, not subscribe, we wanted to say, sign me up or something like that. And I don't like the text. I don't like it to be all uppercase. So we're going to come into buttons. We're going to go into typography and we're going to change the transform into default. So it's just going to be like that. And that looks pretty good. Subscribe to our weekly newsletter, get notified. Again, if you're offering a free guide or something like that, you can just add that here. You can add a different image if you like. So we can come in here. Let's select that image. I guess it's not letting me, so let's use our structure here and let's find that image. Where is it? It might be under this container. Oh, it's empty. Okay, so it appears that this container just has the image. It doesn't actually have an element in there. That's fine. So we can come in here. We can add anything. So maybe like we can say, hey, I'm a real person, so subscribe to our newsletter. I can give you some cool things or something like that. So just makes it a little more personable. So we can close out of that, get notified about new article, receive the, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Maybe this one we want to increase the size a little bit of the button. Come in here, typography, and just increase a little bit. Sign me up. For the font family, what we can do is we can come in here and go to the defaults, which was we set our text, something like that. And there you go. Okay, the image doesn't quite sit well with me. Let's change it to something more relevant, maybe. Perhaps. I don't want to make it one person because supposedly we're an agency, right? So I want to make it like a group, maybe. So maybe something like this, and then that's just super poor quality. So let's search for images. Let's search for something, maybe group meeting or something. Let's see what we get. Let's get a higher quality image. So yeah, we can use this one. That's the full image, not going to be the poor quality one. So that makes more sense. Notified about new articles. Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. I can't think of anything else we should really add. We can come into content, of course. We could play around with the actions after submit and things like that. So for example, we want to collect submissions and we want to get an email, right? We want to get an email when somebody messages us. But I'm not going into too much detail here because I'm saving this for the email marketing module where we're going to be setting up autoresponders and integrating email marketing with your website and things like that. So I'm not going into too much detail here. So let's see what it's going to look like on tablet. I have to scroll, but it's not too bad. There's nothing that people really need to scroll for. They see everything right there. If we make it on the phone, now the phone looks pretty bad. So the phone, we do need to increase the padding there from the top for sure. So let's make this back to 5. And then we want to increase some from the top. I'm going to do something like that, maybe a little bit less. So the rest of it looks pretty good actually. There's barely any scrolling required. Everything is here on the page. And then if we make it a little bigger, it still works fine. Although in this case, we do want to reduce the padding there at the top, something like that. Oops. Okay, yeah, so that one's broken. Let's look at that. So the closer it gets, the worse it looks. So what we can do here is instead of making it percentage, let's make it pixels. And then we can just increase, oops. Can make that 5 and then reduce that. And just increase it by 50 here from the top. Yeah, so that looks doable. The only thing is, I think from the left and the right, we need to increase some padding as well. Maybe 15, something like that. And I think we're ready. I think that looks good. Tablet. And then desktop, yeah. And so there you go. Pop-up looks ready. So let's publish it. And now we need to set the conditions, the triggers, and the rules. So where do we want the pop-up to show up? So let's say we want this to show up on specific pages. We can click singular and we can say, for example, the contact page or the about us page. So you can say pages. I want this to show up on the contact page. So you can specify that. But in our case, we want this to show up on the entire site. We're going to click on next here. And then when do we want this to trigger, right? So probably not on page load. I'd say on page exit intent. So when somebody tries to exit the page, that's our last chance to kind of get them, right? I'm going to say next, and then we can specify all these details to show on devices, show on browsers, hide for users, show up to a certain amount of time, show after a certain number of sessions. So we don't want to bombard the users, right? Every time they go to a different page of your site and they try to exit, we don't want to bombard them with a pop-up. So we can say show up to a certain number of times. Now, if you say 1 time per session, I tried that, that doesn't work. So if you wanted to show just 1 time per website visit, just put 2 over here, 2 session on open, and then click save and close. Let's try to use an incognito window here. So I've opened an incognito window here. Let's say people are navigating the site. And boom, right? The pop-up shows up. They can exit, and then they go to the contact us page. They try to exit, and nothing happens. So it's just 1 time that shows up. That's what you want to set. You want to set the limit to 2, and that way when somebody tries to exit the first time, the pop-up is going to show up. So that's how you add a pop-up. And when somebody tries to leave, you try to get them to show up. So hopefully that was helpful. I will see you guys in the next lesson. So my apologies, I completely forgot to add a favicon to the site. So we saved the favicon from Canva, but we never actually uploaded it. So let me show you how to do that. So we're just going to go into customize over here. And we're going to go into site identity. Where did it go? Right here. And then we're going to add the site icon right here. So let's add it from the list that we added. I believe it was this one. We're going to click next. And we don't really have to crop it because we did download it in 500 by 500 dimensions. So we're just going to skip cropping, or we can crop, it doesn't really matter. And then we're going to publish, and then we should see our brand new favicon right over there, right? So just something I forgot, my apologies, but now on every page here of the site, we go to, let's say, pricing. If we go to blog, we should see this nice favicon. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next lesson.